An Introduction to African Politics. The third edition of An Introduction to African Politics continues to be an ideal textbook for those new to the study of this fascinating continent. It gets to the heart of the politics of this part of the world, tackling questions such as, how is modern Africa still influenced by its colonial past? How do strong ethnic identities on the continent affect government? Why has the military been so influential? Why do African states have such difficulty managing their economies? How does African democracy differ from democracy in the West? The result is a textbook that identifies the essential features of African politics, allowing students to grasp the recurring political patterns that have dominated this continent since independence. Features and minutes of the third edition, thematically organized, with individual chapters exploring issues such as colonialism, ethnicity, nationalism, religion, social class, ideology, legitimacy, authority, sovereignty, and democracy. Identities key recurrent themes such as the competitive relationships between the African state, its civil society and external interests. Contains useful boxed case studies at the end of each chapter, including Kenya, Tanzania, Nigeria, Botswana, Côte d'Ivoire, Uganda, Somalia, Ghana, Democratic Republic of the Congo and Zimbabwe. Each chapter concludes with key terms and definitions, as well as questions and advice on further reading. Illustrated throughout with images of important political figures and key moments in African history. Important terms and concepts are explained in a clear and accessible manner and supported by contemporary examples. This expanded, fully revised, and updated edition remains the ideal gateway for students seeking to make sense of the dynamic and diverse political systems that are a feature of this fascinating part of the world. Alex Thomson is a principal lecturer in politics at Coventry University. His books include Constructive Engagement, U.S. Foreign Policy Towards South Africa, 1981 to 1988, Ashgate 1996, Get Set for Politics, with Keith Fowkes and Ken Phillips, Edinburgh University Press 2003, and U.S. Foreign Policy Towards Apartheid South Africa, 1948-1994, Conflict of Interests, Palgrave Macmillan 2008. Once again, another edition of An Introduction to African Politics is required to keep up with events on the continent. Since 2004, and the publication of the second edition of this book, there have been significant gains and setbacks for Africa's political and economic development. On the positive side, a majority of African states have experienced economic growth during the RST decade of the 20th century. Admittedly, improved economic indicators are being measured against the nadir of the 1980s and 1990s, but nevertheless, in a majority of cases, African economies are expanding. For the poorest African states, the loosening of the external debt noose that steadied the continent's finances for so long has helped this situation. International agreement reached at Gleneagles in 2005 is to be welcomed. Should the G8 nations continue to offer debt relief and assist poverty alleviation, as promised, then this should make a noteworthy contribution to Africa's economic fate. Given the continent's continued precarious position in the international economy, this change of policy is essential. In terms of political developments, a positive gain is the degree of democratic consolidation experienced over the last decade. The danger was that the wave of multi-party elections documented in earlier editions of this book was just a one-off event required to re-legitimize the state. Competitive polls have, however, continued. Although far from being universal and unproblematic, significant regime change is occurring in Africa as a consequence of citizens voting. The electoral authoritarianism experienced today is a marked improvement on the predatory state prevalent for most of the post-colonial period. The downside, however, is that it seems that few states are immune from democratic reversal. Once relatively powerful and reasonably representative states, such as Côte d'Ivoire and Uganda, have reverted back to authoritarian ways. Similarly, Kenya has also lost its way. The 2007 elections in the state were seemingly regarded by political parties as just a starting point for negotiations, rather than definitively deciding who should govern. Continent-wide, things are definitely better than in the past, but the path of democratic consolidation is still very uneven and uncertain. The cases of Somalia and the Democratic Republic of the Congo still shine as beacons reminding Africans of what can happen if legitimacy cannot be restored. I have updated, where necessary, the third edition of this book to read the developments mentioned above. I have added new sections to the democracy chapter, for example, and used Zimbabwe as a case study to read contemporary. 13. Trends. Likewise, I have rewritten the political economy chapter, Sovereignty 2, to read what the G8 nations have promised, and ignored, regarding debt relief and aid. There have also been significant developments in the international relations of the continent in recent times. The third edition makes an early assessment of the performance of the African Union and the new Partnership for Africa's Development, and charts Britain's continued active Africa policy. It is China's massive presence on the continent, however, that has been the biggest change to Africa's international affairs. A rewriting of the Sovereignty I chapter has been undertaken to emphasize these new factors. I hope that the amendments mentioned above, and others, have kept the original work up to date and relevant, assisting students and other readers to make sense of the politics of this fascinating continent. I also hope that you gain as much learning and enjoyment from reading this book as I did through writing it. My thanks go to my colleagues Alexander Kazamias and Simon Massey for their scholarly input, and to Janice Ellis and Pat Thompson for their continued, and no less scholarly, proofreading assistance. Much obliged. ART. Manchester, April 2010. Chapter Outline. Why Study African Politics? 1. The Multiple Political Systems of Africa. 3. The book's thematic approach for state, civil society, and external interests. 4. Glossary of key terms. 6. Notes and references. 7. Africa has a lot to offer the student of politics. Autocrats v. with democrats, governments espousing socialism neighbor those bound by liberal constitutions. Some states are a model of stability, while others are near the point of collapse. Multiparty systems jostle with one-party states, and social divisions based on ethnicity, religion, class, and race all challenge political leaders in their attempts to maintain order. The politics that these realities create make Africa a stimulating and rewarding subject to study. Yet, it could be asked, why should Westerners spend valuable time analyzing the politics of Africa? Should they not concentrate on countries closer to home? Indeed, what is it precisely that this continent has to offer? Well, apart from the reward of investigating Africa's fascinating political nuances for their own sake, the continent is also invaluable for the study of comparative politics. Africa's variety of political ideas, processes and institutions provide an abundance of alternative case studies for the student of politics to investigate. After all, studying political phenomena outside familiar, Western, settings can add a new dimension of understanding. As many travelers have learned, experiencing foreign cultures not only helps with an appreciation of the country visited, it also forces the traveler to view their own country in a different light. The method of comparative politics has a similar aim. However, to benefit from what Africa has to offer, new scholars of this continent need to abandon unhelpful preconceptions. Average Western views of Africa tend to be rather selective and not always accurate. The most common exposure the continent receives in the West is via broadcast journalism, and if individuals rely solely on this source, then Africa is a continent of corruption, famines, disasters, and civil war. All these factors do exist on the continent from time to time, but to see such phenomena as the sum of African politics is to be profoundly misled. Media selectivity and ignorance based on the images of Tarzan, mud huts, and warring tribes, all have to be left behind before the real essence of Africa can be grasped. Newcomers to the continent should approach this part of the world with an open mind. George Alagia, a former Africa correspondent for the BBC, highlights this problem of perception. Assessing his stint on the continent, he was well aware of the bad press that this part of the world received during his watch. Despite his efforts to inform, he conceded that Western television pictures painted Africa as a faraway place where good people go hungry, bad people run government, and chaos and anarchy are the norm. He regretted that rarely do viewers get to see Africa in full oar. Illustrating this point, Alagia recounts an instance towards the end of his stint. While covering a famine in southern Sudan, he led 2 reports. These were broadcast on the BBC's national news on consecutive nights. The RST described the situation on the ground, and the second made a conscious effort to explain why this famine had occurred. It was the RSTLM that had most impact. Letters from viewers wreaked at people's feeling of genuine sorrow for the poor souls of southern Sudan, but few recalled being told why this tragedy had actually happened. As Alagia puts it, to get people in British living rooms to identify with the frazzled aid worker as she tries to cope with a humanitarian disaster is easy. To get people to see that the crisis is part of the convulsive process of post-colonial political realignment is more difficult. This is precisely the problem that new students of Africa have to overcome. The difficulty is that many Westerners, when it comes to African politics, simply see cause and effect as the same thing. Why is there a civil war in the Democratic Republic of Congo? Why was there genocide in Rwanda? Why has the Somali state collapsed? All these questions are satisfactorily dealt with in people's minds by the answer because these countries are in Africa, these things happen naturally on the continent, it is an inherently unstable region. This is the central myth that an introduction to African politics aims to destroy. Africans are innately no more violent, no more corrupt, no more greedy, and no more stupid than any other human beings that populate the planet. They are no less capable of governing themselves. Not to believe this is to revive the racism that 2. underpinned the ethos of slavery and colonialism. In this sense, African political structures are as rational as any other systems of government. If there have been more military coups in Africa than in the United States, then there has to be a reason for this. An explanation also exists for why the continent's political systems are more susceptible to corruption than those of the United Kingdom. By applying reason, the worst excesses of African politics, the dictators and the civil wars, can be accounted for, as can the more common, more mundane, day-to-day features of conflict resolution on the continent. This book uncovers the genuine underlying post-colonial political processes that have been at work, and, as such, asks its readers to abandon any preconceived explanations they may harbor which involve Africans being seen as inferior, irrational, volatile, or artless victims of their own political environment and the multiple political systems of Africa. A second preliminary piece of advice that this book offers is for newcomers not to regard Africa as homogeneous. It is an extensive landmass, home to many different cultures and societies. There is no such thing as a typical African polity. There are 53 separate independent states. Each is unique, and each has its own system of politics. The Gambia is a tiny country of just 11,000 square kilometers, while the Sudan's territory is 250 times larger than this. Nigeria has a population approaching 150 million, while Lesotho has just 2 million inhabitants. Botswana is largely an arid state, but Congo-Kinshasa is lush in vegetation. Ethiopia is racially homogeneous, while South Africa is home to several races. The north of the continent is predominantly Muslim and the south Christian, not to mention the mixture of indigenous spiritual traditions found throughout. No single political system would be capable of serving all these states, as local demands necessarily produce different and individual polities. To cope with this diversity, there is certainly no substitute for studying every African country on its own terms. Each state deserves to be examined in as much detail as possible. A vast literature on the politics of the continent exists in an attempt to do just this. Yet apprentice Africanists often find it difficult to digest this detailed and sometimes complex body of work without investing in some more general preparatory reading. The present book was written with this fact in mind. It is a stepping stone to the more specialized literature. An Introduction to African Politics offers a comparative approach to the whole of Africa. The book will make a general sweep across the continent, identifying common elements within these societies. The grounding that such an approach gives with respect to the basics, the RST principles, of African politics, makes up for what is lost in the detail by this broad survey. It allows newcomers to ease themselves into the politics of the continent, identifying the essentials, rather than grappling with the minute detail found in the literature addressing individual states. The book thus acts as a starting point for those interested in the politics of post-colonial Africa. 3. And the book's thematic approach. Having established that the politics of Africa are rational and worthy of study, and that the continent is not homogeneous, it would be wise now to outline the book's methodology. As indicated earlier, the practice of politics on the African continent is not so different from political processes found elsewhere in the world. It is still about power, ideas, resource distribution, and conflict resolution, as well as the governments that oversee these processes. In this sense, Africa may be a unique stage on which political transactions are carried out, but the actual processes themselves have more similarities than differences with other continents. Note, for example, how ideology, the Soviet Union, for instance, issues of ethnicity and class, Belgium and Britain, respectively, military coups d'état, Portugal, state collapse, Yugoslavia, newly formed democracies, Spain, and one-party states, East Germany, have all been features within European politics during the same post-colonial period under scrutiny. In this respect, new scholars to African politics should not be unduly daunted. The knowledge readers already have of Western political processes and concepts can be readily applied to the African continent. And this, indeed, is how the book will be structured. Each chapter takes a familiar political concept, and then examines how this concept relates specifically to the African environment. Chapters tackle issues such as ideology, nationalism, social class, legitimacy, coercion, sovereignty, authority, and democracy, among others. How has each of these concepts influenced the politics of post-colonial Africa? Not only does this thematic approach introduce the nature of the African polity, giving knowledge of what has actually happened since independence, it also helps students reinforce their understanding of these important basic political concepts. In addition to the main discussion of the chosen concept in each chapter, to avoid the book descending into a morass of theoretical assumptions and continent-wide generalizations, a short case study is provided at the end of each chapter focusing on just one state. The ideology chapter, for example, concludes with a boxed case study on Tanzania's implementation of community socialism under Julius Nyerere's presidency, while the democracy chapter focuses on Zimbabwe's struggle with multi-party politics. These 10 case studies provide a practical demonstration of how abstract political concepts help to explain the reality of African politics on the ground. And state, civil society, and external interests. As this book deconstructs the whole of African politics chapter by chapter, dividing it into various thematic component parts and case studies, there is a need to provide some conceptual glue to help the reader reconstruct all the separate parts. This glue comes in the form of a political relationship between three actors: the state, civil society, and external interests. Each twist in the path of Africa's political development since independence can be traced back to a realignment of power amongst these three groups. As such, a commentary will run through all the chapters examining this relationship. 4. Given that state, civil society, and external interests are to be recurring themes of the book, it is worth spending the rest of this introduction discussing these terms. The state should be a familiar concept to us all. A minimalist definition would identify a set of political institutions that govern within a delimited sovereign territory. But a modern state cannot be seen just as a geographic entity and a body of institutions. A more useful definition of the state also has to take into account the political authority that these structures generate. After all, it is to the institutions and officials of the state that citizens look for leadership and government, as well as being the sovereign body that foreign states interact with. In this respect, the state has immense power. Max Weber, in his definition of the state, pointed to the fact that deference of citizens is generated by the reality that the state claims a monopoly of legal violence within a territory. 2. Given that the state is the only authority able to establish and upkeep a society's laws, it starts from a position of strength, and clearly has a commanding influence over a territory's political development. This is not to say that all politics happens as high politics within the state. Conflict resolution is not con to competition within parliaments, presidential palaces, and bureaucracies. Political, and, indeed, economic and social, exchange can be found throughout society, at a deeper level than that of the state. This is why the idea of civil society is so important to explaining African politics. In the context of this book, civil society can be deemed as the organizations that arise out of voluntary association within society, found between the extended family and the state. Examples of these include professional organizations, labor unions, trade associations, women's groups, church assemblies, businesses, special interest campaigns, community groups, and so on, right down to sports and social clubs. In this respect, any group organized beyond the family, but not part of the state apparatus, can be deemed as part of civil society. Political activity within civil society is diverse. Groups representing numerous different interests, naturally enough, are not united in their demands. Politics within civil society is competitive, just as it is in the high politics of the state. These different interests also influence how civic associations relate to the state. Some groups will cooperate with the government, others will voice their opposition. In any case, each group will attempt to influence state decision-making, with varying results. If, however, a large gap develops between the interests of civil society and the state, with the state unresponsive to civil society demands, this may lead to citizens actually challenging the authority of the state. The third party within this competitive relationship is that of external interests. African countries are identical to others around the world in that their fates are not decided totally within the domestic political arena. International relations are also influential. Historic and economic factors have conspired to ensure that the states of Africa are influenced by external events perhaps even more than their neighbors on other continents. Indeed, many Africanists have cited imperialism and neocolonialism as the major governing force behind Africa's poor economic and political performance. This is a debate taken up in the main text of this book, but whether they have had a negative or positive impact, there is no denying that foreign governments, international organizations, and transnational companies have played a major part in Africa's post-colonial political development. 5. An introduction to African politics, in addition to applying analytical themes to the continent's politics, is about exploring the competition between the above three actors. On the whole, it is a story of how states, civil societies, and external interests have failed one another. The state, starved of resources, partially due to the influence of external interests, became somewhat introverted after independence, excluding civil society from the political process. This resulted in the underrepresentation of African citizens by their governments. Indeed, it was often the case that state actors deliberately muddled their public duties and their private interests. Consequently, most services or resources passed down to ordinary citizens were channeled through inefficient patronage networks. Civil society, for its part, never really engaged the state. Where it was possible, and advantageous to do so, citizens bypassed state authority. Taxes were not paid, for example, and crops not sold to state marketing boards. In many instances, this avoidance became a survival strategy of necessity against a predatory state. Consequently, state and civil society drifted apart during the few decades of African independence. All, however, is not lost. A wave of multi-party elections swept the continent from the late 1980s onwards, and initiated a process whereby state and civil society have built a more protable relationship in recent times. This relationship falls somewhat short of Western democratic norms, and is far removed from Weber's model state, where politicians and bureaucrats clearly separate their private and public interests, and the national good is served through neutral legal/rational institutions, but a new relationship has been brokered nonetheless. The question remains, however, whether this recalibrated balance of state, civil society, and external interests will perform better than in the past. Post-colonial Africa has experienced long periods of poor, or no, economic development alongside limited political representation. Will this new, more democratic, political dispensation change things for the better? The above analysis, however, is getting ahead of itself. Readers new to the continent need a grounding in the fundamental building blocks of post-colonial African politics, alongside such commentary on state, civil society, and external interests. The latter makes more sense after a discussion of the former. It is thus time to turn to the core text of this book, where basic thematic concepts and case studies are presented chapter by chapter. In this manner, the intricate mechanisms that drive African politics will be revealed. And glossary of key terms. Civil society: the organizations that arise out of voluntary association within society, found between the extended family and the state. External interests: foreign governments, international organizations, and transnational corporations that interact with African states and civic associations. The state: a set of political institutions that govern within a delimited sovereign territory. 6. And notes and references. 1. Aligiat, George. New Light on the Dark Continent. The Guardian, London. May 3, 1999. Media section. 4-5. 2. Weber, Max. The Profession and Vocation of Politics. In Max Weber, Peter Lassman and Ronald Spears, eds. Weber, Political Writings. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1994. 310-11. 7. History. Africa's Pre-Colonial and Colonial Inheritance. And chapter outline: the pre-colonial inheritance 9, non-hegemonic states 10, lineage 11, the colonial inheritance 12, modern states 13, arbitrary boundaries 14, reinforcing the non-hegemonic state 16, weak links between state and civil society 16, the formation of state elite 17, the economic inheritance 18, weak political institutions 21, state and civil society 22, case study, Kenya's historical inheritance 23, questions raised by this chapter 29, glossary of key terms 29. Further reading 30, notes and references 30. The world does not radically reinvent itself on a continuous basis. It evolves. There are no total revolutions where all that has gone before is laid to rest, and a new polity is born enjoying a completely clean slate. Traditions, customs, institutions, and social relationships will survive and adapt from one era to another. 8. Chapter 2. This is why the study of history is so useful to the political scientist. A scholar who wishes to understand the present must know something of the past. Some would say, for example, that modern French politics are still steeped in a republican tradition that stretches all the way back to the Revolution of 1789. Similarly, those interested in the contemporary politics of the United States would be wise to familiarize themselves with the ideas of that country's founding fathers. The same goes for Africa. As will be seen, there are lines of continuity that run from the pre-colonial period, through the colonial era, right into the modern age. This chapter searches out the continent's historical trajectories. What in Africa's past still has an impact on the politics of the continent today? First, instances that have their roots in the pre-colonial era will be acknowledged. Issues of porous states and lineage are identified. The chapter then goes on to explore Africa's colonial inheritance. An investigation of this later historical period highlights instances such as arbitrary boundaries, detached political institutions, and externally facing economies. Whether pre-colonial or colonial in origin, all these factors are legacies that modern African states and actors have to accommodate. They thus serve as an excellent introduction to contemporary African politics and the pre-colonial inheritance. The majority of historians studying Africa have concentrated on the colonial era. They concern themselves with the European impact on Africa. These scholars have produced much enlightening work, but their collective yield falls far short of revealing the continent's complete historical trajectory. This is bound to be the case given formal European rule usually represented just 70 or 80 years out of centuries of African history. Humanity, after all, originated in Africa some 2 to 3 million years ago. Before investigating the colonial legacy, therefore, it would be wise to consider what modern Africa has inherited from this earlier, pre-colonial period. Pre-colonial Africa was as varied as the continent itself. Different circumstances produced different societies with different traditions, customs, and politics, and these societies rose, fell, and adapted as the centuries passed. Despite this variety, it is possible to divide political organization amongst these communities into two broad categories: states and stateless societies. Low population densities, and the production of relatively small economic surpluses, hindered the formation of states in many parts of pre-colonial Africa. This was particularly the case in central and southern regions of the continent. These stateless societies, however, did not lack political organization. Westerners, steeped as they are in state traditions, often regard the lack of state institutions as a sign of backwardness. This simply was not the case. The political systems that these stateless societies developed were well adapted to the environment they served. Considerable evidence of sophisticated forms of representation, justice, and accountability among these communities has been unearthed. In many cases, confederations of villages provided security and a community for many thousands of Africans. Several of these larger stateless societies developed institutions and hierarchies that evolved, over time, into states. See Map 2.1. This occurred most commonly, though 9. Certainly not exclusively, in West Africa. The stimulus for state formation was often the production of an economic surplus. This wealth enabled communities to sustain leadership groups, as well as administrative structures to support these governors. The states of Ghana and Mali, for example, were built on the prods from trans-Saharan trade. Further east, it was agricultural surpluses, from the fertile lands of the Nile River and the central Great Lakes, which helped establish ancient Egypt and the kingdom of Buganda. Elsewhere, the empires of Ashanti and Benin were founded on mining and metalwork skills. States could also be built around monarchical authority, religious affiliation or, in the case of the Zulu nation, military prowess. Some of these grand civilizations were in advance, technically and socially, of their European contemporaries, but the fascinating details of these states, given the particular focus of this book, will have to be left to the historians. The task of this chapter is to extract relevant aspects of history that help to explain African politics today. The factors of continuity that stand out from this pre-colonial era, in this respect, are the issues of non-hegemonic states and lineage. Non-hegemonic states. Even when state formation did take place in pre-colonial Africa, the result was very different from what deems a state today. Permanent, precisely delineated boundaries. 10. Zulu 1830 to 1860. Mutapa/Buchua 1450 to 1800. Congo 1550 to 1650. Buganda 1800 to 1900. Omani Sultanate 1680 to 1880. Swahili Kingdoms 950 to 1600. Abyssinia 500 to 1925. Nubia 1000 BC, 200 AD. Kingdom of Egypt 3000 BC, 1000 BC. Fulani 1800 to 1870. Oyo/Dahomey 1700 to 1900. Ashanti 1760 to 1900. Ebb and flow of Ghana, 750 to 1100. Songhay, 900 to 1585. Mali, 975 to 1550. Timbuktu, 1650 to 1800. Hausa 1400 to 1800. Borno 1500 to 1900. Sokoto 1800 to 1900. Wada 1650 to 1900. Darfur 1600 to 1870. Map 2.1. Selected pre-colonial African states were rare. Power broadcast from the center of a kingdom would dissipate the further a village was from the capital, and would ebb and flow according to the fortunes of the central administration. Indeed, there could even be an overlapping of authority, with the community owing degrees of allegiance to more than one political leader. This was very different from the European states of the same time, where governments sought to be the sole source of political authority within rigidly defined sovereign territories. Consequently, European wars have largely been about securing or expanding borders. By contrast, intercommunity conflict in Africa, given the abundance of land, was not about borders, it was more often about winning booty, gold, slaves, and cattle. The ready availability of land also reduced internal conflict within pre-colonial African societies. If parts of a community wished to escape a certain political authority, they simply occupied land further away from the center. It was easier to escape political opponents rather than GHT them. As a result, there has been a long tradition of population in Africa, with groups of people creating new polities, moving their community, or choosing to join other states. 1. The absence of defined state borders, the free movement of people, and the fact that pre-colonial African governments broadcast power only over a limited range has led some scholars to label these states non-hegemonic. Simply put, pre-colonial states were not designed to be all-powerful political entities, monopolizing politics within a given territory. In the next section, the argument will return to this idea of the non-hegemonic state, to see how it was reinforced by the nature of colonial rule. Similarly, in Chapter 10, this idea is used to explain why some contemporary African states collapsed in the 1990s and early 20th century. Lineage. Our second pre-colonial historical trajectory is that of kinship. This is the idea of the extended family. A lineage kinship group can theoretically trace its past back to the same ancestor, and these bonds of origin bind communities together. Consequently, ancestor worship is at the heart of many African spiritualist traditions. In reality, actual genealogical links are sometimes tenuous, with membership of the group usually being exible. Outsiders may be brought into the clan, individuals will marry into families of different lineages, and groups as a whole interlink and disperse over time, commonly as a result of migration or war. Even the most instrumental lineage associations, however, construct powerful social bonds. As a member of the group, individuals will obey life-determining customs regarding marriage, inheritance, justice, and the allocation of land. This gives the leader of a clan, village, or ethnic group a great deal of political power. Lineage groups, in return, provide solidarity, offering security and welfare to their members. There is thus a reciprocal relationship between those who respect the authority of ethnic leaders and the chiefs who are obliged to look after their followers. Even today this results in Africans seeing themselves more as members of a community, rather than adopting the degrees of individuality widespread in the West. Chapter 3, Tracing the Historical Trajectory of These Pre-Colonial Lineages, explores how this sense of community influenced the state ideologies of post-colonial Africa, notably African socialism. Following this, Chapter 4 investigates just how these powerful ethnic ties helped shape political exchange in the modern era. 11. And the colonial inheritance. Africa did not evolve in isolation prior to European colonization. The continent, like other parts of the world, had to adapt to invasions and imperial rule as history unfolded. Just as Britain experienced eras dominated by Roman and Norman occupation, North Africa played host to Persian, Greek, Roman and Ottoman empires over time. Africa was also subject to religious influences. Islam spread across the north, reaching the Atlantic Ocean in the years of the 8th century, while Christianity had gained a permanent foothold in Ethiopia in the 4th century. Further south, to some extent, the barrier of the Sahara Desert limited cultural exchange between the rest of the world and tropical Africa, but sub-Saharan Africans, by the 15th century, had built strong land and maritime trading links with both Arabs and Europeans. The whole continent, in this respect, participated in the international economy prior to colonialism. In 1415, the Portuguese established a garrison on Africa's Mediterranean coast at Ceuta. They then went on to build a number of trading posts on both the west and east coasts of the continent. Later, in 1652, the Dutch established Cape Town on the southern tip of Africa, which under British control developed into modern-day South Africa. By the 18th and 19th centuries, numerous trading posts could be found along Africa's coastline, with Europeans busy buying gold, ivory, and slaves, amongst other products. Christian missionaries were also establishing themselves on the continent by this time. All this was achieved without direct colonization. This situation was to change dramatically, however, in the second half of the 19th century. Again, it is best to leave the details and motivations behind the scramble for Africa to the historians, but the results of this imperial competition are obvious too, whether it was for economic, strategic, or cultural reasons. Agreements readied at the 1884–85 Berlin Conference, and after, saw Africa carved up between the European powers. Only the Empire of Ethiopia and the territory of Liberia, a country established for freed slaves, escaped this partition. France favored North, West, and Central Africa. Britain claimed great chunks of West, East, Central, and Southern Africa. Portugal took the territories of Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau. King Leopold of Belgium was awarded the Congo. Italy established control in Libya, Eritrea, and part of Somalia. Spain did likewise in North Morocco, the Spanish Sahara and Spanish Guinea, while Germany gained areas in the southwest and the east of the continent, as well as the Cameroons and Togoland. Germany, however, was to lose these possessions as a consequence of its defeat in the First World War, the League of Nations distributing these territories among the other colonial powers. See Map 2.2. This colonial era may have been relatively short in duration, in most cases from the 1880s or 1890s through to the 1960s, but its impact on the subsequent political environment was considerable. Once more, lines of continuity can be traced between the past and the present. 7 elements within this colonial inheritance of particular importance, summarized in Table 2.1, are: the incorporation of Africa into the international modern state structure, the imposition of arbitrary boundaries, the 12. Reinforcement of the non-hegemonic state, the weak link between state and civil society, the promotion of an African state elite, the building of specialist export economies, and the absence of strong political institutions. Each of these elements will now be examined in turn. Modern states. The most obvious legacy of colonial rule was the division of Africa into modern states. European rule resulted in Africa being fully integrated within the international jigsaw puzzle of sovereign territories. This meant that worldwide, Antarctica excepted, states now accounted for the entire land surface of the globe. All of these had clearly delineated and XED boundaries, and all legal political interaction was now channeled through, or at least held accountable to, state institutions. As already indicated, pre-colonial Africa hosted many stateless societies, and even where there were states, these were considerably less well-defined than their modern descendants. In this respect, few Africans had previously experienced the reality of the modern state. The post-colonial consequences of being incorporated into this international political system feature prominently in all the chapters of this book. Arbitrary boundaries. The imperial powers' imposition of state borders on African territory had major ramifications. The problem lies with the fact that, when they were delineated, these state boundaries rarely matched existing pre-colonial political, social, or economic divisions. They were arbitrary. Not arbitrary in the sense of random, but arbitrary because they wreaked at the short-term strategic and economic interests of the imperial powers, and not the interests of the Africans they housed. 3. A quick glance at the contemporary map of Africa, for example, clearly shows an external, rather than an internal, logic to the units chosen. Many of the boundaries are ruler straight, following lines of longitude and latitude. Historically determined political divisions, such as the state borders of Europe, don't do this. Other oddities also stick out. Why was German Southwest Africa, Namibia, for example, awarded a narrow tract of land, the Caprivi Strip, to its northeast, and why does West Africa host the tiny state of the Gambia? In the RST instance, Namibia's odd shape was created by the strategic requirements of Germany's foreign minister, Count von Caprivi. He insisted that this territory should have access to the Zambezi River, in order to deploy a gunboat. The second case arose because British commercial interests had established a trading post at the mouth of the River Gambia. Despite French cajoling, the British government refused to give up this territory. Consequently, the Gambia is a microstate, no more than 50 kilometers wide at any one point, and entirely engulfed by Senegal, except for its short coastline. Then there is the curiosity of Cabinda. This oil-rich enclave is part of Angola. Yet, the Democratic Republic of the Congo separates it from Greater Angola. This is because King Leopold of Belgium insisted that his African kingdom should adjoin the Atlantic Ocean. Again, it is important to stress that if African state borders had wreaked at natural social and economic divisions, rather than having been imposed arbitrarily and virtually overnight, then these, and other, anomalies would not have become a reality on the modern map of Africa. As the British Prime Minister of the day, Lord Salisbury, quipped at an 1890 Anglo-French conference, "We have been engaged in drawing lines upon maps where no white man's foot ever trod, we have been giving away mountains and rivers and lakes to each other, only hindered by the small impediment that we never knew exactly where the mountains and rivers and lakes were." For Salisbury's after-dinner joke loses some of its humor when put into the context of the problems that these arbitrary borders created for post-colonial governments. 14. Many of these borders do not make economic sense. As well as the initial disruption to lines of communication and trade, colonial boundaries also created longer-term problems for African states. Decisions made in the capitals of Europe in the late 18th century, for example, have resulted in 14 African countries being landlocked. In terms of trade, this puts a state at a significant disadvantage. They have to rely on their neighbors' willingness and ability to transport the bulk of their imports and exports. No other continent is home to so many landlocked states. Imperially imposed borders also left several states without significant resources from which to build their economies. Whether this be a shortage of agricultural land, minerals, other raw materials or people, no country can secure its future without an economic foundation. Polities that grow into states organically do this precisely because they can command such resources. There was no such imperative in the formation of African states. Niger, for example, has little land within its borders suitable for agriculture, and only minor mineral deposits. Consequently, the state, like many others on the continent, struggled to prosper after independence. Borders agreed at the Berlin Conference simply ignored economic imperatives. It is only belatedly that the discovery of oil deposits within the Sahara region has made Niger, Chad, and the Sudan more rational states in terms of their economies. Alongside economic obstacles, Africa's artificial boundaries have also precipitated political and social problems. Colonial borders ran through existing political and social units, resulting in many communities ending themselves split between different states. Some pre-colonial political entities did survive. Rwanda, Burundi, Lesotho, and Swaziland have boundaries acknowledging pre-colonial realities, but such an acknowledgement was rare. Imperial partition scattered the Somali people, for example, among VE sovereign states. Fellow Somalis were now to be found in British Somaliland, Italian Somaliland, French Somaliland, Ethiopia, and Kenya. Similarly, the present-day borders of Burkina Faso cut across the traditional territory of 21 cultural and linguistic groups. 5. In this sense, colonial rule dehumanized Africa's borders. 6. This failure of the imposed boundaries to recognize existing divisions was at the root of two major problems for post-colonial governments. First, there was the possibility of irredentism. Irredentism is the desire to unite under one Aga community that is currently divided. If a pre-colonial political unit found itself split between two states, then there was always a danger that, after independence, violence would be used to reunite this community. Somalia unsuccessfully went to war with Ethiopia in the 1970s, for example, to try to win the Ogaden, an area populated by ethnic Somalis. The government in Mogadishu wanted to house all the Somali people within the boundaries of just one sovereign state. The second potential problem is the possibility of internal ethnic conflict within a state. Imperial boundaries not only split social groups, they also caged them together within these new nation-states. There are over 200 ethnic groups residing within the boundaries of Tanzania, for instance. Post-colonial states were thus forced to end the institutions and political procedures that ensured that any conflict among their socially divided populations could be resolved peacefully. Just how successful governments have been at managing the legacies of these arbitrary boundaries is the focus of chapters 3 and 4, which respectively examine nationalism and ethnicity in post-colonial Africa. 15. Reinforcing the non-hegemonic state. As well as producing arbitrary boundaries, European colonialism also reinforced the non-hegemonic nature of the African state. Only in South Africa, Southern Rhodesia, Kenya, Southwest Africa and Algeria were there pretensions of building a modern state, with each of these territories receiving significant numbers of white settlers. In the rest of the continent, the imperial powers had only limited goals. There was no desire to invest resources to ensure the state could project its authority into every corner of the new colonies. Instead, they only concentrated on economically productive or strategically important regions. A minimal infrastructure was built, backed by a thin white line of administrators and troops, but the imperial governments were not prepared to implement the theories of the civilizing mission and assimilation. This was colonialism on the cheap. No wholesale economic or political development was planned for the colonies. As such, despite the massive impact this period of European colonialism would have on African political development, the actual penetrative capacity of the state was relatively weak. This lack of state capacity, as it will be seen in chapters 6 and 10, was a legacy that post-colonial governments had difficulty overcoming. Weak links between state and civil society. A natural consequence of this lack of state penetration was that independent Africa also inherited weak links between state and society. Colonial political authority had been gained on the continent through conquest, and political institutions imposed. Coercion acted as a substitute for legitimacy. The state, in this sense, never rested on a social contract between government and people. Indeed, colonial administrators were not even accountable to the Africans they ruled. Instead, they obeyed orders emanating from their superiors back in the capitals of Europe. Government was therefore about maintaining order, balancing budgets, and overseeing the extraction of raw materials for export. It was never about the provision of public services for citizens. This is why Crawford Young describes the African colonial state as alien to its core. 7 By comparison, stronger links between state and society developed more organically within the modern European state. Here, the state had both grown out of, and been shaped by, its own society. Over centuries, elements of civil society had competed with monarchs and emperors, resulting in the middle class, and then the working class, gaining empowerment. Each group eventually succeeded in shaping state institutions to wreak their demands. Today, notions of democracy underpin this relationship between state and society, and a complex provision of public services has resulted. This contrasts strongly with Africa, where the modern state arrived almost overnight, and its nature owed little to existing indigenous civil society. Africans were simply left out of any representative relationship between government and people. Consequently, trust and shared political values never developed between the rulers and the ruled. State institutions never sought or gained the respect of the people. 16. This was a situation that did not bode well for a successful interaction between the state and society in post-colonial Africa. Chapter 6 will show how the independent governments followed the example of their imperial forebears, also restricting political activity within civil society. Legitimacy continued to be substituted by coercion. Chapter 10 examines the state/civil society relationship from a different angle. It explores how, during the 1980s and 1990s, civil society took its revenge by disengaging from these authoritarian and exploitative states. The formation of state elites. Although, by and large, colonial states were content to distance themselves from their African subjects, some contact was needed. After all, the thin white lines of imperial administrators could not keep the state going all by themselves. A number of Africans were required to sustain the imperial administration's authority over the masses. This led to the creation of small indigenous elites within the colonies. These elites, having benefited from their access to state institutions, would then go on to GHT the liberation campaigns, and form the RST governments after independence. Initially, colonial administrators selected traditional leaders to be the intermediaries of imperialism. Chiefs or monarchs, who already commanded authority among their people, were charged with raising taxes, supplying labor, and ensuring that colonial laws and regulations were respected. In return, these intermediaries could expect the power of the state to back their leadership, with considerable benefits in terms of tribute. Administrators, for example, fully expected chiefs to take a percentage of the tax revenue they raised or the needs they imposed. These traditional leaders were also left to run their jurisdiction largely as they saw fit, as long as colonial interests were not compromised. This method of indirect rule was, again, colonialism on the cheap. The state elite was not just composed of traditional leaders, however. As time progressed, a younger African elite began to emerge. These individuals also gained their position from their proximity to state power, but their source of social mobility was not necessarily traditional authority. The main currency was education. Access to an education, usually from a mission school, brought access to the state. This proto-elite was often employed in the lower ranks of the government, as clerks, teachers or court interpreters, or became professionals such as lawyers and doctors. As such, they received relative prosperity from their salary, and they engaged in the Western society of the towns and cities. Towards the end of colonial rule, most colonial governments attempted to Africanize their civil service. As a consequence, the numbers of this bureaucratic class swelled, as did the numbers of professionals employed by the state. In effect, imperial rule had created its own executioners. By the 1950s, the forces of nationalism were challenging nearly all the colonial states, and these movements were led by those who had prospered most under colonial rule. Nationalist politics flourished among the educated urban elite. To take the example of the Uganda National Congress, its Central Committee consisted in 1952 of VE shopkeepers, 4 journalists, 3 full-time politicians, 2 clerks, 2 lawyers, 2 school teachers, and a student studying abroad. 9. 17. Nationalism certainly had considerable support among the peasantry in the countryside, but it was not a case of society, as a whole, demanding independence. Instead, it was about the colonial governments handing over power to African educated elites. The very element of African society that had been most closely associated with the colonial state ousted its former employers. The clerks, teachers and lawyers captured state institutions for themselves. Chapter 5, Investigating Social Class Within African Politics, assesses the consequences of this elite inheriting the state. The economic inheritance. Of all the elements of Africa's colonial inheritance, it has been the economic legacy that has been most widely debated among Africanists. This is because the most obvious feature of modern African history has been the continent's poor economic performance. Ignoring widely supported contemporary predictions, economies simply failed to take off after independence. In several cases, despite economic development being the priority of governments, African states were worse off at the end of the 20th century than they were during the 1960s at decolonization. A dominant school of thought, at its height in the 1970s and early 1980s, directly blamed the colonial inheritance for this lack of development. Its followers maintained that the continent had been systematically underdeveloped by imperial interests, and this now left the new independent states in a highly vulnerable dependent position. As such, colonial administrators had failed to provide Africa with the basic economic foundations governments now needed if their countries were to flourish. The arguments of the underdevelopment school are well worth investigating. They clearly reveal present-day structural problems that can be attributed to colonial rule. More recent academic work, however, broadens the blame for this economic failure. Although Africans were certainly exploited in the past, and left with relatively weak economies at independence, this position was not insurmountable, and economic failure was not inevitable. just as much as their imperial predecessors. Policies and practices adopted by governments in the post-colonial period have also contributed to Africa's economic malaise. Central to the idea of underdevelopment is the premise that all states operate in a single, global system. This has increasingly been the case over the last 4 centuries, with capitalism gradually coming to influence all societies around the world as the dominant method of economic exchange and production. Not all states are equal within this single international system, however. They are divided into 2 groups. There are those developed states at the center or core, Western countries, and the less developed countries on the periphery, largely the Third World. The differences in wealth between core and periphery have not resulted from the West and the Third World embarking on 2 historically different economic paths. They are the product of the same process, with the core developing at the periphery's expense. The prosperity the West enjoys today has been founded on exploitation of the periphery's resources. Development and underdevelopment, therefore, are 2 sides of the same coin. Economic activity, which could have helped African 18 economies, has instead advanced the position of the West. Imperial rule was the formal political authority that underwrote this process of exploitation. Numerous examples of underdevelopment have been put forward in support of this thesis. The more convincing of these included the exploitation of labor, the drain of capital from the periphery to the core states, and the failure of colonial states to diversify local economies. Examining the issue of labor exploitation (RST), the West began to take advantage of African workers even before formal colonial rule was established. The Atlantic slave trade transported up to 15 million people from Africa to work on the plantations of the Caribbean and the Americas, and more died in the process of capture, or during transit. Portuguese and Arab merchants organized a similar trade in human beings from the east coast of the continent. The results were far-reaching. Populations in parts of Africa were devastated. Also destroyed were local political and social formations. People whose labor could have advanced the development of African economies and societies were, instead, forced to contribute to capital accumulation elsewhere. Europeans, and Arabs, had underdeveloped Africa by literally stealing its labor force. Exploitation of labor also continued into the formal colonial era. Once imperial authorities realized that the bulk of Africa, South Africa excluded, was not going to be a new El Dorado, as gold-rich South America had been for the Spanish Empire, they set about exploiting other resources that could be found on the continent. African labor was an obvious target. Colonial laws and tax systems were devised to force peasants from their subsistence farming, pushing them into employment in mines, on the commercial plantations, or growing cash crops to be exported to the West. The colonial authorities, however, did not pay African labor the wages enjoyed by European workers. Even taking into account the vast gap in standards of living, a worker on the African continent was still paid below the level of his or her subsistence needs. This forced workers to supplement their cash income from sources elsewhere, usually additional subsistence farming. In parts of Africa, if a labor force could not be raised voluntarily, forced labor was introduced. Africans in the Congo and Mozambique, for example, were legally compelled to work for the state for part of the year, or face prosecution. Had African workers been paid more for their labor during the colonial era, enough capital may have been accumulated locally to ensure that post-colonial governments inherited a much healthier economic situation. Underdevelopment also resulted from the export of surplus. Instead of African economies benefiting from new economic activity on the continent, raw materials extracted and profits raised by African labor were simply whisked away from the periphery in order to develop the economies of the West. For economic advancement to occur anywhere in the world, not only does a surplus have to be produced, it also has to be used productively. Reinvestment of profits into the economies of Africa could have stimulated growth locally. Instead, the West expropriated the surplus for its own use. It is no coincidence that the economies of the core expanded at a previously unprecedented rate during the years of colonialism. Underdevelopment also stunted African advancement by only developing primary production on the continent, mining and agriculture. Colonial rule ensured that peripheral economies became predominantly export economies: minerals, coffee, tea, cocoa, vegetable oil, ground nuts, cotton, sisal, etc. As a result, at independence 19, many African states were faced with the problem of a monocrop economy. In Zambia, for example, the economy is overwhelmingly dominated by copper extraction, while in Ghana it is cocoa production. If the price of this commodity falls on the world market, then there is no other economic sector that the country can fall back on. A balance of payments crisis ensues. If the colonial authorities had developed economic sectors such as food production and secondary manufacturing industry, then post-colonial African economies would have been less specialized, and consequently less vulnerable. Imperial administrators, however, were only concerned about the needs of Western industry, the demand for raw materials. They had no interest in building strong integrated economies in the periphery. The external imperatives of African economies are also very apparent with respect to investments that the colonial authorities did make in their territories. Transport infrastructure, for instance, only revolved around moving goods from the point of extraction to a port, allowing export to the West. By comparison, few lines of communication were built to enhance internal or regional trading links. This is why African commerce today remains more engaged with Western, rather than local, markets. The Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, for example, trades more with France than it does with its neighbor, Ghana. Similarly, little investment was made in African human resources. As David Lamb observes, after 300 years of Portuguese rule in Guinea-Bissau, imperialism left just 14 university graduates, an illiteracy rate of 97% or only 265 miles of paved road, and a single factory, a brewery that served the Portuguese troops. A greater proportion of the profits generated in Africa, reinvested locally, would have produced a much healthier economic inheritance for post-colonial African governments. More recent academic thought, however, considers the underdevelopment thesis too polemic. Although most scholars agree that exploitation and expropriation held back potential African development to a degree, they argue that the colonial economic experience was not entirely negative for Third World countries. The African continent prior to imperial rule, for example, was not on the brink of economic takeoff. Population densities were relatively stable, and there were no major technological breakthroughs imminent. The plow and the wheel were not utilized, wind and water power remained largely absent, nor was irrigation extensive. Indeed, Bill Warren argues that colonialism, as the pioneer of capitalism, was necessary to close the development gap between the West and the Third World. 11. Imperial rule may have brought great hardship to Africa, but it also brought improved economic techniques, better health, and wider experience of education to the continent. Warren argues that, in this respect, there is no better indicator of development than infant mortality rates and life expectancy. Both of these improved dramatically under colonialism. Smallpox, diphtheria, and tuberculosis were reduced considerably with Western medicines, and better health enhanced productive forces across the entire continent. Similarly, it could be argued that, although the imperial authorities only really concentrated on developing the primary sector within their colonies, at least this was one area of the economy that had the potential to provide a platform for later diversification. Zimbabwe, for example, was left with coal mines to produce power for any post-independence industrial development, while Algeria had a small steel industry to build upon. 20. How, then, should one judge Africa's economic inheritance? Did colonial exploitation destroy Africa's potential, or did minor, admittedly self-interested, investments leave these territories with at least the substructure of a modern economy? Well, there is no doubt that the imperial powers extracted a great deal of wealth from their colonial possessions via labor exploitation, and raw material and product export. This capital could have been used to benet Africa rather than the West, and may have resulted in a more prosperous continent today. The colonial era did, however, leave Africa with economic foundations based on the primary sector. These economies may not have been particularly diverse, but nor were they condemned to permanent poverty as some underdevelopment theorists have suggested. Political independence brought at least the potential for more rapid economic growth. The of product export to the core could now be stemmed by political means, and the capital reinvested locally. The successful diversification of several ex-colonial economies in the Far East, the Asian tiger economies, would seem to support this view. The book returns to these issues of underdevelopment, and charges of continued exploitation in the post-colonial era, in Chapter 8. Weak political institutions. The null element of Africa's colonial inheritance to be examined are the weak political institutions left by the imperial powers. As decolonization approached, nationalist movements began to mobilize, leading the colonial authorities to look for ways of transferring power to indigenous governments. In the majority of cases, negotiation proved to be the key to independence. 12. The result of this negotiation was usually the eventual agreement of the imperial authorities to oversee multi-party elections, with the victor of this poll taking up the reins of power under a new independence constitution. All these constitutions guaranteed pluralist democracy and the rule of law. This was the ultimate irony of colonial rule. Imperial powers sought to leave a legacy of constitutional liberal democracy. These were the liberties and political representation that imperial administrators had consciously withheld from Africans during their own rule. Colonial structures were about control and expropriation at the lowest possible cost. Imperialism did not have as its goal the creation of legal rational institutions on foreign soil. In this respect, colonial states had been highly bureaucratic and authoritarian. They never sought legitimacy from their subjects, they were highly interventionist, they had few pretensions about representing the views of their subjects, and they ruled through domination, supported by coercion. The political culture that these realities underpinned was hardly an appropriate midwife to oversee the birth of new liberal democratic states. Indeed, despite the last-minute installation of democratic trappings, many of the elements of the colonial authoritarianism listed above would simply resurface in the post-colonial era. Bureaucratic authoritarianism would be the true institutional legacy left to the former colonies, as will be seen in chapters 6 and 10. 21. Having identified the most relevant elements of Africa's past which would have an influence on post-colonial politics, this chapter can now conclude by reconsidering this historical inheritance in the light of the book's underlying theme, the relationship between state, civil society, and external interests. There were certainly major obstacles to be overcome if Africa was to achieve economic and political development after independence. States, for example, were in a vulnerable position. They had to manage divided communities created by arbitrary colonial boundaries. Institutional mechanisms and ideologies of solidarity, for example, would have to be found to reduce ethnic tensions, while good neighborliness would also have to emerge to prevent the threat of irredentism. Similarly, the newly independent economies had to be diversified and expanded. This was the only way to reduce their monocrop insecurity and provide the capital for previously absent basic public services, such as health and education. Civil society also had to overcome major challenges in the post-colonial era. The danger was that these voluntary associations would become dominated by the state. 22. Table 2.1 Chapter Summary, Potential Problems Created by the Colonial Inheritance. Arbitrary boundaries. Potential problems: illogical territorial units, divided communities, irredentist movements, internal ethnic competition, inappropriate economic units, landlocked, under-resourced, non-hegemonic states. Potential problems: inability to project state power into hinterlands, state power concentrated only on strategic and profitable regions. Weak links between potential problems, state and society. No shared political culture between state and society. A deficit of legitimacy. Unaccountable states. Distant civil societies. Society disengaging from the state. Formation of a state elite. Potential problems: strong links between political office and personal wealth. Social mobility dominated by access to the state. Corruption and exploitative bureaucratic bourgeoisie. The economic inheritance. Potential problems: disadvantage in the international economy, underdevelopment of human resources, lack of public services, economies over-reliant on primary sector, over-reliance on exports, bias towards European, not local, or regional, markets, weak political institutions. Potential problems: fragile liberal democratic institutions without historical moorings, return to colonial-style authoritarian and bureaucratic state. This would damage opportunities for pluralist competition, and thus limit society's influence over state policies. After all, modern states in Africa had no track record of either representation or accountability. The colonial example had been one of bureaucratic authoritarianism. It was now possible that the educated elite that had inherited these states would simply adopt the same style of rule practiced by their imperial predecessors. If state domination returned, it would be civil society that would suffer. This is not to say, however, that the pre-colonial and colonial inheritance predestined the continent to fail economically and politically. It was never inevitable that this legacy would get the better of African politicians. Independence had been won. The nationalists who took over the state had gained the trust and support of civil society through their liberation leadership and independence election campaigns. Consequently, a degree of legitimacy had been generated between the governors and the governed. There was also an economic base to work on, however fragile this was. And, what is more, democracy had been proven to work once, with multi-party elections successfully selecting the successors to colonial governments. Indeed, at the time, there was great hope in Africa, as well as abroad, that the continent was poised to enter a prosperous new epoch. Building on the historical trajectories explored in this chapter, the rest of the book will seek to explain why, at the start of the 20th century, Africa is still yet to enter into this more efficient era. 23. An case study, Kenya's historical inheritance. Kenya straddles the equator on the east coast of Africa, and has a number of climatic zones. Much of the country is arid or semi-arid, only supporting low-density subsistence farming. Other areas, however, are suitable for intensive agriculture. The coastal strip along the Indian Ocean is one such region, but it is the highlands either side of the Great Rift Valley, and the shores of Lake Victoria, that have proved to be especially productive. Kenya can also boast the bustling cities of Nairobi, Mombasa, and Kisumu. Archaeological evidence shows present-day Kenya to have been one of the RST hosts to human life. Human remains have been found near Lake Turkana dating back 2 to 3 million years. An equally significant event in the peopling of Africa was the Bantu migrations. These Bantu people, originating from West Africa, over centuries would eventually inhabit all of tropical Africa, pushing down into what is now South Africa. As they traveled south and east, they colonized many of the societies they came across. The Kikuyu, Mbuyu, Bear, Kamba, Tharaka, Luhya, and Gusii of present-day Kenya are the descendants of these Bantu migrants. Their ancestors reached the Rift Valley approximately 1,000 years ago. Another significant migration arrived later, in the 15th century. Nilotic and Cushitic groups came from the north, and produced lines of descent that formed today's Maasai, Kalenjin, Luo, and Somali ethnic groups. In addition to these African peoples. 24. Arab traders have also been visiting Kenya since the 7th century, while Europeans settled here from the end of the 19th century onwards. Adding to this diverse population, Asians originating from the Indian subcontinent have been a significant part of Kenya's society since the 20th century. Political organization in pre-colonial Kenya rested largely on stateless societies. The most sophisticated of these could be found in the highlands, and westwards towards Lake Victoria. Although each of the African groups mentioned in the previous paragraph had its own identity, social, economic and cultural boundaries were permeable, and coexistence, as well as war, existed between these various parties. The Lords of the Rift, the Maasai, for example, were the bankers of the Highlands. 13. They were a purely pastoral people, but benefited from residing close to other, mixed farming, ethnic groups. This was so that they could profit from providing cattle to their neighbors, cattle being the primary form of currency and exchange among these communities, used for trade and paying social debts, such as the marriage bride price. This region was also well connected with both the rest of Africa and the wider world. Coastal trade existed from early times, while Arab caravans entered the interior regularly throughout the 19th century. Largely trading for ivory and slaves, these caravans operated between Mombasa, on the Indian Ocean coast, and Lake Victoria. This commercial activity was controlled from the island of Zanzibar, from where Omani Arabs exerted authority over the whole region. The British gained influence in this part of Africa towards the end of the 19th century. In 1888, a royal charter for what would become Kenya was granted to the commercial Imperial British East Africa Company. Company rule, however, proved something of a disaster. London had to take direct control itself when the company became bankrupt. The British government established its East African Protectorate in 1895. Kenya became a formal crown colony 25 years later, by which time white settlement was firmly entrenched. In the space of these 25 years, Kenya had been transformed from a region that provided a home for numerous stateless societies into a single modern colonial state. The territory now had powerful central administrative structures, deemed borders, and a significant white settler community. Kenya reeks the rest of Africa in that it inherited arbitrary state boundaries from its colonial past. To the south, for example, Kenya's ruler strait border with Tanzania suddenly changes course at Moshi. It is as if a mistake has been made, and the mapmaker's pen has slipped temporarily, before continuing its geometrically correct journey to the Indian Ocean. Queen Victoria wished to make a gift of Mount Kilimanjaro to her grandson, the future Kaiser Wilhelm II. The border between German and British East Africa was thus moved accordingly. In this respect, and illustrating the irrational nature of African borders, the reality of whether thousands of Africans are today citizens of Kenya or Tanzania was decided by the bestowing of a birthday present. Although this is an extreme case, it is obvious that African states were not created with local necessities in mind. Instead, they were shaped to meet the demands of imperialism and the interests of its managers. This is a fact also reflected in Kenya's western border with Uganda. This boundary, despite being moved in 1926, still cuts across the territory of 10 cultural groups. 14. 25. It is Kenya's northeastern boundary, however, that has created most problems in the post-colonial era. As discussed above, the Somali people were divided among VE colonial states as a result of imperial partition. Consequently, northeastern Kenya has a large ethnic Somali population, many of whom identify more with their ethnic origins rather than the Kenyan state. Across the border, the Somali Republic itself, before its collapse in the 1990s, certainly wished to see this part of Kenya become Somali's sovereign territory. During the First World War, the British government partially addressed this situation. The UK government came to a secret agreement with Italy to transfer 94,050 square kilometers of its East African protectorate to Italian Somaliland. This was Italy's reward for allying with Britain during its war with Germany. The treaty was honored, and Jubaland was ceded in 1924. Many ethnic Somalis, however, were still left living on Kenyan territory, even after this boundary change. The issue was thus revisited just before independence, in 1963. Britain negotiated with Somalia, and was apparently willing to give up further territory. Somalia demanded the whole of Kenya's northern province, however. This was much more than Britain would cede, and the talks ended in stalemate. Kenya's independent government inherited this boundary dispute, and an irredentist guerrilla war was fought in this province. Relations improved between Kenya and Somalia from 1967, however, and the war faded out. The fact remains, though, that there are still many Somalis living in Kenya who owe their political loyalties more to kin across the border than to the Kenyan government. Kenya's economic inheritance from its colonial rulers was equally problematic. Evidence supporting the underdevelopment thesis can certainly be found. Land was alienated in the most fertile areas, the White Highlands, from Africans and used to settle European farmers instead. Labor was also exploited, with Africans being taxed, forcing them into the cash economy, and economic development concentrated largely on cash crops, tea and coffee, denying the Kenyan economy the chance to diversify. Even today, after 40 years of independence, relatively industrialist Kenya is still buying the vast bulk of its imported goods from the old metropolitan state of Britain, rather than from neighboring, local markets in East Africa. The result of this underdevelopment would be that post-colonial administrations would inherit a land problem. How should the land owned by European settlers be returned to the farmers it was taken from? There was also the difficulty of producing development from an economy based primarily on agricultural exports. The Kenyan economy would indeed suffer each time the price of coffee or tea fell. The economy was not completely underdeveloped, however. Kenya inherited a good communications infrastructure from the colonial state, a basic health service and an education system. What is more, by comparison with the rest of Africa, Kenya had a significant industrial sector. Based on a nucleus that developed to serve white settlers, manufacturing grew during the post-colonial period. Kenya has consequently profited from sales to the rest of East Africa and beyond. Although it still relies heavily on its cash crop farming, the Kenyan economy is also active in the chemical industry, in producing cement, manufacturing consumer goods, and is particularly successful in refining petroleum products, from imported oil. Tourism also attracts considerable sums of 26 foreign exchange each year. Although Kenyan labor and resources had been exploited by imperial interests before independence, and it had inherited an economy seriously skewed towards the export of primary produce, it would seem that the economy was not underdeveloped beyond hope. The present-day economy still has massive obstacles to overcome, but it has reaped limited successes through diversification. Organized opposition to colonial rule in Kenya, especially amongst the Kikuyu, can be traced back to the 1920s. It was the so-called Mau Mau uprisings, however, that nearly forced the British into the negotiations that led to Kenya's independence. Some 13,000 Africans and 1,000 Europeans died in this unrest that centered on land rights in the highlands. The Kikuyu wanted access to their land, and threatened to take this by force. Over 80,000 Africans were detained in re-education camps by the colonial authorities. When the level of violence rose sharply in 1952, a state of emergency was declared. Nationalist leaders were imprisoned, including future President Jomo Kenyatta, and British troop reinforcements deployed to quell the rebellion. Once this had been achieved, the colonial authorities sought to foster a political class with which it could build a collaborative partnership of government. The nationalist leaders that the imperial authorities sought to engage certainly did not represent a cross-section of African society in Kenya. They were an urban educated elite, who often already had close associations with the state, as employees or business partners. When, For example, Africans were allowed to sit alongside European representatives in the Legislative Council for the RST time in 1957. The employment of the candidates standing was revealing. Most were teachers, others included veterinarians, journalists, businessmen, civil service union leaders, an army warrant officer, a social worker and a lawyer. The vast majority of these had a secondary school education, a sizable proportion were university graduates, and several had studied or worked abroad. 15. They shared few social characteristics with the peasants who sustained the Mau Mau rebellion. It would be this elite, however, that would inherit the Kenyan state from the imperial authorities at decolonization. As will be shown later in the book, it can be argued that this elite subsequently formed an exploitative bureaucratic bourgeoisie. Kenya's independence came in 1963, rather more quickly than Britain had planned. Nationalists were looking for complete independence and self-rule, rather than just a junior partnership with the imperial administration. Power-sharing formulae were swept aside, and with this, colonial rule perished. Before departing, however, the British government did leave Kenya with a liberal democratic constitution, drawn up during pre-independence negotiations. With the benefit of hindsight, it was obvious that the political institutions created by this constitution would be incredibly weak. Like the colonial state itself, they were imposed. They had not grown, over time, out of society, but had been ushered in overnight. For example, the new constitution instigated multi-party democracy for Kenya. In reality, such pluralism had never previously existed. There had not been a single African national political party established prior to the Second World War, and after the war, organizations of this nature were often banned. Nor had there been a representative parliament in Kenya under colonial rule. In short, liberal democracy had no historical foundations in Africa. Yet this was the legacy that imperial rule left. Kenya 27 was expected instantly to create a political culture that could support these pluralist political institutions. The Westminster constitutional model of politics soon broke down in post-colonial Kenya. Within a year of decolonization, the smaller of two parties that had contested the independence elections, the Kenya African Democratic Union, merged with the victor, the ruling Kenya African National Union, KANU. KANU governed Kenya without an opposition from this point in 1964, right through until electoral reforms were forced upon the state, and it lost elections in 2002. The most serious challenge to the ruling party came in 1966, when the Kenya People's Union was formed. President Kenyatta promptly banned this organization. Other moves to centralize state power were also undertaken by KANU. In 1964, for example, the office of the Prime Minister was abolished, with a more powerful and centralized presidential office being established instead. Similarly, in 1966, Kenya's second chamber was dissolved, creating a unicameral system, further centralizing the state. Also in that year, the Preventative Detention Act became law, bypassing the Independence Constitution's Bill of Rights, by permitting detention without trial in the interests of public security. Power was systematically being taken away from Parliament and given to Kenyatta's office of the President, and his allies in the civil service and army. Kenya was reverting to a style of bureaucratic authoritarianism familiar in the colonial era. 28. The accession to the presidency of Daniel Arap Moi in 1978, following Kenyatta's death, promised a program of political liberalization. Moi did indeed release a number of political prisoners and start to tackle issues of corruption, but this did not last. Consolidating his own position of power after an attempted Air Force coup in 1982, Kenya became a formal one-party state. The last vestiges of liberal democracy were thus removed. The independence constitution that had tried to usher in pluralist, multi-party competition, but had been built on the shaky historical foundations of colonial bureaucratic autocracy, was now itself history. It was only in the 1990s that Moi came under serious pressure to reform his government. Multi-party politics returned to Kenya during this decade, events which will be examined in Chapter 11. The president himself managed to deploy his wily and brutal political skills to survive 2 competitive general elections, eventually retiring in 2002. His party, KANU, was finally removed from office in December of that year, defeated in multi-party elections by an opposition coalition. Yet, despite this political watershed, and an outpouring of optimism at the start of the new millennium, Kenya has still to live up to the standards demanded by the independence constitution of 40 years previously. The 2008 power-sharing arrangement agreed between the 2 leading political parties, in the wake of serious post-electoral violence, effectively ignored the will of the voting public. Meanwhile, corruption amongst state officials of all political allegiances remains endemic. These events would suggest that a colonial inheritance of bureaucratic authoritarianism still has more influence on Kenyan political culture than do ideals of liberal democracy. And Kenya 16. Territory, 580,367 square km. Population, 37.5 million. Colonial power, Britain. Independence, 1963. Major cities, Nairobi, capital. Major ethnic groups, Kikuyu, Mombasa, Luo, Kisumu. Luo. Urban population, 22%. Kamba languages, Kiswahili, Kalenjin. English. Maasai currency, Kenyan shilling. Life expectancy, 47 years. Infant mortality, 64 deaths/1,000 inhabitants. Adult literacy, 74%. Religions, traditional. Major exports, coffee, Christian tea, Hindu. Vegetables/fruit, Islam. GDP per capita, $650. And questions raised by this chapter. 1. Which elements of pre-colonial African society continue to influence African politics today? 2. How have Africa's imperially imposed borders affected the continent politically, economically, and socially? 3. To what extent did the state and civil society engage in colonial Africa? 4. What role did the African educated elite play in colonial rule and national liberation? 5. Does the evidence from Africa support the thesis of underdevelopment? 6. How appropriate were the political institutions left to Africa at independence? And glossary of key terms. Arbitrary borders, state boundaries reacting imperial interests, rather than local economic, social, or political realities. Bureaucratic autocracy, a system of government that relies on coercion rather than legitimacy, and seeks to administer a territory avoiding public representation and accountability. Cash crop, agricultural produce grown for export, e.g. coffee, tea, cocoa, sisal, and other commodities, not produce for personal or domestic consumption, e.g. food staples. Core and peripheral states. The notion that the international system consists of wealthy states, the West, which have enhanced their economic position by exploiting and underdeveloping those territories on the periphery of the international system, the Third World. Export of surplus. The export of products denying investment opportunities in the country of origin. Indirect rule. A system of colonial administration favoring the use of local intermediaries, rather than full-scale central government intervention. Irredentism. The desire to unite under one a community that is currently divided between states. Lineage and kinship ties. Social bonds based on ties of family, clan, origin, and descent. Monocrop economy. An economy that is over-reliant on one commodity. Primary sector economic activity, e.g. mining and agriculture, other than secondary manufacturing industry or the service sector. Scramble for Africa. The late 19th and early 20th century partition of Africa among European imperial powers. State elite. An educated and urban class which owes its privilege to its access to state institutions. Stateless society. A society whose political organization does not rely on strictly defined territory and centralized political institutions. Underdevelopment. The systematic holding back of a state's economic potential in order to serve an imperial power's interests instead. 29. And further reading. Basil Davidson's book provides an excellent place to start learning about pre-colonial Africa, while Molkita Santi's historical survey covers more of the continent, over a wider time span. These works could be combined with Mseveti's collection of maps giving a different perspective of African history, stretching from 175 million years ago to the present day. For a more specialist text on the state, Crawford Young's look at colonial Africa is invaluable. For those interested in Africa's boundary politics, although dated, Saadia Tuval's book is still the best introduction to this subject. Similarly, Jeffrey Herbst provides an excellent account of Africa's non-hegemonic states through time. Underdevelopment theory commands a vast literature. For an introduction to this school of thought from one of its strongest advocates, it is well worth reading André Gunder Frank's Capitalism and Underdevelopment. To see how this thesis was applied specifically to Africa, a combination of Samir Amin's article and Walter Rodney's book proves useful. These should be balanced by criticisms of underdevelopment theory, from which Bill Warren's Imperialism, the pioneer of capitalism, stands out. I.e. Ewan Griffiths has written a particularly protable and accessible book that covers many of the issues tackled in this chapter. 31. Ideology. Nationalism, socialism, populism, and state capitalism. And chapter outline. Decolonization in Africa 33, Nationalism 36, African nationalism 36, The differing ideological shades of African nationalism 38, African socialism 38, Scientific socialism 40, Populism 43, State capitalism 44, State and civil society 46, Case study, Socialism and Ujamaa in Tanzania 50, Questions raised by this chapter 56, Glossary of key terms 56, Further reading 57, Notes and references 58. Robert Putnam describes an ideology as a life-guiding system of beliefs, values, and goals affecting political style and action. 1. In this sense, individuals use ideologies to help them understand and explain the world. They provide a way for human beings to synthesize the mass of information around them into something more logical and meaningful, giving them a worldview. Catholicism, Islam, socialism, liberalism, and anarchism, for example, all serve as guides to their disciples. They provide interpretations of 32. Chapter 3. History, and explanations of present events, as well as supplying an accompanying set of values to which followers can adhere. The study of politics is furthered by analyzing the key characteristics of these ideologies, as well as examining their impact upon the process of governing. Ideology, in this respect, acts as a socializing force. People with similar worldviews will cooperate to further mutual interests, and defend this lifestyle against competitors. Consequently, most societies have a dominant ideology that provides the basis of social order. Liberal democracy, for example, prospers in Western Europe and North America, permeating right through society. It is an ideology that binds state and civil society together, and it provides governments with their mission, coherence and, most importantly, their legitimacy. If the study of ideology helps political scientists to understand the politics of the West, then the same should also be true for post-colonial Africa. Any book seeking to explain the politics of this continent therefore needs to identify and explore the dominant ideologies that are at work in this environment. This is precisely the task of the current chapter. The ideologies investigated will reveal the very foundations of African political systems. As the following paragraphs will show, it has been nationalism that has dominated modern African politics. This can be explained by the shared struggle against imperialism, and the desire to build cohesive nation-states after independence. This is not to say, however, that all African countries share a common ideology. Numerous, distinct shades of nationalism have emerged. The chapter groups these different nuances into four general categories: African socialism, scientific socialism, populism, and state capitalism. Each of these ideologies is examined in turn, followed by some concluding thoughts on how nationalism has helped shape the relationship between state and civil society in the post-colonial period. And decolonization in Africa. Nationalism was the mobilizing force that saw Africans liberate themselves from imperial rule. Libya, 1951, Morocco, 1956, the Sudan, 1956, Tunisia, 1956, Ghana, 1957, and Guinea, 1958, were the RST countries to expel their colonial masters. Most African states, however, gained their independence during the 1960s, see Table 3.1. The majority of Francophone colonies in sub-Saharan Africa secured their political sovereignty, more or less en masse, in 1960. 3 other French territories had to wait longer. Algeria won its independence in 1962, the Indian Ocean state of the Comoros, minus one of its islands, did likewise in 1975, while Djibouti, a tiny state on the Red Sea coast, completed France's mainland decolonization in 1977. Algeria proved to be the most problematic case of French withdrawal. Only a bitter war of independence, and the collapse of the Fourth Republic back in France itself, secured this country its political freedom. By contrast, Britain opted for a steadier program of decolonization. Pressures from within Africa ensured that there were regular Union Jack lowering ceremonies throughout the 1960s. All but the Seychelles, décoloniste in 1976, and Zimbabwe, Rhodesia, had become independent by the end of this decade. Britain only formally relinquished control of Zimbabwe in 1980. The delay was created by Ian Smith's rebel minority white settler government, which had unilaterally declared independence from London in 1965. Smith's administration only submitted to negotiations, and majority rule, after a protracted war of insurgency. Portugal put up most resistance to the winds of change sweeping through Africa. Lisbon held on desperately to its colonies of Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau until the mid-1970s. It was at this point that strains created by the guerrilla wars fought in these territories precipitated a military coup in Portugal itself. On taking power, Lisbon's new military government withdrew its forces from Africa, and independence followed for the three colonies in 1975. Since Zimbabwe's independence in 1980, two remaining loose ends of imperialism have been tidied up. Namibia gained its independence from South African occupation in 1990, while majority rule came to South Africa itself in 1994. This leaves just two externally governed territories remaining on the African mainland, Spain's pair of Mediterranean enclaves at Ceuta and Melilla. There are also several sets of islands in both the Atlantic and Indian Oceans still under European sovereignty. A number of factors combine to produce this tidal wave of decolonization. In most cases, the imperial powers recognized that, eventually, they would have to grant all peoples the self-determination and democracy that they had demanded for themselves and their allies during the Second World War. Arguments that only civilized, for civilized, read White, human beings could cope with liberty and political autonomy were beginning to wear thin. The United States, in particular, was pushing for its version of liberalism and capitalism to spread across the globe. Also there was the issue of cost. Empire, now that it involved responsibilities and not just exploitation, proved to be a heavy burden on the metropolitan powers' treasuries. In this respect, there were financial, as well as moral, motivations for political withdrawal. Above all, however, it was pressures created from within the colonies themselves that secured independence. Africa for the Africans was now the demand. African nationalism had come of age, and, indeed, would remain at the center of the nation-building project during the post-colonial period. Nationalism is relatively simple to define. It is the desire that the nation should be housed in its own sovereign state. The problem with this definition is that the inquirer has to know what a nation is. A nation is not so much a physical entity as a sentiment. It is a collection of people bound together by common values and traditions, often sharing the same language, history, and an affiliation to a geographical area. Individuals within the group will identify with fellow members of the nation, and deem themselves in contrast to outsiders belonging to other nations. Benedict Anderson talks of nations as imagined communities. This is because the members of even the smallest nation will never know most of their fellow members, meet them, or even hear of them, yet in the minds of each lives the image of their communion too, using interpretations of the past and symbols such as ags, anthems and ceremonies. The people of the nation generate social cohesion based on their shared national values and way of life. In this sense, individuals gain psychological and material protection from a sense of belonging. What is more, this security can be greatly enhanced if the nation is united with political power. This is where the idea of nationalism comes to the fore. Nationalism occurs when members of a nation desire to be united as one political unit. This gives the nation political organization and power. Only then is it likely that a nation can enjoy self-determination, with tailor-made state institutions serving its interests and controlling its destiny. State power can protect the nation from the unwanted influences of other nations, as well as guarding national values internally. 3. A classic example of nationalism giving birth to a new state can be found with the formation of Italy in the mid-19th century. Prior to 1861, the Italian people were divided among several territories. However, diplomatic activity and a guerrilla war assisted these previously divided people to unite and form the single sovereign state of Italy. The Italian nation had secured itself the prize of statehood, which in turn brought self-government and dedicated political institutions to serve the Italian people. Germany emerged from a similar process 10 years later, in 1871. In both cases, a nation demanded a state, and then it was up to the new state to sustain and develop the nation that had created it. An African nationalism. The nature of African nationalism is slightly different to its European cousin. In terms of origins, for example, modern African states were not created by the demands of indigenous social forces. They were not the product of local nationalist appeals. Instead, African states were externally imposed. As was seen in the previous chapter, imperial powers drew political boundaries that meant very little to the Africans they enclosed. This meant that groups with diverse, or even connecting, identities were gathered together within these alien states. A lack of unity or common culture meant these communities could not be described as nations. Instead, Africans retained and developed ideas of community at a more local, sub-state level, lineage groups, clans, and tribes. Imperial administrators encouraged these divisions, contributing to the 36. Absence of a national identity within the colonial states. In short, modern states arrived in Africa well before any nation considered these states their own. Unlike the example of Italy or Germany, the state existed before the nation, not vice versa. It was not until the mid-20th century that political activists began successfully to arouse widespread nationalist sentiments on the continent. African nationalism began seriously to challenge imperial rule in the 1950s. It emerged as a reaction to colonialism, and its immediate aim was to rid the continent of foreign rule. In this respect, African nationalism was a classic expression of the demand for self-determination. The leaders of these liberation movements, however, only rejected imperial rule. Unlike the European nationalists before them, they were not seeking to establish a new state to house their nation. Instead, they aimed to capture the existing colonial states for Africans themselves to govern. As such, the retention of the alien state would be wholesale, including the recognition of its associated arbitrary boundaries. The mission was to build new African nations within the prefabricated structures of the already existing colonial states. This, the nationalists argued, would bring Africans into the modern era of nation-states. National unity was at the heart of African nationalism. The objective was to transform multi-ethnic, multicultural, multi-religious, and even multiracial societies into single unitary nations. A new nation would be built to the political space delineated by the borders of the already existing, colonial, state. In this respect, cultural pluralism was frowned upon by nationalist leaders. Where previously Africans had rooted their identities in descent and ethnicity, rather than territory, now they were called upon to join the community of the nation-state. As President Hastings Bunda of Malawi declared, "So far as I am concerned, there is no Yao in this country, no Lomwi, no Sina, no Chua, no Ngoni, no Nyakayosa, no Tonga, there are only Malawians. That is all." For President Samora Machel of Mozambique was more succinct. He stated, "For the nation to live, the tribe must die." 5. In striving to build nations such as Malawi and Mozambique, nationalists, politicians and academics alike, regarded Africa's complex ethnic relationships as a hindrance. Tribes were the antithesis of a nation. They were portrayed as retrogressive, part of the past, and an obstacle to progress. In this respect, tribalism was regarded as a sin against the post-colonial state, and the freedoms that had been won. The nation was now the priority, not outdated tribal associations, and state power would be used to promote this process of nation building. For these reasons, nationalism lost none of its urgency after the winning of self-determination and independence. It became the dominant component within the ideologies of all Africa's new states. Added to this theme of unity was the related goal of economic growth. These words of President Julius Nyerere, written just after Tanganyika's independence in 1961, captured the mood of nationalist thinking at this time. He described his state's work as a patriotic struggle that leaves no room for differences and unites all elements of the country. The nationalists who led them to freedom must inevitably form the RST governments of the new states. Once the RST free government is formed, its supreme task lies in building up the economy. This, no less than the struggle against colonialism, calls for the maximum united effort by the whole country if it is to succeed. There can be no room for difference or division. 6. 37. As a consequence, after independence, political activity was often channeled through just one state-sanctioned party, with opposition groups banned. Similarly, organizations that had previously been active within civil society, such as trade unions, youth movements, and women's groups, were co-opted by the state, restricting their autonomy. Ethnic associations were also often banned, and even the numerous indigenous languages spoken within each African state were disregarded. Usually just one official national language was chosen, generally that of the departing colonial power. In short, pluralist competition was sacrificed to the higher goal of nation building. Preaching the necessity for unity and economic development, nationalism, fostered by the state, became the dominant ideology in the post-colonial era. And the differing ideological shades of African nationalism. Although all the newly independent African states were clearly anti-imperial and nationalist in outlook, this did not result in these countries adopting identical ideologies. Each state followed its own unique ideological path in its attempt to secure national unity and economic development. Indeed, most nationalist leaders had their own personal political philosophies, which were often placed at the heart of all state activity. Senghor, for example, preached negritude, Konda humanism, Nyerere Jamaa, and Mobutu Mobutism. Despite this diversity, however, it is possible to gather these nationalist ideologies into four general categories: African socialism, scientific socialism, populism, and state capitalism, summarized in Table 3.2. By looking at each of these categories in turn, it is possible to analyze in more detail the ideological foundations underpinning Africa's post-colonial political systems. African socialism. It is not surprising that most states on the continent adopted a socialist outlook after independence. Having rid their countries of colonial rule, the task now was to reduce dependence on the West, and to restructure economies to ensure that local development needs were prioritized. Only in this manner could poverty be reduced and social welfare be provided for all. Few African leaders considered capitalism and liberalism appropriate methods to achieve these goals. These had been the ideologies of their former colonial oppressors, and remained the philosophy behind the international system that continued to disadvantage African economies. Instead, the more egalitarian approach of socialism was adopted. Socialism represented a political amulet that many thought could bring progress and material gains to the continent. 7 As Aristide Zalberg wrote at the time, for those who are faced with the overwhelming burdens of government in Africa, socialism is more than a scientific method. It is a modern gnosis which promises to unveil to its initiates the secrets of economic development. 8 This is not to say that African leaders adopted socialism as prescribed by the Soviet Union. Although fraternal links were extended, African states were careful to keep their distance. As Ahmed Sékou Touré, the president of Guinea, warned, trying to westernize or easternize Africa leads to denying the African personality. 9 Instead. 38. True to their nationalist roots, politicians on the continent promoted their own specific version of socialism, that of African socialism. The new president of Senegal, Léopold Senghor, outlined the problem of adopting orthodox European socialism. He argued, it is evident that African socialism can no longer be that of Marx and Engels, which was designed in the 19th century according to European scientific methods and realities. Now it must take into consideration African realities. 10 Classical theories of socialism, for example, saw the proletariat as the revolutionary class that would defeat the bourgeoisie. In Africa, with its small industrial base, there was no real working class to talk of, nor were there societies marked by massive inequalities. African states needed guiding ideologies more relevant to their own experiences. This is why African socialism stressed the continent's traditional values. African leaders portrayed their communities as having been classless, communal, and egalitarian prior to colonial rule. There had been no landowners in these societies, it was argued, and the interests of the community had always been put above those of the individual. In this respect, Senghor believed Africans had already realized socialism before the coming of the Europeans. 11 African socialism was therefore an attempt to recover these traditional values, and to marry them with new technology and the nation-state. More specifically, it was about combining the equality, cooperation, and humanism of the village community with the wealth and organization potential that could be generated by modern production methods and state institutions. African socialism, in this manner, sought to skip the capitalist stage of development outlined in classical Marxist analysis. Neither would an alternative Soviet-style dictatorship of the proletariat have to be constructed. African leaders believed this self-reliant, non-capitalist path to socialism would create a new social order where poverty could be reduced, welfare improved, and human dignity maximized. This pursuit of African socialism cast the state in a central role not only politically, but also economically and socially. The state would be the engine of development. Public enterprise came to dominate these centrally planned economies. Large elements of the private sector were nationalist, including foreign capital, and the state itself embarked on grand development projects of infrastructure and industrialization. Similarly, harvests were bought by state marketing board monopolies, consumer goods were sold largely in state-run shops, prices were set by government agencies, and imports and exports controlled centrally. In short, the free market was curtailed, with the state itself commanding both production and distribution. The state, in a similar vein, also came to dominate politically, as will be seen in Chapter 6. Most African countries became one-party states led from the center, with little leeway given to opposition movements or local politics. This curtailment of pluralism was justified in the name of national unity and the need for the government to deliver a coherent and consistent development strategy. Whether political or economic in nature, these practical characteristics of African socialism dovetailed neatly into those aims of nationalism already mentioned: anti-imperialism, self-reliance, national unity, and the promotion of economic development. African leaders were convinced they had found a non-capitalist path to future prosperity. 39. All African states struggled in their nationalist ambitions, however, and those espousing African socialism proved no exception. Like other ideologies, this particular strain of socialism was hampered by a number of realities: the nature of the international economy, explored in more detail in Chapter 9, an inability to mobilize the peasantry, see the case study at the end of this chapter, internal social division, see Chapter 4, and the tendency of state elites to serve their own, and not the wider communities, interests, Chapters 5 and 10. Consequently, many of these experiments perished with the onset of military coups from the mid-1960s onwards, see Chapter 7. African socialism also came under attack intellectually. Many regarded it as merely a convenient justification for the repression of alternative viewpoints and the suppression of civil liberties. Others, on the left, criticized these states for not following a classical, European, Marxist-Leninist path to socialism. They judged the radical rhetoric of Africa's nationalist leaders not to be matched by their public policy. The Soviet Union itself, in this respect, regarded many of these governments as merely reformist. They saw fault in the independent nature of African socialism, with its strong traditional and humanist, rather than scientific socialist, values. Scientific socialism. Our socialism cannot be called Somali socialism, African socialism, or Islamic socialism. Our socialism is scientific socialism founded by the great Marx and Engels. 12. These words of President Mohammed Syed Barre acknowledged a change in the ideological approach undertaken by Somalia and several other African states from 1969 onwards. Marine Ngouabi's military regime in Congo-Brazzaville was the RST government to declare its allegiance to scientific socialism. Somalia followed suit a year later, and the mid-1970s brought a further wave of ideological change. The Portuguese coup of April 1974 saw Marxist, Leninist-inspired guerrilla movements take power in both Mozambique and Angola, In September of that year Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia was deposed, making way for a regime advocating scientific socialism. 2 months later, Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Kirikau launched a revolution within a revolution in Benin, while Madagascar's military government moved to Marxism, Leninism in June 1975. Given that the liberation movements in Zimbabwe, Namibia, and South Africa also expressed sympathies with this ideology, events had provided scientific socialism with a foothold on the African continent by the late 1970s. Marxism, Leninism began to prosper on the continent after the RST wave of African socialism began to be criticized. African socialism had failed to break the shackles of economic dependence, and many of the governments it inspired soon degenerated into corrupt dictatorships vulnerable to military coups. Marxist-Leninists considered this inevitable. They thought African socialism too amorphous and shapeless. Romantic notions of inherent African communalism masked the reality of underlying class antagonisms. Indeed, in many cases it was argued that a petit bourgeois state elite was simply disguising its exploitation of the masses with a disingenuous socialist rhetoric. In this respect, the Marxist-Leninists declared there to be only one true socialism, that based on the science of class analysis. This demanded that petit bourgeois state elites should immediately commit class suicide. 40. And in their place working-class governments should be established. These would then rule, allied to the peasant masses. Only after these revolutionary changes were undertaken could a true socialist society be built. Ethiopia provides an excellent case study of what actually happened to an African state after a Marxist, Leninist regime came to power. In 1975, Colonel Mariam Mengistu's new government nationalized all major domestic industrial, financial and commercial enterprises without compensation. The role of private capital was severely restricted, as decreed by the government ownership and control of the means of production proclamation. The state itself was now to command the economy. Similarly, the small amount of foreign investment present in Ethiopia was also nationalized, with compensation. Land ownership, too, came directly under government control. Previously, Ethiopian society was unique in Africa in hosting a landlord. 41. Plate 3.1. MPLA leader, Agostinho Neto, addresses a political rally in Luanda, Angola, 1975. Photographer, Françoise de Mulder. Class. In terms of economic development, the government concentrated its efforts on industrialization, promoting state factories, and the socialization of agriculture with the establishment of state farms. The working class and peasantry, after all, were to be the leaders of the revolution. The regime also eventually established the Workers' Party of Ethiopia to act as the vanguard of the revolution. 13. In terms of public policy, it is often difficult to distinguish between these Marxist-Leninist governments and their African socialist neighbors. Scientific socialist states may have been more systematic about their socialism, and may have avoided the personalization of this ideology, yet it cannot be said that scientific socialist regimes were any less nationalistic than their African socialist predecessors. There was no proletarian internationalization, for example, with African states joining the global ideological bloc led by the Soviet Union. Just as President Samora Machel of Mozambique declared, "We do not intend to become another Bulgaria, Moscow reciprocated by only regarding these Afro-Marxist regimes as socialist in orientation. 14 Indeed, the Afro-Marxist regimes took a very pragmatic approach to Marxism-Leninism. Telltale signs, such as the absence of antagonism towards organized religion and government cooperation with transnational corporations, were obvious. Indeed, Africa's Marxist, Leninist regimes consistently traded more with the West than they did with the Soviet Union or Eastern Europe. This independent interpretation of scientific socialism led Kenneth Jowett to conclude, the most striking feature of Afro-Marxist regimes is the absence of ideological commitments, developmental strategies, and institutional developments consistent with their identity. 15 Nationalist demands of unity and development, more often than not, gained priority over considerations of the class struggle. Despite the rhetoric, the reality remained that there was an absence in Africa of the material conditions that Marx himself predicted would bring about a socialist revolution. In Barry Munslow's words, there was no strong, self-conscious working class which could lead the revolutionary takeover and construct socialism on a strong technological base, a socialism with such high levels of production and productivity that the power of the world capitalist economy would be incapable of bringing it to heel. 16 Even the Soviet Union with its strong foundation of heavy industry, technological innovation, military might and an abundance of natural resources, failed to do this. African states whose security forces had difficulty subduing internal conflict, most Afro-Marxist states had to contend with ongoing civil wars, and whose economies remained dependent on the international economy for their very survival, were never going to make the transition to scientific socialism. However committed to Marxism, Leninism these states' leaders were, post-colonial Africa was not to be a utopia of worker and peasant power. Compromised by the harsh economic realities of the 1980s, scientific socialist regimes, along with all other African states, began to liberalize their public policy. Governments had little choice but to accept structural adjustment programs imposed by the international financial institutions, IFIs, of the World Bank and International Monetary Fund, see Chapter 9. The continent's socialist experiments were now at an end. Ironically, it was the IFIs, found at the very heart of the international capitalist economy, which had succeeded in reeling in both African socialist and Marxist, Leninist states. 42. Populism. A third group of states sharing a similar nuance of nationalism can be termed populist regimes. Although populism is not usually considered a true ideology, given that it is found right across the political spectrum, as indeed is nationalism, these governments did have similar belief systems influencing their decision-making. Populism involves putting the ordinary person in society to the fore. It is the idea that individuals should be involved in the political process, and that state institutions should be more responsive to their needs. Populist movements often evolve where existing governments have become too self-interested, and they have as their goal the return of power to the masses. On the African continent, populism is often associated with military governments. Officers instigate a coup d'état, removing the previous dictatorial and corrupt regime. The military government then attempts to consolidate its legitimacy by reconstructing or building new public institutions that close the gap between the state and civil society. Ideas of morality, probity, and accountability are stressed, and new levels of democracy and participation are encouraged within the political process. The governments of Captain Thomas Sankara and Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings, in Burkina Faso and Ghana, respectively, provide two excellent examples of African populist regimes. Sankara's leadership lasted from 1983 to 1987, while Rawlings governed Ghana from New Year's Eve 1981 until he retired after multi-party elections in 2000. Other candidates to be included in this populist category include Colonel Muammar Gaddafi's Libya, since 1969, and possibly the government of Yoweri Museveni in Uganda, which since the rebellion of 1986 has sought to build a no-party state. Many other African regimes have been described as populist, given that welfare issues are often prominent within African public policy. Yet it is the institutions introduced by the governments mentioned above that set these states aside as a separate populist category. In Ghana, for example, the Rawlings regime established People's Defense Committees, PDCs, after the revolution. These were designed to bring the masses directly into the governmental process. These committees oversaw the work of state officials, and PDC members theoretically had the power to hire and re-administrators at the local level, as well as overrule any decisions they made. As the Workers' Banner newspaper read, "Power will not be concentrated at the top anymore." 17 In Burkina Faso, Sankara's government built revolutionary committees in villages, urban areas, and workplaces right across the country. This was combined with anti-corruption drives and a tighter control of state salaries. In Libya, Colonel Gaddafi's brand of populism attempted to blend Islam with notions of Greek direct democracy. Changing the name of his country to the Socialist People's Libyan Arab Jamahiriya, State of the Masses, workers took over businesses, students replaced diplomats, and non-professionals moved in to run government departments in Tripoli. All these populist governments, however, faced an identical problem. Those commanding the state's core executive were reluctant to devolve too much power to local committees. They feared the consequences of losing control. Nationalist demands of building tight central authority, in order to maintain national unity and coherent economic development, overruled populist demands of letting the masses 43 truly administer themselves. Devolution would only go so far. This is why Pearl Robinson talks of the state trying to over-control politics in Burkina Faso, and the facade of quasi-democratic institutions. She concluded that the objective function of grassroots participation was subversive of the ruler's intent. 18 The state president and members of the core executive, as in all other African political systems, remained very much in control. In reality, the African populist experiment proved to be more useful as a method for the state to penetrate civil society than it was for civil society to penetrate the state. State capitalism. The null ideological category this chapter seeks to highlight is that of state capitalism. Although most African countries followed socialist paths of political and economic development after independence, a number adopted a more liberal approach. Countries such as Côte d'Ivoire, Kenya, Malawi, Nigeria, Cameroon, Morocco, and Gabon all left their economies, to varying degrees, open to free market activity. Instead of presiding over a command economy, where the state directly controls economic production, distribution, and exchange, state capitalist regimes encouraged private enterprise. Indigenous activity of this nature occurred most frequently in the agricultural, transport and trading sectors of these countries' economies. As such, independent commercial farmers and import/export entrepreneurs, for example, could go about their business. There was also a more benign attitude towards foreign investment forthcoming from these state capitalist regimes. Notions of self-reliance were relatively absent, as long as the transnational corporation concerned was not perceived as exploitative. Nationalist sentiments, however, still determined that joint ventures, involving a mixture of local and foreign capital, were the most popular form of investment, rather than wholly foreign-owned enterprises. Even the most liberal of these state capitalist regimes, however, could not be regarded as truly laissez-faire in outlook. The state, rather than civil society, was still very much the senior partner in any economic or political activity. Crawford Young, in this respect, considered these regimes to practice a highly nationalist version of capitalism. The development and unity goals of African nationalism were still paramount, making it impossible, in leaders' minds, for the economy to be left entirely to the beneficent workings of the invisible hand of the free market. 19 This resulted in heavy state intervention in the economy. State enterprises competed with smaller private concerns, prices, imports, and exports were still largely controlled centrally, the government dominated the marketing of cash crops, and there was considerable public spending on welfare programs. This intervention, however, can be regarded as more pragmatic, rather than ideologically motivated. The state considered itself as acting in the interest of strategic economic development, rather than following the principles of socialism or populism. Similarly, the tempered liberalism found within these economies rarely spread to their countries' political systems. State capitalist countries were not necessarily 44. 45. African nationalism characteristics, anti-imperialist, initial goal of decolonization autonomy, eliminating states' economic and political dependency on the West unity, the desire to build a nation within inherited boundaries economic development, restructured economies to serve African state-led, nation-building project deemed and controlled by government against tribalism, state discourages subnational identities strong executive, controlling activity within civil society examples, all African states African socialism characteristics, independent, building upon, not the dogmatic reproduction of, Marxism importance of tradition, emphasizing African traditions of community. Classlessness and cooperation modern, combining tradition with technology and modern production methods skipping the capitalist stage of development, non-capitalist path to socialism nationalization, private capital taken into state control state marketing monopolies, farmers have to sell cash crops to state agencies state distribution, goods sold in state shops, at state-determined prices state control of imports and exports state control of banking and finance curtailment. Of political pluralism, legally, only one party allowed to mobilize examples, Senghor's Senegal, Nyerer's Tanzania, Konda's Zambia, and Touré Guinea scientific socialism characteristics, Marxist, Leninist, following the class analysis of orthodox Marxism importance of working-class/peasant alliance at its height in the 1970s and early 1980s fraternal links with the Soviet Union, but still independent still an African version of socialism, tolerant of religion. Economic links with West nationalization, private capital taken into state control state marketing monopolies, farmers have to sell cash crops to state agencies state distribution, goods sold in state shops, At state-determined prices, state control of imports and exports, state control of banking and non-curtailment of political pluralism, only one legal party. Examples: Machel's Mozambique, Nito's Angola, and Mengistu's Ethiopia. Populism characteristics: advocates people's representation/participation, formation of people's committees. Probity, anti-corruption drives often formed in the wake of military coups, regimes seeking legitimacy. Examples: Sankara's Burkina Faso, earlier, Rawlings Ghana and Gadda's Libya. State capitalism characteristics: tolerant of private capital, both domestic and foreign. Lively small-scale capitalism, farmers, transport, and export/import entrepreneurs. Still heavy state intervention, marketing monopolies, price setting. Large parastatals, state still the largest producer and distributor within economy. Curtailment of political pluralism, often only one legal party permitted. Examples: Houphouët-Boigny's Côte d'Ivoire, Kenyatta's Kenya, and Nigeria. More democratic than their neighbors, nor were they any less exempt from being dominated by a self-interested political elite. And in terms of economic performance, despite better records in the RST 2 decades after independence, capitalist-oriented countries still floundered, like the others, in the 1980s. Consequently, just like their neighbors, they were forced to succumb to the demands of international financial institutions. Structural adjustment programs, for example, required state capitalist regimes to sell many of their public enterprises to the private sector. The null section of this chapter looks at the impact of ideology on the relationship between the state and civil society in post-colonial Africa. The ideologies adopted, particularly dominant sentiments of nationalism, have in some respects been a positive force on the continent. They have contributed to the maintenance of a basic nation-state system. Without this mutual respect for international borders, political instability in Africa could have been far worse than it actually was during this period. This stability, however, came at a price. The ideologies adopted tended to favor the interests of state elites, hampering political and economic expression in civil society. Nationalism, in all its guises, may have brought stability internationally, but, in the long run, the myopic crusade for unity, or perhaps, more accurately, state conformity, generated conflict internally. Despite the problems of non-organic states and international borders cutting across cultural boundaries, there have only been 2 occasions when the map of Africa has been extensively redrawn during the post-colonial period. This was to accommodate Tanganyika and Zanzibar unifying soon after independence to form the new state of Tanzania in 1964, and to recognize Eritrea's secession from Ethiopia in 1993. In all other cases, colonial boundaries have endured. This wreaks a remarkable victory for African nationalism and its ability to protect the concept of the inherited nation-state. When the Organization of African Unity, OAU, was established in 1963, its members soon agreed that colonial boundaries should be regarded as inviolable. Although Africans certainly considered these borders to be problematic, there was general agreement that any alterations to the colonial frontiers would only create even greater conflict. Only Morocco and Somalia refused to agree to this principle. As a result of this OAU doctrine, post-colonial Africa has avoided a scale of international warfare found elsewhere in the world during periods of nation-building. There have been no 100 Years' Wars and no Third Reich attempting to expand its borders. Indeed, the only instance of full-scale international conflict, where one state totally defeats another, came in 1979, when the Tanzanian army occupied Uganda. Even here, there was no annexation. Tanzania withdrew its forces once the irritant of Idi Amin had been removed from power. The OAU agreement has thus resulted in even the weakest of states in Africa surviving the post-colonial period intact. This is not to say that international clashes have been entirely absent on the continent. South Africa in the 1980s persistently destabilized its neighbors in its attempts to defend apartheid. Morocco continues to occupy Western Sahara. 46. Claiming it, and parts of Algeria and Mauritania, as part of the historic Moroccan Empire, while Libya and Chad have battled over the Awassa Strip. It is the irredentist state of Somalia, and the separatist movements in Katanga, Biafra, and Eritrea, however, that have proved to be the greatest threats to Africa's nation-state boundaries. It is worth investigating these conic spree, as they prove to be exceptions to the rule, and show what could happen in Africa should political support for the inherited boundaries disappear. Irredentism is a desire to unite a cultural community under one AG that is currently located in more than one state. Donald Horowitz deems it as a movement by members of an ethnic group in one state to retrieve ethnically kindred people and their territory across borders. 20 of all the African states, it is Somalia which has pursued irredentism to the greatest extent. The Somali people were divided among VE separate states during the era of colonialism: French Somaliland, Djibouti, British Somaliland, Italian Somaliland, Ethiopia, and Kenya. At independence in 1960, only British Somaliland and Italian Somaliland were reunited. This left ethnic Somalis living across international boundaries in the three remaining states. By refusing to agree to the OAU principle of inviolable boundaries, Somalia served notice that it wished to provide a nation-state for all the Somali people. Soon after independence, the Mogadishu government supplied rebels in northeast Kenya with arms to GHT the irredentist cause. Support was also given to Somali groups in the Ogaden region of Ethiopia. This latter conflict escalated, and the Somali National Army eventually invaded the Ogaden in 1977. Only foreign intervention by the Soviet Union ensured that this Somali invasion was unsuccessful. See the case study in Chapter 8. Nationalism has also triumphed in defending Africa's new nations from separatist threats. Only one such movement, the Eritrean People's Liberation Front, EPLF, has secured its demands in post-colonial Africa. The motivation for separatism usually stems from the sentiment that a community is suffering internal colonialism, the government at the center, and the state in general, is not serving the interests of the local community. As a reaction, rather than trying to establish a more favorable balance of power through central state institutions, the oppressed community demands territory for itself, and independence. In Congo-Kinshasa, later Zaire, and then the Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, the region of Katanga tried to gain autonomy when the Belgian imperial authorities withdrew in 1960. Although the secessionists had the advantage that Katanga was rich in mineral resources, enjoying close contacts with foreign businesses, they failed to build enough support to resist the power of the central state, though not before this crisis had precipitated a military coup d'état at the center, and involved the intervention of the United Nations. Nigeria also went through a secessionist crisis in the 1960s, as will be explored in greater depth in the case study at the end of Chapter 4. It is worth noting at this point, however, that neither of these conflicts resulted in a permanent redrawing of Africa's international boundaries. The nation-state system remained intact. The reason why Eritrean separatists succeeded where the Katanans and Biafrans failed relates to the level of power at the center, and Eritrea's historic claim to autonomy. Eritrea, formerly a separate Italian colony, was federated with Ethiopia. 47. In 1952, a federation that many Eritreans rejected. After 20 years of guerrilla war, this territory narrowly gained its independence in 1993. This was because the Ethiopian state had imploded. A coalition of opposition movements from all over Ethiopia, including the EPLF, had joined forces and marched on Addis Ababa. The resulting fall of Haile Mariam Mengistu's regime created a power vacuum at the center. No authority remained to enforce the unity of the nation. Consequently, in the talks between the opposition movements, Eritrean representatives were successfully able to negotiate independence for their region. Critically, given that this separate state was agreed by all parties at these negotiations, the wider international community recognized Eritrea's newly won sovereignty. Eritrea has thus survived, despite an inconclusive border war between Ethiopia and Eritrea in 1998 to 2000. Eritrea, however, it has to be stressed, was the exception to the rule. Elsewhere the colonial boundaries have remained intact, even when under considerable pressure. In the Great Lakes region of Central Africa, for example, the continent experienced its RST regional war. Events, starting with Rwanda's genocide in 1994, RST led to Uganda assisting rebels to topple the government in Kigali, and then saw Rwandan and Ugandan forces involved in DRC's, formerly Zaire's, civil war. Eventually this war would draw military support from a number of regional powers. Zimbabwe, Angola, Namibia, Sudan, and Chad, as well as Rwanda and Uganda, all dispatched troops to fight in this conflict. Similarly, the first decade of the 21st century saw continued overt and covert international intervention in the resource-rich, but security-poor, region of eastern DRC. It should be noted, however, that although sovereignty has been persistently violated in this part of the Congo, there have still been no efforts to alter the state's internationally recognized boundaries. Despite the above examples of Eritrean independence, unsuccessful attempts at secession in Congo-Kinshasa and Nigeria, and occasions of states disrupting their neighbors, when the post-colonial period is taken as a whole, one has to recognize a remarkable recognition of the inherited colonial boundaries in Africa. This has produced a degree of peace many would not have predicted at independence, a significant achievement for nationalism in Africa. The continent's international stability, however, comes at a price. In the RST instance, one has to consider whether protecting weak states is beneficial in the long term. Although violence is avoided, these weak states are perpetually condemned to deal with cumbersome ethnic divisions and/or a lack of natural resources. European wars over the centuries have ensured that few weak states survive on this continent. The remaining states are largely ethnically cohesive and economically strong. In this light, the debate continues amongst Africanists whether the OAU's decision to keep the inherited arbitrary boundaries was ultimately the correct one. 21. The commitment to nationalism also proved costly in another area. It is one thing to gain mutual respect for nations externally, it is another to suppress political competition internally in the name of national unity. Nation building was accompanied by many states trying to dictate to, and exploit, civil society. Authoritarian edicts were common, proclaiming exactly what the people had to do in the name of national unity. Any dissent from this official nationalist line was deemed subversive by the political leadership, and dealt with accordingly. 48. Pluralist systems of conflict resolution had difficulty surviving in this environment. There was little room for alternative views to be aired. If a challenge to a state's nationalist program was channeled through ethnic mobilization, then it was dismissed as tribalism. If this opposition stemmed from a particular part of the country, then this region was condemned as separatist. If just a minority within the population was involved, then the dissenters were told, or forced, to desist and pull together with the rest of the nation. Members of the political elite, in this respect, controlled the state as they saw it, becoming the self-proclaimed guardians of national unity. 22. In this sense, African nationalism was very much a state-deemed and stat-eld phenomenon. Civil society, rather than actively shaping and participating in the nation-building project, became instead merely its passive recipient. The addition of a socialist dimension to this basic nationalist creed similarly failed to improve things for civil society. The revolution, after all, was usually instigated from above. Having selected an ideology that justified the centralization of power, and the suppression of private economic activity, the state elite was RMLY in control. Indeed, whether socialism, populism or state capitalism was promoted, all these ideologies had the same result: the centralization of power in the hands of a bureaucratic and political elite. Although many African leaders were sincere about their commitment to their chosen ideology, the inequality that grew between state and civil society left these leaders open to the charge that they were merely attempting to hide exploitative behavior through the creation of a false consciousness among the masses. This recurrent split between the interests of the state and those of civil society has, in many parts of Africa, been the downfall of the nation-building project itself. Amilcar Cabral, the leader of Guinea-Bissau's liberation movement, warned his guerrilla forces that the people are not looking for ideas, nor what is in a man's mind. The people GHT and accept the sacrifices demanded by the struggle in order to gain material advantages, to live better and in peace, to benefit from progress, and for a better future for their children. 23. If the state and its ideology do not serve civil society's interests, then the masses tend to disengage from the state. As Chapter 10 will show, this is exactly what happened in a number of African countries during the 1990s. The result was a slide towards state collapse. However attractive an ideology, if it is not used to serve civil society's interests, then in the long run it will be discredited. Ideology has to be accepted by, and not imposed upon, the masses. Nationalism, in this respect, may have helped maintain a degree of international stability on the African continent since independence, but the way it was applied to domestic public policy only resulted in a growing internal distrust between the governors and the governed. This political disharmony had the effect of endangering the very nation-building project itself. 49. 50. An case study, Socialism and Ujamaa in Tanzania. Tanzania is located on the east coast of Africa just below the equator. It came into existence in 1964, when mainland Tanganyika and the Indian Ocean islands of Zanzibar came together to form the United Republic of Tanzania. The country has a varied topology. Much of the mainland consists of a dry central plateau, but there is also a humid coastal strip, grassland, including the Serengeti, and even areas of semi-desert. The Great Rift Valley, an ancient volcanic activity on Tanganyika's borders, have produced some of the country's more spectacular features. There is the permanently ice-capped Mount Kilimanjaro, and the massive lakes of Victoria, Tanganyika, and Malawi. By contrast, Zanzibar is a group of low-lying islands approximately 50 kilometers from the mainland, which boasts a hot and humid tropical climate, ideal for growing spices and fruit. The nationalism pursued by the Tanzanian government had at its heart similar goals to other brands of nationalism found elsewhere on the African continent. At the center of these ideologies were the twin desires to build national unity and to foster economic development. Unity was very important for the stability of Tanzania, as over 120 ethnic groups can be found on the country's mainland. Similarly, there are racial divisions among Tanzania's people. Alongside its African inhabitants, there are Asian Tanzanians, Arab Tanzanians, and a smaller community of white Tanzanians. The population practices Islam, several denominations of Christianity, and numerous traditional beliefs. Added to these differing social identities are potential clashes of interest between the residents of Zanzibar and those on the mainland. Given these social divisions, the government's RST task was to set about building a single nation within the inherited state boundaries. The aim was to enhance the unity generated by the independence campaign, and Julius Nyerere, Tanzania's RST president, continued to urge his people to regard themselves primarily as Tanzanians, and only after this as Chaga, Arab, Asian or Shirazi. And this unity, indeed, has been Tanzania's post-colonial success story. There has been relatively little ethnic conflict in the years since independence. Tanzanian nationalism, however, was less successful with respect to its second goal of economic development. With few natural resources to exploit, Tanzania has always relied heavily on agricultural production to generate wealth. At independence, the country was self-sufficient in food, but this production was largely confined to small holdings farmed by peasants. There were relatively few large commercial enterprises feeding the economy. The task of the state's economic planners in the post-colonial period was therefore to increase production. This, in turn, would generate greater surpluses, which could then be reinvested to develop the economy further. Like most African leaders, Nyerere considered capitalism to be an inappropriate method of generating this economic expansion. Instead, he advocated socialism as the correct ideology to follow. This would secure growth that could be shared by all Tanzanians. Nyerere formulated his own genus of African socialism. Termed ujamaa, familyhood, this ideology was very much associated with the president personally. Like all other breeds of socialism, ujamaa was critical of individualism and capitalism. Instead, it advocated 51. The public ownership of the means of production. It gave a special status to workers and peasants, and it had as its goal the creation of social equality. In this respect, it followed closely the classical socialist mantra, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. As Nyerere himself put it, socialism, as a system, is in fact the organization of men's inequalities to serve their equality. Its concern is to see that those who sow reap a fair share of what they sow. 24 Nyerere, however, did not believe Tanzania would benefit from a dogmatic application of Soviet-style socialism. He pointed out that Africa's conditions are very different from those of the Europe in which Marx and Lenin wrote and worked. To talk as if these thinkers provide all the answers to our problems, or as if Marx invented socialism, is to reject the Plate 3.2 Portrait of Julius K. Nyerere, President of Tanzania and leading African socialist thinker, 1979. 52. Humanity of Africa and the Universality of Socialism. Marx did contribute a great deal to socialist thought. But socialism did not begin with him, nor can it end in constant reinterpretations of his writings. Continuing with this theme, Nyerere stated that if Marx had lived in Sukumaland, Massa Island, or Ruvuma, he would have written a different book than Das Kapital, but he could have been just as scientific and just as socialist. 25 In short, Ujamaa was not an imported ideology, it was a social blueprint that aimed specifically to address both African conditions and African needs. Nyerere argued that Tanzanians have no more need of being converted to socialism than we have of being taught democracy. Both are rooted in our own past, in the traditional society that produced us. 26 Instead of seeing socialism as being born out of class conflict, as it was in Europe, many African leaders considered that their predecessors had already practiced socialism prior to the onset of colonial rule. African socialism was inherent in the notion of the extended family and the mutual cooperative nature of village communities. A member of these classless societies saw no struggle between his own interests and those of his community. We took care of the community, and the community took care of us. 27 Put simply, Nyerere saw Ujamaa's mission in the post-colonial era as the neutralization of the vestiges of capitalism, and the embryonic class conflict, that colonialism had introduced to the continent. This involved recapturing the socialist ideals of traditional African society and adapting them to the modern era. In this respect, Tanzania was seeking a non-capitalist path of development. Why create capitalism, with all the individualism, the social aggressiveness and human indignities which it involves? Nyerere asked. 28 By using the organizational capacity of the modern nation-state, and by harnessing new technology and production methods, Nyerere argued that Ujamaa would produce a more harmonious path towards socialism. Tanzania's commitment to Ujamaa was confirmed with the Arusha Declaration of 1967. At a time when, elsewhere, a number of African socialist regimes were beginning to lose their way, and several others had fallen prey to military coups, Nyerere moved to reinforce Tanzania's ideological foundations. The Arusha Declaration aimed to create a society based on cooperation and mutual respect and responsibility, in which all members have equal rights and equal opportunities, where there is no exploitation of one person by another, and where all have gradually increasing levels of material welfare. 29 To assist this transition to socialism, the declaration highlighted 4 specific problems that had to be overcome: the potential inequalities between state employees and civil society, that capital development may come at the expense of human-centered development, that private capital was making profits that could be invested in development for all, and that there was an urban-rural imbalance evolving in favor of towns and cities. Legislation was enacted to address all four of these issues. Tanzania's public servants and political elite have been more disciplined than most in the post-colonial era. The declaration prevented government leaders from undertaking additional employment, holding shares, or renting out property. Salaries were also restrained. This prevented a 53. Bureaucratic bourgeoisie from emerging in Tanzania on the scale that occurred in other African states. Nyerere himself even went to the extent of living and working in a village commune for a period of time, in order to stress that all Tanzanians had to work to secure economic development. Similarly, the government kept to the Arusha Declaration's promise that human-centered development would be prioritized. Universal primary education was introduced, literacy campaigns undertaken and village health centers built. As for the issue of nationalization, most private capital in Tanzania, both indigenous and foreign, was taken into public ownership almost immediately. The aim was to make these enterprises serve the needs of the people collectively, rather than just them generate profits for private gain. With respect to the fourth area highlighted by the Arusha Declaration, it is with its experiment in rural development that Ujamaa is most associated. As this is the case, the remainder of this case study will concentrate solely on this specific program. Tanzania has one of the least urbanized populations in the world. Ujamaa therefore had to end a way of increasing national production by developing rural sectors of the economy. Yet Nyerere, in his desire to do this, came up against the same realities that the German and British colonial administrators had faced before him. Tanzania's future prosperity relied upon disparate and scattered peasant smallholders, whose priorities lay chiefly in their own subsistence and not necessarily in the wider development of the national economy. Nor could these peasants be classed as a modern agricultural workforce, employing modern methods of production. Nyerere responded to this problem by attempting to house the majority of rural Tanzanians in model villages that would act as collectivist units of production. The central idea behind the villagization program was to combine tradition, village life of mutual assistance, with modern production methods, larger collective farms with access to technology. Economies of scale could be gained with the whole village combining to farm common land rather than their own separate plots. Rural Tanzanians would work together for the community, to provide both its subsistence and a surplus, enabling the village to develop. The villages would also act as a point of contact for government officials to teach peasants modern agricultural techniques, and for them to supply technology, machinery and fertilizers. There was also the opportunity for the state to invest in the country's human resources. The majority of Tanzania's new schools and health centers, for example, were built in these Ujamaa vijijini. Similarly, the villages served as centers of local democracy, with community members, aided by state administrators, making decisions for themselves. As Paul Kaiser observed, the process of villagization was intended to integrate the logic of economic efficiency with the goal of social equality. 30 by 1977, over 13 million Tanzanians lived in Ujamaa villages. This represented almost all of the country's rural population. Some were attracted by the nationalist and socialist aims of the project. More were enticed by the government waiving its poll tax for these communities, the provision of schooling and basic facilities, and the access to subsidized seeds and fertilizers. State coercion, however, was needed in later years to resettle more reluctant communities. Yet, Despite this massive undertaking of social engineering, the 54 Ujamaa experiment failed to produce the levels of rural development required to keep Tanzania's economic expansion ahead of its population growth. Goran Haydn argues that the Ujamaa Vijayini failed to meet their production targets because the state, and its ideology, failed to capture the Tanzanian peasantry. 31 Members of these village communities certainly respected many of the social goals of Ujamaa, living as a community, and having access to government-supplied technology and welfare, but they never really adopted the modern agricultural production methods advocated. This was because, even in their traditional societies, Africans were never collectivist farmers. They would certainly cooperate as a community to clear land, and offer mutual assistance at times of harvest or need, but the tradition was never to farm together, sharing the product of this labor. A peasant mode of production continued in the Ujamaa villages. Common land was farmed collectively, but only after villagers had attended to their own individual plots (RST). In other words, subsistence gained from the individual plots was the main activity, collective work was only undertaken to raise additional income above this. Haydn concluded that, to the peasants, work on the communal farm was never considered an end in itself. To them it remained a supplementary activity, to which attention was given when circumstance in the household permitted. 32 The villages, given their retention of the peasant mode of production, did not produce the efficiency of modern agricultural enterprises. It was not laziness as much as a different set of priorities and limited capacity that explain Ujamaa shortfalls in rural areas. The peasants did not have a capitalist orientation and were thus unconcerned with the need for a surplus as an end in itself. 33 With the peasantry largely content in producing only their subsistence, the wider national economy failed to take off. This left the nationalist leadership without the economic development it promised, and, in many cases, not even with the funds to cover the initial costs of establishing these villages. Nyerere, in his review of Tanzania's progress to socialism written 10 years after the Arusha Declaration, candidly admitted the truth is that the agricultural results have been very disappointing. 34 Ujamaa's lack of success in terms of rural production, however, cannot be blamed entirely on the peasantry remaining uncaptured. The state itself must accept some of the blame. Administrative errors were made. People were occasionally settled in unproductive areas, inappropriate crops grown, and there was generally a lack of transport infrastructure preventing the efficient movement of harvests. Mistakes of this kind are almost inevitable in a development project of this scale. It was in the interaction between the peasantry and local administrators, however, where the state let its Ujamaa ideology down the most. Faced with a peasantry reluctant to farm collectively, bureaucrats often returned to the same authoritarian and managerial styles of public administration experienced during the colonial years. What is more, in order to shore up their legitimacy under these circumstances, local administrators began to build patron-client relationships with their villages. Development funds were therefore now being absorbed in bureaucratic empire building, rather than being fully utilized in expanding production. With an uncaptured peasantry managed by patrimonial administrators, it is not surprising that 55. Most collectivist Ujamaa villages failed, by some degree, to reach the production levels attained by Tanzania's few remaining private, capitalist, farms. The problem remained that Tanzania's economy was expanding at a rate slower than its population growth. The development envisaged at independence failed to emerge. Adaptations were made to the Ujamaa ideology in an attempt to rectify these problems, and, indeed, Tanzania was one of the last countries in Africa to retain public policy based on the ideals of African socialism and self-reliance. The non-capitalist path of development was still being advocated even during the early 1980s when neighboring states were turning to IFIs to shore up their crumbling economies. Eventually, however, Tanzania succumbed too. Forced by its crippling external debts, it agreed in 1986 to an IFI structural adjustment program involving the liberalization of the Tanzanian economy. Yet, before critics judge the Ujamaa experiment as a total failure, they should acknowledge that Nyerere and his government administered a remarkably stable and equitable society. Tanzania was a country where levels of education and health care improved remarkably in the years after independence. Some of this work was undone with structural adjustments, application of market ideals to the provision of public services. Universal primary education, for example, was lost. Likewise, although a more liberal economy succeeded in bringing better economic growth in the 21st century, the distribution of this wealth is narrower. Politically, things are also more complicated. The mainland has had occasional occurrences of electoral violence since the introduction of multi-party competition, whilst political violence has become common on the island of Zanzibar. In short, Tanzania is yet to embody an ideology that can concurrently deliver unity and economic development. Ujamaa produced both welfare and a significant degree of social coherence, whilst the more liberal era has created increased wealth. To date, the Tanzanian nation-building project has failed to combine these objectives. And Tanzania 35. Territory, 939,760 square km. Population, 40.5 million. Colonial power, Germany, Britain. Independence, 1964. Major cities, Dar es Salaam. Major ethnic groups, Mwanza, Kabair, Tabora, Masai. Urban population, 26.4% among many others. Languages, Kiswahili. Life expectancy, 46 years. Infant mortality, 73 deaths/1,000 inhabitants. Adult literacy, 72%. Currency, Tanzanian shilling. Major exports, coffee. Religions, traditional cotton, Christian, cashew nuts, Hindu, tobacco. GDP per capita, $345. And questions raised by this chapter. 1. What role does ideology play in the practice of politics? 2. How does African nationalism differ from other nationalisms found elsewhere in the world? 3. Has the inherited nation-state structure benefited Africa in the post-colonial era? 4. To what extent did African socialist and Afro-Marxist regimes conform to the principles of classical socialism developed in Europe? 5. Were populist and state capitalist administrations more successful at governing African states than their socialist-oriented counterparts? 6. To what extent has African civil society suffered in the post-colonial period as a result of state-sponsored ideologies? And glossary of key terms. African socialism. A strain of socialism built more on African traditional values, village communalism and cooperation, than the class struggle of classical Marxism, Leninism. Ideology, a life-guiding system of beliefs, values, and goals affecting political style and action. R.D. Putnam. Irredentism, a movement by members of one ethnic group to retrieve people and their territory across borders. Horowitz. Nation, a collection of people bound together by common values and traditions, often sharing the same language, history, and an affiliation to a geographical area. Nationalism, the desire that the nation should be housed in its own sovereign state. Nation building, the post-independence attempts to unite peoples, and develop economies, within Africa's inherited colonial boundaries. OAU, inviolable borders, the agreement among most OAU members in 1963 that the inherited colonial boundaries should remain, and be respected. Populism, a political movement favoring the wishes and interests of ordinary people. Scientific socialism, a strain of socialism based on the class analysis of Karl Marx, later developed by V.I. Lenin. Separatism, the desire for a region within a state to secede, forming its own, or joining another, sovereign state. State capitalism, a policy that assists, local and foreign, free market activity, but still involves heavy state intervention in the economy. Structural adjustment loan programs that require borrowing countries to liberalize both their economies and public policy. Tribalism, the charge that groups continue to hold divisive, outdated ethnic allegiances that counter the state's goal of national unity. 56. 59. Ethnicity and religion, tribes, gods, and political identity. And chapter outline. Definitions of ethnicity. 61. The creation of tribes. 62. Ethnicity as a method of modern political mobilization. 65. Religion and African politics. 68. African religions strengthening civil society. 68. Islamist politics on the African continent. 69. Instrumental religious political mobilization. 72. State and civil society. 72. Case study, ethnicity, religion, and the nation-state in Nigeria. 74. Questions raised by this chapter. 80. Glossary of key terms. 80. Further reading. 81. Notes and references. 82. Politics and ethnicity share a close relationship in most states. Also unfamiliar terms are politics and religion. Fault lines generated by these two social cleavages can be found in most countries. Opposing interests are divided by these social fractures, which, in turn, create political competition. Occasionally violent conflict is the consequence. Taking the example of 20th century Europe, for instance, notions of ethnicity played a key role in fueling the Second World War, while more recently, in the 1990s, similar sentiments brought devastation to the Balkans with the break. 60. Chapter 4. Up of Yugoslavia. Even within the European Union, ethnic and religious tensions are common. The populations of Northern Ireland and Spain's Basque Country, for example, know well enough the tragedy that such clannish competition can bring. This is not to say that expressions of ethnicity and religion always result in violence. Such desires and demands are usually channeled peacefully through political institutions, just like other clashes of interest within society. Scotland in 1997, for example, voted for its own parliament. Ethnic groups in the United States are also adept at constitutionally promoting their interests. Modern Germany has likewise successfully managed religious difference within its society, despite a history of conflict between Roman Catholics and Protestants in this country. As in the West, political interaction on the African continent is also influenced by considerations of ethnicity and religion. Indeed, given that these states are relatively young, sentiments of ethnicity and religion are often as powerful as notions of the nationalism studied in the previous chapter. As such, when making decisions, political leaders in Africa not only have to think of the national interest, they also have to consider the reactions of the various ethnic and religious constituencies housed within their country. This chapter explains the influence that ethnic and religious mobilization has had on African politics during the post-colonial era. The RST half of the chapter will concentrate on ethnicity. It will investigate how social scientists have deemed ethnicity generally, and then explore ethnic identity specifically within the African context. It will be shown how modern ethnic identities play a key role in relations between governors and the governed on the continent. The second part of the chapter will then see how religion has impacted upon African politics. In both cases, the chapter argues that ethnicity and religion are not necessarily a hindrance to peaceful government. Often these two social forces act as a powerful counterbalance to state power, serving as a useful way for civil society to mobilize politically. And definitions of ethnicity: a basic definition of an ethnic group would be a community of people who have the conviction that they have a common identity and common fate based on issues of origin, kinship ties, traditions, cultural uniqueness, a shared history and possibly a shared language. In this sense, an ethnic group is much like the imagined community of the nation. Ethnicity, however, focuses more on sentiments of origin and descent, rather than the geographical imperative of a nation. Notions of ethnicity become pronounced and political when they are used to distinguish one social group from another within a specific territory. As such, this contested ethnicity is of particular interest to political scientists. Scholars can learn a great deal from studying how ethnic groups relate to one another, and how these groups interact with broader social organizations such as the nation and the state. This is especially relevant in situations where more than one ethnic group resides within a single country. The popular view is that an ethnic group is a smaller community found within a larger society. More recent immigrant communities within the United Kingdom, for example, have become known as ethnic minorities. United States minority groups are ethnicity and religion. 61. Also often deemed in terms of ancestral origins, Irish Americans, African Americans, and so on. These interpretations of ethnicity are misleading, however. All individuals have ethnic allegiances, whether they regard themselves as belonging to a minority of a state's population or part of the majority. To be English or Scottish is just as much being part of an ethnic group as is being a member of the smaller British, African, Caribbean or Asian communities. Ethnicity is therefore a sentiment expressed by both majority and minority populations, and political scientists have to monitor these expressions, just as they do with other sources of social cleavage. Social pluralism of this sort, after all, will result in differences of interest, which is the engine of politics itself, and the creation of tribes. Ethnicity, or tribalism, is frequently used as an auto-explanation of political events in Africa. The media will often report that there has been violence on the continent because tribe A has clashed with tribe B. No further exploration of the cause of this violence is offered, or apparently needed. It is only natural, it is presumed, that ancient ethnic rivalries will result in conflict from time to time, as Africans are inherently tribalistic and will therefore act in a tribalistic manner. This primordialist explanation sees African tribes as something left over from the pre-colonial past. The argument states that historical loyalties, often demonstrated in a primitively savage fashion, have been brought into present-day politics. This will continue to be the case until the forces of modernization make tribal associations redundant. They will disappear only when Africans develop a national consciousness, working together to enjoy the fruits of modern-day civilization, as Westerners do in their nation-states. In the meantime, it is only normal that tribes will clash, sometimes violently. Such tribalistic interpretations of African politics, however, are worthless. A good political scientist has to go beyond such simplistic, not to mention racist, approaches to social pluralism on the continent. They should find out why Tribe A has entered into conflict with Tribe B. Conflict, after all, is not an unprompted phenomenon. Why was ethnic identity important in this confrontation? What was the specific cause of the dispute? Why has the clash happened at this time? Why was the altercation not contained by peaceful political bargaining, in the manner of most differences? These are the sort of questions that should be asked. The simple answer, tribalism, satisfies none of these inquiries. Ethnicity may often be the agent of political mobilization in Africa, but it is rarely the primary cause of conflict. Gerard Prunier made sure he asked such questions in his efforts to understand the 1994 genocide in Rwanda. Television viewers around the world simply could not grasp the fact that 800,000 people died over a 3-month period in a series of massacres. It was difficult for them to remember who was killing whom, let alone why it was happening. It was easier to ignore the details and put it all down to African tribalism. Yet Prunier is adamant, what we have witnessed in Rwanda is a historical product, not a biological fatality or spontaneous bestial outburst. Tutsi and Hutu have not been created by God as cats and dogs, predestined from all eternity to disembowel each other too. There had to be a motive for these killings. The Rwandan ethnicity and religion. 62. Genocide was no more tribalistic or African than the extermination of Jews by Nazi Germany or North American natives by the U.S. Army. All these events had specific historical introductions and immediate political imperatives. Conflict in Africa needs to be explained in the same manner as conflict elsewhere in the world. It cannot just be put down to tribalism. In the Rwandan case, political scientists should look towards overpopulation, land competition, falling coffee prices, economic malaise, French neocolonialism, and Tutsi domination of the state, rather than resorting to racist primordial explanations. As Prunier pleaded, to allow the Rwanda killings to be misunderstood through simplified clichés would in fact bring the last touch to the killers' work, in completing their victims' dehumanization. To deny a man the social meaning of his death is to kill him twice, rst in the flesh, then in the spirit. 3. The primordial tribal argument is clearly wrong, as African ethnic groups are not simply ghosts from the past, or a residue left over from history. Ethnic groups remain an important form of social organization today because they continue to serve contemporary social, political and economic needs. It is also a fact that African tribes are modern social constructions. Indeed, largely having been formed no earlier than the late 19th century, African tribes have actually gained in importance over the last 150 years. Ethnicity on the continent has not retreated in the face of modernization, as the primordial argument suggests. Few African communities could be deemed as tribes prior to colonialism. Of course, ethnic association was prominent before European authority arrived, but these earlier ethnic associations were much more fluid when compared to their modern regimented equivalents. In this sense, Aidan Southall talks of interlocking, overlapping, multiple identities, for there were certainly pre-colonial lineage groups, clans, and kinship communities, but these were not, as yet, consolidated into larger tribes. Neither was the membership of these groups necessarily set in stone. Loyalties changed over time, responding to migration, enslavement, military conquest, or marriage, amongst other social forces. The ancestors of the Ghanaian citizens who today regard themselves as Akan, for instance, would have categorized themselves variously as Asante, Fanti, Brong, Akim, or Enzima in the past. Being described as part of a larger Akan tribe would have meant very little to these people prior to the 20th century. This is why many Africanists refuse to use the term tribe, and others put this word in inverted commas. It is more accurate to talk about ethnic groups. In this manner, stereotypes of primordial, rather than socially constructed, communities can be avoided, as well as the many racist associations that are attached to the word tribe. Why are Africans and not the Welsh or Texans referred to as tribes, for example? The images that are conjured up by this word obscure more than they illuminate. The more universal concept of ethnicity, therefore, is more useful. Why, then, did tribes consolidate in the late 19th, and throughout the 20th, centuries? Why were more fluid ethnic associations abandoned at this point? Well, it is no coincidence that the process of tribalization emerged concurrently with the era of colonial rule in Africa. The continent's people gathered into tribes for two specific reasons. First, the administrative imperatives of imperial rule demanded this, and second, Africans themselves found these new ethnic identities to be advantageous within the new colonial political environment. Ethnicity and religion. 63. Once they had established their authority on the continent, Europeans had to make sense of the societies they now ruled. In the typically arrogant manner of the age, imperialism never really got to grips with the nature of existing kinship communities in Africa. Instead, colonial rulers attempted to mold reality to their own administrative requirements. As Crawford Young puts it, in the construction of its hegemony, the colonial state soon acquired a compulsion to classify. Particularly for the British and Belgians, administrative organization was rooted in a tribal image of Africa. The task of the ruler was to identify, rationalize, and streamline ethnic cartography. 5 communities were therefore gathered together into regional blocks, tribes, in order to make their political and economic management easier. Where conveniently distributed tribes did not exist, the colonial authorities did their best to create them. Acting as amateur anthropologists, colonial officials assigned all their subjects to a tribe, often based on very dubious historical or ethnological research. Once categorized, a suitable chief would be appointed to act as an intermediary between this new ethnic group and the colonial state. Sometimes this would be an incumbent African leader, On other occasions the government would promote a more pliant candidate. The Fulbe of northern Cameroon, for instance, were categorized as a single tribe by the imperial authorities. This enabled these people to be slotted neatly into the administrative mechanisms of the colonial state. In reality, a closer examination of this tribe reveals extensive internal fault lines. Contained within this group are the Kurdi, a community the Fulbe had subjugated some 100 years earlier. Separate identities between these two peoples, however, still existed. The Fulbe, for example, had largely converted to Islam, while the Kurdi continued to practice animist beliefs. Even within the Kurdi, there were distinct groups such as the Mundang, Tukpuri, Gizaga, Massa, Bum, and Duru. Yet, for administrative purposes, all were now regarded by the colonial authorities as members of the single Fulbe tribe. Gone was the exibility of pre-colonial identities, and, consequently, ethnic boundaries became less porous as the 20th century progressed. However, it was not just a case of tribes being imposed on Africa. Many Africans themselves willingly took on these new identities to further their own political interests and those of their communities. This was particularly so for those who strove to be the intermediaries between the state and the tribe. These individuals benefited from becoming leaders of larger communities, as well as gaining a degree of access to state institutions, and the spoils that this position unlocked. Chiefs often became richer and more influential as a result of colonial rule. Under these circumstances, it is not surprising that these intermediaries had an overriding interest in building the myth of the tribe. Similarly, many of the individuals who made up these tribes also adopted the myth. To belong to a tribe enabled members to share the resources that their ethnic intermediaries extracted from the colonial authorities. This, after all, was the key conduit along which state-allocated goods were distributed. Conversely, not to belong to a tribe resulted in an automatic exclusion from the competition for state spoils. Belonging to a tribe also offered individuals a degree of protection from the alien colonial authorities. There was greater security in numbers. It was therefore logical for ethnic associations to consolidate in this new political environment. States wanted to deal with tribes, so Africans responded by constructing the larger ethno-regional. Ethnicity and religion. 64. Groups required. Leaders and followers alike involved themselves in inventing traditions and symbols to bind these imagined communities together. History was manipulated to give the tribe a long and honorable past. In this manner, while the colonial authorities were busy assigning Africans to tribes, Africans were busy building tribes to belong to. The above evidence suggests that African tribes can be seen, in part, as instrumental social constructions, and certainly not natural or primordial phenomena. Africans identify themselves as belonging to an ethnic group because it is in their interests to do so. Alongside the social benefits, cultural solidarity has become a method of securing tangible political power and economic advantage. In this sense, Robert Bates talks of ethnic groups being a form of minimum winning coalition, large enough to secure benefits in the competition for spoils but also small enough to maximize the per capita value of these benefits. 7. Despite their cultural makeup, therefore, ethnic groups can be compared to other interest groups that can be found working within African political systems, and around the world. Their representatives lobby the state, seeking resources and public policy measures that serve the group's interests. Individuals will identify themselves as belonging to this group, supporting it, because this is a method of securing new wells, medical centers, schools, and roads, or a new factory for their community and region. This reality requires Africanists not to regard ethnic conflict as an exotic clash of cultures, but more simply as the perennial clash over scarce resources. It is not irrational primordial rivalry. In this respect, it is simply familiar political competition, the politics of the pork barrel with an African twist. An ethnicity as a method of modern political mobilization. Ethnicity is frequently portrayed as having been a hindrance to Africa's political and economic development in the post-colonial period. This has become the popular view, fueled by nationalist arguments. Such a condemnation of ethnicity, however, is not necessarily warranted. Operating in the right political environment, ethnicity can be as progressive a force as any type of social organization. Indeed, in the harsh arena of Africa's authoritarian one-party governments, ethnicity provided a rare degree of pluralism and representation. No state is socially homogeneous. Social cleavage produces connecting interests everywhere. In each country, different issues act as the primary point of mobilization. Nationalism, class, religion, and ideology are all favored rallying cries gathering individuals together, enabling them to make their political demands to the state, and to society as a whole. So why should not ethnicity be a legitimate tool enabling groups to aggregate demands and mobilize politically? Ethnicity, after all, is the most obvious social divide on the continent. Ethnicity has made a positive contribution to many post-colonial African countries in that it has managed to serve both state and civil society to some degree. Even in the most repressive of African countries, state elites were forced to acknowledge ethno-regional power. Although these leaders gave scant public recognition to this rival source of political strength, given that it grated against the official nationalist. Ethnicity and religion. 65. Credo and their own elite interests, tacit concessions were nevertheless consistently made to sub-state groups. Cabinets, for example, were often a balancing act. Most ethnic groups had their own cultural brokers within the state institution. The failure to include leading members of each ethnic group within the executive would risk provoking a challenge to the regime from each absent region. Similarly, ethnic quotas were also exercised in bureaucratic appointments, the military, civil service, police and public agencies, as well as in the allocation of local budgets, and the allotment of state resources in general. Of course, there was not automatically an equal distribution of these resources, but the state elite knew that they would have to pay a political price if any group perceived itself to have been left out of these ethnic calculations. In this sense, the state had to acknowledge ethnic demands, which resulted in it bargaining with each group, as well as acting as a mediator between them all. This, in turn, made the state, however grudgingly and limited, responsive to, and representative of, civil society. Donald Rothschild describes the state-ethnic relationship in terms of a hegemonial exchange. This is where African states do not have enough power to impose themselves totally on civil society, as they cannot unilaterally impose their will on powerfully mobilized ethno-regional groups. As a result, the state has to win a degree of legitimacy from these ethnic groups to avoid full-scale regional challenges to its authority. This legitimacy is bought through the distribution of state-controlled resources. As Rothschild put it, as an ideal type, hegemonial exchange is a form of state-facilitated coordination in which a somewhat autonomous central state and a number of considerably less autonomous ethno-regional, and other, interests engage in a process of mutual accommodation on the basis of commonly accepted procedural norms, rules, or understandings. In other words, because the state cannot extend its hegemony totally over powerful ethnic groups, it negotiates with them instead, albeit from a position of strength. Ethnic groups, in return, relinquish any overt challenge to the state, as long as they feel sufficient resources are owing into their region. This, of course, to Western eyes, is an arrangement far removed from the ideals of liberal democracy. Yet it does provide a measure of stability and order within divided societies. The state and civil society are bound together by these political channels, with a degree of legitimacy and compliance being traded for a degree of representation. Many African societies avoided violent confrontation for long periods of time through this hegemonial exchange. Indeed, President Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya and Felix Houphouët-Boigny of Côte d'Ivoire took the art of ethnic balancing onto a different plane, and consequently managed to govern over remarkably stable societies for decades. Three major potential problems, however, stand out in societies dominated by hegemonial exchange. The RST could arise from a lack of skill, or will, to balance all the ethnic groups within the nation-state. The second problem relates to the massive inefficiencies that rule through hegemonial exchange generate, and the third is the reality that this basis of government only provides a limited degree of representation for those in civil society. The RST of these problems would arise if an ethnic group felt itself to be discriminated against by the state. Its members may perceive that they are being excluded. Ethnicity and religion. 66. From rights and resources enjoyed by other groups. The balancing act, using ethnic arithmetic, is difficult to maintain at the best of times, and miscalculations can often lead to conflict. There are also plenty of examples in post-colonial Africa where state elites consciously maintained an uneven ethnic balance. Where this occurred, the state became identified with one particular ethnic group, or groups. Instead of pursuing a policy of social inclusion, elites allocated a disproportionate amount of the country's resources to favored regions. Under these circumstances, state coercion is needed to temper any opposition emanating from the excluded groups. Hegemonial exchange also hinders the logical execution of public policy. It is simply inefficient for resources to be distributed according to demand, rather than need. If one ethnic group absorbs the bulk of a state's resources, simply because it is the most powerful, this results in weaker regions forfeiting their share. Site A, for example, may be the most practical place to build a state factory in terms of raw materials and transport links, but it may be that Site B is chosen instead because of the imperatives of ethnic balancing. Political stability, in this respect, is bought at the price of policy inefficiencies. Hegemonial exchange can also result in a lack of strategic planning. Short-term deals are the order of the day, instead of long-term considerations. President Milton Obote complained of Ugandan politicians in the 1960s that they did not act as if they were members of a national parliament. Instead, they resembled an assembly of peace conference delegates involved in some curious game of tribal development monopoly. 9 Parochial ethnic interests, in post-colonial Africa, continually prevented public policy measures that could have brought greater national gains, rather than limited region benefits. Above all, however, it is in its lack of opportunity for mass public participation that the hegemonial exchange model must be most criticized. Politics within these countries was the preserve of ethnic brokers and state officials. Rarely would the masses become involved. Legitimacy, as a consequence, suffered. Indeed, with resources becoming increasingly scarce during the 1970s and 1980s, ethnic brokers often failed to deliver to their communities. Consequently, a split emerged between the mass of civil society on one hand, and their ethnic intermediaries, parliamentarians, local councillors, and traditional leaders, and state officials, politicians and bureaucrats, on the other. What is more, one-party state structures left no other avenues open for civil society to express its grievances. The result was a wholesale crisis of legitimacy for the African state. This is a theme taken up in more detail in chapters 10 and 11, but it should be noted here that Africans during the 1990s successfully demanded greater levels of representation and a move to multi-party politics. This dramatic move towards multi-party competition certainly highlights the odds in the hegemonial exchange model. In itself there is no problem with Africans mobilizing along ethnic lines. Long-term stability and efficient development can only come, however, if this ethnic mobilization occurs within a system more responsive to civil society's demands. Ethnic competition needs to be channeled through pluralist and democratic institutions. Likewise, ethnic considerations have to be balanced against the demands generated by other forms of social mobilization, economic organizations, for example, or trade union or women's associations. Genuine representation across the whole of society fosters political legitimacy, not isolated and grudging concessions granted to ethnic groups by a dominant state. Ethnicity and religion. 67. And religion and African politics. As with ethnicity, religion has also long been established as a social cleavage generating political competition within, and between, societies. Ever since humans have been in existence, individuals have been mobilizing politically with reference to spiritual beliefs. European armies, for example, for 200 years, from the late 11th century onwards, launched several crusades in an attempt to keep the holy sites of Jerusalem from Muslim control. More common in Europe, historically, has been intrafaith conflicts between different denominations of Christianity. Entire countries were paralyzed and devastated, occasionally for decades, while political and military disputes over religious ideas and the correct rituals of worship were resolved. Again, a political scientist should not attribute this conflict simply to intolerance and religion alone. Each of these political or violent acts had its own underpinning social and economic imperatives. Political interests were being acted out through religious mobilization, and justifications offered by referring to Holy Scripture. Religious competition in Europe, especially violent conflict, has declined over the last 2 centuries. This is because, relatively speaking, European countries have succeeded in separating church and state. The modern state interferes minimally in religious affairs, with faith becoming something practiced in the private sphere. Governments may promote tolerance and protect the right of individuals to worship whichever god they choose, or no god at all, but the state no longer dictates doctrines and forms of religious observance. Certainly, issues of faith are still part of the political process. The violent hotspots of Northern Ireland and the former Yugoslavia, for example, or the ineance of the conservative Christian right in U.S. politics, but the West has come a long way from the Crusades and the 30 Years' War. Today, religion only plays a minor part in government deliberations and the formulation of public policy. The state commands the public realm. Religion is practiced in the private domain. African religions strengthening civil society. African traditional religions, like most traditional religions around the world, revolve around animist beliefs, the belief that the physical world is controlled by many kinds of spirits, of the earth, rivers, rain, sun, hunting, animals, and so on. African religions also usually involve the worship of, and communicating with, ancestors and ghosts of the dead who have achieved partial divinity. Often this ancestor will be a real or mythical hero who founded the ethnic group concerned. These beliefs give a powerful political position to individuals, priests, lineage and clan elders, rainmakers, diviners, prophets, and others who act as intermediaries to the spirits. Witchcraft and sorcery are also still given widespread credence across Africa today, as many respect this traditional animist world of spirits and ancestors. Often, this respect comes in the form of combining traditional beliefs with the more modern faiths of Christianity and Islam. This is because, again like the rest of the world, Africa has been subject to the spread of alternative religious doctrines at different points in its history. Judaism established itself along the Mediterranean coast. Ethnicity and religion. 68. As far as Morocco, for example, but it was almost completely superseded by Christianity early in the RST century AD. This original and distinct form of Christianity is still practiced in parts of Egypt and the Sudan, but it is Ethiopia that can boast some 1,600 years of continuous Christian worship. From the 7th century onwards, the next wave of religious unions came from Islam, which replaced most of the early Christian churches. Islam spread through North Africa and across the Sahara via trading routes. This is, today, the dominant religion practiced in the northern half of continental Africa. A second period of Islamic expansion was brought to the east coast by Arab traders and governors from the 12th century onwards. Similarly, a second wave of Christianity, initiated by European missionaries in the 19th and 20th centuries, came to dominate the southern half of the continent. This part of Africa is host to well-established and thriving churches of various Roman Catholic, Protestant and nonconformist denominations. With Islam dominating the north and practiced in the east, Christianity commanding central and southern regions, and with animist beliefs found throughout the continent, post-colonial Africa was and remains a devoutly religious part of the world. In terms of interaction with the post-colonial African state, these religious groups proved to be interesting. Just as with the ethnic groups discussed above, political leaders had to tread carefully with religious institutions. This was the area of civil society least subject to co-optation, bullying or coercion by the state, discussed later in Chapter 6. Politicians may have been promoting alternative ideologies and belief systems, nationalism, socialism, capitalism, and populism. For example, but none of these ideas could supersede the notions of Christianity or Islam in African minds. As a result, whereas the state could readily ban or monopolize other civil society activity, opposition political parties or labor groups, for instance, churches and mosques, always had to be given space to operate. In a one-party state, this amounted to a rare luxury for any civil society organization. From time to time, state elites paid a price for their relative inability to co-opt or coerce religious institutions. These organizations occasionally became a rallying point and conduit for civil society to express grievances against the state. In apartheid South Africa, for example, when the white minority government had banned all other black opposition groups during the 1980s and early 1990s, leaving the liberation movement voiceless, it was church leaders who stepped into this political vacuum. Even the ruthless apartheid state had to think twice about closing churches and imprisoning congregations. Another example of religious leaders acting where nobody else could was Malawi in the 1990s, discussed in more detail in Chapter 11. Here church ministers used their uniquely uncensored pulpits to advocate an end to President Hastings' Banda's authoritarian style of rule. These sermons had the effect of kick-starting Malawi's successful civil society campaign for multi-party democracy. Islamist politics on the African continent. The above examples of the church or more liberal mosques engaging in overt political action tend to be rare. The primary concern of religious leaders, after all, is looking. Ethnicity and religion. 69. After their congregation's spiritual needs, not their political interests. These leaders will involve themselves with day-to-day political issues, but, generally, only when pushed by significant humanitarian considerations, and the lack of alternative avenues of opposition, do churches and mosques become the focus for larger-scale political mobilization. This is because these organizations tend to follow the modern precedent of a separation of church and state. Religion is a private matter between an individual and their God. Worship may be conducted collectively and in public, but it is a part of life to be kept out of public affairs and political competition. Some Muslims, however, broadly termed as Islamists, disagree that religion and the state should exist apart. Instead, Islamists argue that religion without authority is worthless, rejecting the converse liberal arguments that religion without individual freedom is worthless. Islamists point to the West, where religion has become detached from government, and they see decadent societies where greed, crime, materialism, and a lack of community are rife. With church separated from state, the argument runs, public life in the West takes on an amoral outlook. Islam lends itself to a unification of religion and politics because it is a faith whose message regulates both the spiritual and temporal worlds. Interpretations of the Quran advise not only on matters regarding an individual's relationship with God, through the soul, but also on social conduct in the material world. Islam pervades many aspects of life. Consequently, there are Islamic teachings and interpretations on how individuals should not only pray, but conduct commerce, marry, rear children, socialize, and so on. It is the duty of all Muslims to adhere to and protect these holistic religious and social characteristics of Islam. This duty is the jihad, interpreted variously as the inner or external holy struggle, or war. In terms of politics, Islamists underline this unification of the material and spiritual worlds. They advocate that the Sharia should not only be the guiding principle of personal behavior, but also the responsibility of government. Sharia law is a basic code of conduct for Muslims to follow. It addresses how one should worship, daily prayers, almsgiving, fasting and pilgrimage. It also outlines the punishments for basic crimes, amputation of the hand for theft and stoning for adultery, for example, and the legal system to try alleged offenders. It also states how Muslims should dress, what they should eat, and a whole host of other regulations. A state's implementation of Sharia law correctly, Islamists argue, will bring justice, order, and clarity to a society. The Quran, however, in no sense provides a definitive legal code or constitution for government. No more than 80 verses of this text deal with these matters directly. This leaves a good deal of debate and interpretation on what Sharia should actually be in this political sense, let alone how it should be applied. Some Islamic scholars interpret the Quran very conservatively and literally. Ayatollah Khomeini, who came to rule Iran after the fall of the Shah in 1979, drew together some 3,000 rulings on the conduct of daily life in his explication of problems. These rulings decreed on a range of matters from how Iranians should organize their laws of inheritance, to matters of personal hygiene and to how to slaughter animals correctly. 10. The Taliban regime in Afghanistan, 1996 to 2001, had an even more conservative interpretation of the Sharia. They rejected modern science, seeking a return to a more traditional way of life. Other Islamic polities, such as Morocco and Indonesia, have far more ethnicity and religion. 70. Liberal ideas of how these principles ought to impact on government. These two states see no problem in Islam being part of a modern technological society. Then there is the question of who should interpret the Sharia. Like all religions and belief systems, Islam has had its fair share of ideologues who insist that their interpretation of the Quran is the correct and only law. Other scholars advocate a democratic Islam where the interpretation of the Sharia is the equal right of all adults within society. Similarly, some Islamic movements advocate prosecuting the jihad by violent means, while others reject this out of hand. Despite these considerable differences over the precise nature of the Islamic State and how it governs, what is certain is that all Islamists reject the notion of the separation of religion and politics. Instead, they seek to install or maintain an Islamic republic in which public policy and social conduct is guided and determined by the Sharia. Potentially, Islamist politics could have a massive impact on African states. This is because 1/4 of the world's Muslim population lives in Africa. In reality, however, this movement's impact on politics has been limited as the vast majority of African states are currently secular, that is, they separate religion from the state. This is the nature of the societies left by the departing colonial powers at independence, and, by and large, most African Muslims are content to continue with this arrangement. Political mobilization based on religion can be found, and many African religious leaders have gained political advantage, prominence, and power through their spiritual position. Leading marabouts, Islamic teachers, in Senegal, for example, have acted as political intermediaries between their congregations, or brotherhoods, and the state for decades. They have also even occasionally acted as kingmakers, backing or breaking politicians' careers. 11 Despite this ignorance, Senegal remains a secular state. it is only in a few countries that Islamist movements are politically significant. The governments of Libya and the Sudan have ruled in the name of Islam for periods of the post-colonial era, whilst Mauritania has been an Islamic republic since 1958. Similarly, Algeria came close to forming an Islamist government in 1992, when the Front Islamique de Salad, FIS, won local, and then the RST round of national, democratic elections. The Algerian army, however, fearful of Islamist rule, stepped in at this point and annulled the poll, sparking a decade of conflict in which some 100,000 people lost their lives. More recently, as will be seen in the case study below, northern states in Nigeria have practiced the Sharia since 1999. These instances, though, are the exception. Overall, Islamists have limited influence on government across the continent. This reality, however, has not stopped Western security analysts, especially since September 11, 2001, from trying to assess the potential of Islamist revolutionaries and terrorists in Africa. Acts of violence have increased these groups' proles. In Egypt, for example, an Islamist cell was responsible for assassinating President Anwar Sadat in 1981, while another group killed some 60 foreign tourists at Luxor in 1997. An intermittent and disparate armed campaign seeking an Islamic republic has continued in Egypt since, resisted relatively successfully by the state's security forces. Similarly, Kenya, Tanzania and Morocco have all had Western and Israeli-associated targets bombed on their territory, notably embassies and tourist facilities. These latter cases were acts of terrorism committed by those seeking a global Islamist revolution. The perpetrators had little support locally. Ethnicity and religion. 71. It is stateless Somalia, and regions of the Sudan, however, that have become the greatest concerns for Western analysts. Islamists operate, and have support, in these territories. Interventions from peacekeeping forces, and even the temporary invasion of Somalia by the Ethiopian army in 2006, have failed to lessen this activity. The fear in Western capitals is that links between local religious leaders and international terrorist groups will increase in these stateless environments. It has not been forgotten that Osama bin Laden operated throughout this region during much of the 1990s. The above survey suggests that Islamist activity and ambitions should be recognized when studying African politics. There is certainly growing support in many parts of the continent for Muslim beliefs to be wreaked more overtly in public policy. It should be remembered, however, that the norm for the vast majority of African states is religious organizations, Christian and Muslim, exerting measured political influence. Spiritual leaders interact with other interest groups within a secular political culture. There is no majority demand in any of these countries for religion to dominate politics. Instrumental religious political mobilization. This discussion on religion can be concluded by building upon what was said at the end of the previous section addressing ethnicity. Religion enters politics not just for spiritual or moral reasons, often there are instrumental imperatives as well. Political, economic, and social conditions affect the decision of anyone who decides to challenge the state using justifications of faith. One can certainly characterize an Islamist militant being in Algeria as a devout believer who is willing to lay down their life to wrestle the state from indulge. Yet, just as with the Rwandan genocide discussed above, To leave this as the sole explanation of the Algerian conflict tends to mislead. Again, the political scientist has to dig deeper. One should acknowledge the fact that the Algerian military has always stymied political representation in this country, as well as the fact that the timing of Islamist popularity coincided with chronic economic problems, and the stalling of the whole, secular, nation-building project. So, an Islamist activist in Algeria is not just a devout follower of Mohammed's teachings, he or she is also someone who is aware of the acute social inequalities in their country. They also believe that the current political dispensation, particularly the power of the military, has contributed to these inequalities. 12. Essentially, this individual sees an Islamic republic providing a better future given a perceived failure of the Western model of development in Algeria. It is not just blind faith that sees this person, violently or peacefully, express their opposition to the incumbent government. Instrumental choices have been made as well. Ethnic and religious sentiments are, of course, not the sole foundation for political relationships in Africa. They intermingle with other social considerations such as class, race, ideology, gender, and age, to mention but a few. However, ethnicity and religion. 72. Religion have been particularly relevant to the political structure of post-colonial Africa. As such, they are concepts that reveal much about the general underlying theme of this book, the competition between the state and civil society on the African continent. Nationalism was clearly the ideology favored by state elites. This was a tool that served them well in maintaining their authority over political institutions, and over society as a whole. Central to elite ideas of government was the conviction that the nation-state was the key to the future. They talked about the opportunities arising from nation-building, and discouraged alternative tribalist loyalties. The nation-state, they argued, had to beat back any subnational challenges to its authority. Only in this manner would the state be able to protect modern economic and political development. Similarly, religious leaders were encouraged only to operate in the private, and not the public, sphere. Nationalism was promoted as the dominant force. Despite the above protestations of African leaders, it was not necessarily true that ethnic and religious loyalties were counterproductive to a stable political environment. Indeed, in many cases, the pluralism that ethnic mobilization brought, and the opportunity of expression that religious institutions gave, to an otherwise closed political system, often proved beneficial. Ethnicity opened a channel of negotiation. Ethnicity and religion. 73. Table 4.1 Chapter Summary, Ethnicity and Religion in African Politics. Ethnicity: a community solidarity based on shared ideas of origin, ancestry, tradition, and culture. Ethnic groups: dynamic and modern, not primordialist. The creation of tribes: a product of colonialism and Africans' responses to the imposition of the modern state. Ethnicity and political: strong ethnic loyalties protect ethnic groups, to a degree, from mobilization. State harassment: states often try to balance ethnic interests through the allocation resources and the granting of political office. Relatively stable, but inefficient and unrepresentative, government created by hegemonial exchange. Religion: traditional African beliefs based on animism and ancestor worship still respected, and often combined with Christianity and Islam. An outpost of early Christianity is still strong in Ethiopia. Spread of Islam from 7th century onwards across North Africa, and later down the east coast of the continent European missionaries bring Christianity to Central and Southern African. From the 19th century onwards, religious institutions as religious organizations potentially difficult for the state to suppress, conduit of civil society protest due to popular support and moral implications. Islamist politics in Africa. Churches and mosques occasionally become conduit for civil society to protest against the state, especially when other avenues of opposition are blocked. Islamists seeking to create Islamic republics where religion and the state are not separated. Government in Islamic republics focus on implementing Sharia. Most African Muslim countries are secular. Some northern and eastern African countries, particularly Algeria, have growing Islamist movements and bargaining between the nationalist state and civil society. Indeed, in a political environment of one-party states and authoritarian rule, many Africans received the bulk of their political representation through this channel, by way of membership of an ethnic group. Likewise, religious institutions acted as a safety valve. They allowed civil society to voice its grievances, should state oppression become unbearable. Unlike opposition political parties, only in a handful of cases did state elites manage completely to eradicate or neutralize these alternative sources of political power. Africans certainly came to see themselves as national citizens, Zambians or Gambians, for example, but they also held on strongly to identities at a sub-state level. This was because multiple identities served their interests well. Certain benefits could be gained from state institutions, but others derived from acting collectively with citizens sharing similar ethnic or religious identities. Africans were thus unwilling to do as their political leaders demanded and put all their faith into the nation-state. Indeed, it is as well that they did not do this. The fact remains that, during certain periods of the post-colonial era, ethnic and religious mobilization brought Africans far more political rewards than affiliation to state institutions. In this respect, if nationalism was the ideological tool of the state, then ethnicity and religion remained active tools of civil society. Ethnicity and religion. 74. And case study, ethnicity, religion, and the nation-state in Nigeria. Nigeria is located on Africa's west coast, and is the continent's most populous state. Its topography consists of swamps and lagoons in the Niger River Delta, making way to areas of tropical forest and savanna upcountry. In the far north, there are arid fringes where the Sahara Desert begins to impinge. Nigeria ranks as one of Africa's more developed states, having benefited from the export of its oil reserves. Ongoing conflicts of interest between various social groups, however, have hindered optimum political and economic development during the post-colonial period. Much of this conflict has encouraged political mobilization along ethnic lines. Contained within Nigeria's national boundaries are over 250 ethnic groups. The largest three of these have dominated Nigerian politics since independence in 1960. They each mobilize in a distinct geographical region. The northern House of Fulani consist of 30% of the country's total population, the western Yoruba furnish 20% of the total, and the eastern Igbo register 17%. This observation, however, should not hide the fact that each of these regions is also home to numerous other, smaller ethnic groups. It should also be noted that the three dominant ethnic groups can be further divided into subgroups. 29 distinct divisions can be identified within the House of Fulani community, for example, 12 within the Yoruba and 32 within the Igbo. 13. This last fact, of prominent sub-ethnic identities, reveals a great deal about the respective histories of the House of Fulani, the Yoruba and the Igbo. Evidence from the past. Ethnicity and religion. 75. Clearly shows these communities not to be primordial entities. They are ethnic groups that have been socially constructed in relatively modern times. Indeed, the creation of these tribes is closely linked to the era of British imperial rule. It is no coincidence, for example, that the three regions of independent Nigeria closely resemble the administrative boundaries of the colonial years. The northern region had previously been the Northern Protectorate, administered through indirect rule, relying on the Fulani emirs as intermediaries. The eastern and western regions had been the Southern Protectorate, which had combined in 1906, after being run as two separate administrative areas prior to this. Despite the Northern and Southern Protectorates being united to form a single Nigeria in 1914, each region retained considerable autonomy under colonial rule. Given this distinct regional administrative pattern, it was only natural that tribes would develop within, and identify with, these separate, northern, eastern, and western, regions. This was a rational way to lobby the colonial authorities for resources. In other words, mobilization along ethno-regional lines proved to be the most effective manner of building Robert Bates's winning coalitions. Consequently, groups which had previously sought only loose affiliations now came together as tribes. Such an instrumental consolidation of clans and lineage groups was also encouraged by the colonial authorities, who required larger groups for administrative purposes. A brief examination of the creation of the Western Yoruba tribe illustrates this process well. The historical evidence shows how this group, far from being a primordial social formation, with its origins shrouded in the mists of time, is in fact a modern political and social construct. Prior to colonial rule, there had been no such thing as a Yoruba political unit or identity. Indeed, the word Yoruba was not familiar to the people of southwest Nigeria until the 19th century. Instead, the individuals of this region regarded themselves as Oyo, Ketu, Egba, Ijebu, Ijisa, Ekiti, Ondo, or members of a number of other, smaller communities. Certainly, each group was aware of their neighbors, having established trading links, social contacts, and even through the waging of war, but none of these societies shared a larger Yoruba identity. Similarly, although the groups may have had a common language in academic linguistic terms, different dialects meant that these languages were not always mutually intelligible. Social relationships between the Yoruba clans changed dramatically under colonial rule. The imperial authorities needed larger communities to reduce the costs and difficulty of administration. Missionaries also desired larger communities, and for these people to speak the same language. This would aid their conversion to Christianity. In this respect, a standard Yoruba vernacular was invented by missionaries, based on the Oyo dialect, the largest clan, and a Yoruba Bible was printed. From this point onwards, it was in the interests of the clans to adopt this standard Yoruba language, as it became the medium of Western education and local Christianity. Additionally, it was also vital for individuals in this region to take on a broader Yoruba identity to be recognized by, and to gain access to, the colonial state. A failure to bargain with the imperial authorities as a united force would have resulted in all the clans losing out to other, more consolidated groups, found elsewhere in Nigeria. In short, ethnic coalitions were reforged and enlarged to ethnicity and religion. 76. Meet the demands and opportunities of the new modern state. And just as the Yoruba adapted, so did the Fulani Hausa and the Igbo. 14. It should be no surprise, then, that at independence, Nigeria's first republic was dominated by these ethno-regional groupings. Indeed, the independence constitution rested RMLY on this political reality. A federal system of 3 regions was established, which sought to recognize the needs, and balance the aspirations, of these dominant ethnic groups. Each region had a strong, relatively autonomous government, while the central administration concentrated on national issues such as defense, foreign policy, and international trade. Nigerians, naturally enough, responded to this ethno-regional constitution by voting for their respective cultural brokers. They charged their chosen candidates with the duty of capturing central federal resources, bringing these back to the regional community. Consequently, no powerful nationwide political party or constituency emerged. Local considerations dominated, and issues of ethnicity became increasingly politicized. Each region was governed by a political party that squarely identified with just one ethnic group. The Fulani Hausa governed the north, the Yoruba the west, and the Igbo the east. The First Republic's 3-legged constitution, however, failed to institutionalize this ethnic balancing act within a stable political system. Too many suspicions existed between the regions. The Christian South feared the larger populated Muslim North, while the underdeveloped North feared the better educated South. Similarly, the East and North resented the larger presence of Westerners in the federal bureaucracy. Each region saw itself in a vulnerable position. What is more, the tripartite federal constitution ignored the aspirations of minority ethnic groups which could not break this political oligopoly of the Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa Fulani. Perhaps the greatest constitutional danger, however, lay with the fact that it was possible for 2 of the regions to join forces against the third. Indeed, soon after independence, the Northern Party formed a coalition with the Eastern Party and did just this. Later, they attempted to exploit an internal split within the isolated Western Yoruba Party. Using their majority in the National Assembly, they created a 4th federal region in order to disperse the power of the Yoruba. The instability this created, along with economic mismanagement and labor agitation, left the way open for 2 military coups in 1966. The military intervened, they declared, to restore order and discipline. This military intervention, however, precipitated even more political turmoil. Igbo politicians, unhappy with the Northern, Hausa Fulani, dominance of the military government, promptly led their eastern region to secession. An independent state of Biafra was declared in 1967. This was the low point in Nigerian aspirations of national unity, and probably the high point of political mobilization based on ethnicity. The country would eventually be reunited, after 3 years of civil war, but not before up to 2 million Biafrans had died as a result of the federal government's siege of the West. Nigeria's first period of military rule lasted from 1966 to 1979. The generals attempted to tame ethnic mobilization by installing nationalist political structures instead. Government was to become more centralist, and it aimed to produce national ethnicity and religion. 77. Unity and economic development for the whole country. The number of regions, now states, in the Federation, for example, increased from 4 to 12 in 1968, and then to 19 by 1976. This was an attempt to loosen the stranglehold of the three dominant ethnic groups, and open up opportunities for smaller communities, and other interests. Military rule, in many ways, also assisted the consolidation of power among national bureaucrats. Although ethnic balancing was still a feature of government appointments, political competition gradually became channeled more through federal structures, rather than the earlier regional dominance. The military also successfully protected Nigeria's national integrity. No real attempt at secession emerged after the 1967–70 Civil War. This is not to say, however, that the country enjoyed political stability during this first period of military rule. Officers, disaffected with corruption within the bureaucracy and Nigeria's poor economic management, overthrew their superiors in 1975, forming a successor military government. The regime of Lieutenant General Olusegun Obasanjo returned Nigeria to civilian rule in 1979. The Second Republic had at its helm President Alhaji Shagari, leader of the National Party of Nigeria, NPN. It is true to say that the lion's share of NPN power lay in the northern region, but the support this organization enjoyed among southern voters did give credibility to its pretensions to be a national party. This Second Republic, 1979–83, was very much an age of patronage, giving a good illustration of Donald Rothschild's hegemonial exchange model. The federal government at the center looked after its own interests, but also had to acknowledge ethno-regional power. Resources were distributed accordingly. As well as material goods and local budgets, political posts were also part of this ethnic arithmetic. The NPN itself, for example, made sure that the posts of president, national chair, vice president, and head of the Senate were rotated among party notables hailing from the north, east, west and central zones. The federal cabinet was also inclusive, representing all Nigeria's major ethnic brokers. No one ethnic group could be perceived to be too dominant, nor could any of these groups be excluded. The Shagari regime, however, was to fall to another military coup on New Year's Eve, 1983. The army's rejection of this democratic administration was not based on a failure of ethnic arithmetic, nor its nationalist sentiments. It was the inability of these civilian politicians to manage the economy, at a time when oil revenue was declining, and its failure to stem corruption. In a system of government that relied on ethnic patronage for its survival, corruption was hard to control. Politics had become centered on the short-term winning of state resources, and gaining access to the levers of power. Little long-term strategic political or economic planning could survive in this institutionalist system of political exchange. Resource capture and distribution had become more important to politicians and bureaucrats than the actual development of the economy that produced these resources. Nigeria had hit, head-on, the problems of inefficiency and legitimacy associated with the hegemonial exchange model. The military administration of Major General Muhammadu Buhari failed to end any immediate remedies for Nigeria's economic problems, and his regime became increasingly authoritarian as it began to lose popular support. This prompted yet another. Ethnicity and religion. 78. Military coup in 1985 in which Major General Ibrahim Babangida became head of state. Babangida imposed an economic structural adjustment program, and promised a return to civilian rule by 1992. In this respect, the regime set about attempting to formulate a constitution that could manage Nigeria's social divisions more successfully than the democratic experiment of the Second Republic. The Babangida constitution introduced a number of new ideas to Nigerian politics. First, the Armed Forces Ruling Council, AFRC, declared that former politicians, and its own members, would not be able to participate as elected officials in the Third Republic. Nor would the institutionalist ethnic balancing of the past be reproduced. Instead, Babangida opted for a two-party system, based on national, rather than regional, political competition. Both parties would have to gain support right across the country, if they were to win power. True to its word, the Babangida regime invited political parties to form and compete to be one of the two legal political parties within the new constitution. 40 groups applied, and 13 were deemed to meet the national credentials set by the regime. The AFRC, however, later dissolved all 13 of these parties because, they claimed, they did not have a distinctive ideology, and were too closely linked to proscribed former politicians. Instead, the AFRC created two parties of their own, along with their accompanying manifestos. The transition to civilian rule stalled, however, when pressures from within the military led to the 1993 presidential election being annulled. The victor of this democratic poll, Mashood Abiola, was subsequently thrown into jail. Evidently, elements of the military enjoyed their taste of political power, and were not prepared to relinquish the reins of the state. It was not until 1999 that multi-party democracy returned to Nigeria, when President Olusegun Obasanjo was duly elected to lead the Third Republic. That Obasanjo was a retired general, and had led the 1976–79 military government, clearly illustrates the veto that the armed forces still held over Nigerian politics. Yet, it should be noted that Nigeria is currently enjoying its longest period of civilian rule since independence. Elections have been held regularly, albeit with serious odds in terms of violence and vote rigging. Obasanjo also made some inroads into the issue of corruption, removing several leading politicians from office. In 2007, Nigeria even experienced its RST civilian-to-civilian transfer of power, when Obasanjo, having failed to amend the constitution to enable himself to enjoy a third term of office, made way for President Alhaji Umaru Musa. Despite this more democratic era, however, the difficulty of managing ethnic and religious differences has remained. In terms of ethnicity, the Third Republic has been associated with political violence in the oil-producing Niger Delta region of the country. Activists, invoking sentiments of ethnicity, have mobilized against the federal government, complaining that local people gain little economic or social benefit from the oil extracted on their land. Profits, they argue, are siphoned off by federal authorities and transnational corporations. The struggle is portrayed as central government exploiting the local minority ethnic groups that inhabit the delta. Once again, political conflict over inequality has taken on an ethnic dimension. Low-intensity insurgency, including the kidnapping of oil workers, has been the result. Ethnicity and religion. 79. It is religion, however, that has caused most conflict in the Third Republic. Since 1999, violence has accompanied the decision of 12 northern states in the Federation to enforce full Sharia law. Although the Sharia had been practiced in colonial Nigeria, the traditional unmitigated punishments, death by the sword, stoning, amputation and ogging, associated with hudud offenses, such as theft, fornication, consumption of alcohol and apostasy, had been outlawed under British indirect rule. Post-colonial Nigeria, until 1999, had maintained this position. One should not be surprised, therefore, that the reintroduction of the full Sharia penal code by these 12 states prompted intercommunal violence. Each instance of a judge passing an unmitigated sentence for a had crime precipitated riots, collectively costing hundreds of lives. Likewise, actions in Iraq and Afghanistan also periodically encouraged violence between Muslim and Christian neighbors. At first glance, events in northern Nigeria appear to be a simple outpouring of faith, a clash of spiritual beliefs. The decision to impose full hudud penalties, after all, had local popular support. Yet, the political scientist has to inquire why the governors of these 12 states chose this particular moment to restore Sharia law in the way that they did. A deeper analysis reveals the underlying politics behind this decision. First, it should be noted that northern interests had just been forced from power by the election of Obasanjo. The previous period of military rule had been closely associated with a powerful northern officer class. Invoking Islamic solidarity can therefore be seen as a defensive act. It was a vehicle for politicians to protect their northern homeland against any maneuvering by the new democratically elected federal government. Then there was the issue of corruption. Given the historic failure of the federal government to tackle this issue, would not the political system be cleansed by the full implementation of the Sharia? Citizens of the North supported the notion that it would. Reference to Islam could bring a much-needed moral dimension to political conduct. Also to be considered was the retreat of the state under structural adjustment programs, discussed in depth in Chapter 9. Neoliberal-inspired reforms had required the federal government to provide fewer social services nationwide. In the North, Muslim non-government organizations stepped into this social space. Islamic organizations could now be found operating in the health, education, and even security sectors, providing what the state no longer could. Why not extend this faith-based public service to the 12 state governments themselves? Thus, for these three reasons, the political environment was ripe for politicians to appeal to constituents using Islam as a rallying point. And this is exactly what they did. Religious mobilization won popular support for the governors of the 12 states, together with their political factions. Faith was a vote winner and helped politicians secure office. The full reintroduction of Sharia law was the logical extension of this competition for political support and legitimacy. Today, however, evidence suggests that religious mobilization in the North, in the political sense, is on the wane. Voters have observed that governors have delivered little since 1999 by way of cleaning up systemic corruption, whilst some clerics, failing to win the political order they sought, have criticized the politicians' insincerity in their invoking of Islam. Constituents are developing the same cynicism towards leaders. And questions raised by this chapter. 1. Why did Africans start consolidating on a tribal basis in the 19th and 20th centuries? 2. Do you consider African ethnic groups to be primordial or instrumental in nature? 3. Is the hegemonial exchange model an appropriate form of government for African societies? 4. Have ethnic and religious identities assisted or hindered the political process in post-colonial Africa? 5. To what extent would the establishment of an Islamist government on the continent change the nature of African politics? And glossary of key terms. Animist beliefs. Traditional beliefs that the physical world is controlled by many kinds of spirits, of the earth, rivers, rain, etc., which may also involve ancestor worship. Distributive politics. A style of politics where state resources are distributed according to demand, rather than need. Political calculations override social or economic considerations. Ethnicity and religion. 80. Advocating political Islam that they had for previous generations of opportunistic politicians. Full implementation of Sharia penalties has also become less frequent, as have the accompanying riots. It may be that, for the time being, religion has become less important in Nigerian politics. What is not in doubt, however, is the fact that, just like ethnicity, it will not be too long before another political grouping will appeal to religion in an attempt to win power. And Nigeria. 15. Territory, 580,768 square km. Population, 148 million. Colonial power, Britain. Independence, 1960. Major cities, Abuja, capital, major ethnic groups, Hausa. Lagos. Yoruba. Kano Abadan. Fulani. Infant mortality, 109 deaths/ 1,000 inhabitants. 250 plus. Others. Currency, Naira. Life expectancy, 43 years. Religions, traditional. Adult literacy, 72% Christian. Urban population, 49.8% Islam. GDP per capita, $917. Ethnic arithmetic calculations required to ensure that all ethnic groups within a society receive an appropriate share of state resources. Ethnic brokers. Intermediaries or members of the state elite who represent the interests of, and seek resources for, their ethnic group. Ethnic group. A community of people who have the conviction that they have a common identity and common fate based on issues of origin, kinship ties, traditions, cultural uniqueness, a shared history and possibly a shared language. Hegemonial exchange. Where the state, unable to completely assert its hegemony over ethnic groups, exchanges resources and patronage in return for political compliance. Hudud offenses, singular had, crimes in Sharia law that warrant the most serious punishment. Hudud offenses include theft, highway robbery, illegal sexual intercourse, drinking alcohol, and apostasy, the rejection of a former religious belief. Islamism. The belief that Islam should not only dominate the spiritual world, but the temporal world as well, including politics and government. Islamists seek to build an Islamic republic where there is no separation between church and state. The Sharia, the religious code of Islam that regulates both public and private life. Sharia law informs correct behavior with respect to banking, commerce, family relations, sexuality, hygiene and dress, amongst many other issues. And further reading. Sources that could be consulted to develop a deeper knowledge of ethnicity in Africa include Crawford Young's chapter in David Apter and Karl Rosberg's book looking at how Africanists have studied the concept of ethnicity, as well as Louise de la Gorgendier, Kenneth King, and Sarah Vaughan's edited collection which covers a remarkable amount of ground. For a detailed case study, Gerard Prunier's book on Rwanda is highly recommended, while those readers interested in how African ethnic groups consolidated as a reaction to colonial rule should consult the extremely informative book edited by Leroy Vale. The instrumentalist case of hegemonial exchange is argued well in Donald Rothschild's essay. David Welsh has written an excellent article drawing together many of the above ideas on ethnicity, whilst Berman, Io, and Kimlicka's collection provides good illustrative case studies from across the continent. In terms of how religion has influenced African politics, Jeff Haynes's book is recommended as a general introduction to the issues, while Kramer's article is a good place to start exploring the concept of an Islamic republic. Those who wish to look at religion and politics in the case study country of Nigeria may want to read Ogbukalu's article on how Sharia law has been imposed in this country's northern states, and the problems and political tensions that this has created nationally and internationally. The Soers and Odick edited book provides a broader collection of country studies assessing the impact of Islam on African politics. Berman, Bruce, Dixon Io, and Will Kimlicka, eds. Ethnicity and Democracy in Africa. Oxford, James Curry, 2004. 83. Social Class. The Search for Class Politics in Africa. And Chapter Outline. Marx on Social Class 85 The Problems of Exporting Marx to Africa 86 The African Mode of Production 87 A more exible look at social class in Africa 89 Identifiable social groups within African society 90, The Peasantry 90, The Proletariat 92, The Commercial Bourgeoisie 92, The Bureaucratic Bourgeoisie 93, Traditional Leaders 95, Informal Sector Entrepreneurs 95, and International Bourgeoisie 96 The Value of Class Analysis in Explaining African Politics 97 State and Civil Society 101 Case Study, Social Class in Botswana 101 Questions raised by this chapter 105 Glossary of Key Terms 105 Further reading 106 Notes and References 107. 84. Chapter 5. The next political concept used to investigate post-colonial Africa is a trusty tool of all social scientists, the notion of class. This concept is invaluable to those studying politics because it is an excellent way of identifying the age-old battle between the haves and have-nots within society. Class, in this sense, is the study of inequality. And where inequality exists, relationships between competing groups, including the exploiters and the exploited, will follow. Politics will determine how such conflict is resolved. Indeed, Marxists believe class to be the key defining feature of any society. As Marx and Engels wrote in their Communist Manifesto, the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. Initially, this chapter will use the ideas of Karl Marx to subject African states to class analysis. Such analysis will certainly add to the understanding gained from the previous chapter's investigations of history, nationalism, and ethnicity. Marxism, however, has its limits when it comes to the African continent. This is why other theories are presented in the second half of the chapter, giving perhaps a more accurate picture of how classes have competed for power in post-colonial Africa. And Marx on social class. Karl Marx provided a model of society that was governed by class connect. His ideas help identify competing groups within society, and the basis of the relationship between these groups. Marx, however, went beyond mere description, adding dynamism to class analysis. He argued that class formation is inherently related to the progression of history. Indeed, he regarded class connect to be the motor of all history. The key to understanding Marxist class analysis, especially within the African environment, is to recognize what is meant by the means of production. Marx deemed classes in relation to these means of production. The owners of the means of production constitute the ruling class, and are therefore in the position to exploit the rest of society. As Friedrich Engels explained, the determining factor in history is, in the null instance, the production and reproduction of immediate life too. In other words, all people have to produce at least their subsistence needs to survive: food, shelter, and clothing. This is a basic fact of life. Achieving this goal, however, is much easier for the owners of the means of production than it is for the masses. The means of production are, therefore, the material factors such as land, tools, and machinery that help human beings produce their subsistence needs, and any economic surplus beyond this. Classes form in relation to the means of production. Under the capitalist mode of production, for example, society divides into two classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Landlords and capitalists form the ruling bourgeois class as they secure an excellent standard of living, and political power, by using their ownership of these means of production, land and machinery. From this position they exploit the mass proletariat. The proletariat, by contrast, has a problem. Its members do not own any means of production, yet they still have to produce to meet their subsistence needs. They therefore have to gain access to productive forces, and this comes at the price of exploitation from the bourgeoisie. The proletariat is vulnerable because it only has its labor to sell. It has no option but to work for the bourgeoisie. 85. The ruling class is exploitative because it does not pay the full value for this labor. Capitalists pay enough to ensure that the workforce can reproduce itself, ensuring the survival of a labor force, but they share little of the profit from this productive process with the proletariat. Any surplus, even though it is generated by the toil of the workers, is retained by the bourgeoisie to maintain their higher standard of living, and to reinvest in further exploitative ventures. In this manner, members of the proletariat are reduced to mere units of production, working for the ruling class in their factories and on their land. Naturally enough, this class exploitation is wreaked within the structure of the state. The bourgeoisie is hegemonic. The government always supports the interests of the bourgeoisie over those of the proletariat. As Marx himself put it, the executive of the modern state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. 3. The entire political system is therefore geared towards serving this ruling class. This is how Marx, writing in the 19th century, saw the development of modern society. he observed, our epoch, the epoch of the bourgeoisie, possesses this distinctive feature: it has simplified the class antagonisms. Society as a whole is more and more splitting up into two hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing each other, bourgeoisie and proletariat. For Marx's work assists political scientists in that it not only helps identify classes, it also puts the relationship between these classes within a historical framework. Underlying all Marx's work is the idea of revolution. Classes have formed, consolidated, and then fallen to new class formations throughout history. In this respect, it was Marx's belief that the process of class evolution would not end with capitalism. There was one more stage to go. Revolution would defeat capitalism, ushering in socialism when the system was sufficiently weakened by its own internal contradictions. The key to capitalism's downfall would be that this mode of production did indeed create a mass proletariat. Given their exploitation by the ruling class, and the reality that this working class far outnumbered their oppressors, the proletariat would eventually become uncontrollable. At RST, workers would protect their interests via collective actions such as trade union activity, and then a revolutionary movement would develop, completing the transition from capitalism to socialism. The proletariat would take the state from the bourgeoisie by force. After the revolution, socialism would create a classless society where inequality and exploitation would be at an end. In the words of Karl Marx, what the bourgeoisie, therefore, produces, above all, is its own grave diggers. Its fall and the victory of the proletariat are equally inevitable. 5. And the problems of exporting Marx to Africa. However brilliant Karl Marx was, he could not escape his own mortality. Naturally enough, Marx's work is largely a critique of 19th-century European capitalism. This is the world he knew. Through Marx's writings much can be learnt about this period, and in terms of the foundations that he laid for contemporary study, no other individual has offered more to the social sciences. The modern world, however, is a different place to the one studied by Marx. Even within today's European capitalist systems, Marxist analysis has hit several fundamental problems, mostly to do with a 86. Growing middle class and the absence of a revolutionary working class. Outside Europe, there is even less empirical evidence to support Marx's thesis. Africa certainly tests any belief that the Marxist paradigm of class analysis has a universal application. Africa, at this RST glance, is not open to classical Marxist interpretation because the continent has not been fully penetrated by the capitalist mode of production. Chapter 2 certainly showed how imperialism drew various sectors of the colonial economy, mining and plantation farming, into the capitalist world system, but capitalism did not come to dominate all economic activity within African states, and still does not do so today. The lack of widespread industrialization on the continent is clear evidence of a lack of capitalist penetration. South Africa apart, there have been no real industrial revolutions within African states. It is therefore not surprising that the accompanying social relations created by the capitalist mode of production are also absent. Few African states have a proletariat to speak of, while there is also a distinct lack of any classical bourgeoisie. And with no bourgeoisie and no proletariat, there is no Marxist revolutionary dynamic pushing forward the transition of history from capitalism to socialism. Considering these facts, many have described Africa as being classless. This was certainly the view of several African nationalists who led their countries to independence. Instead of class, the communalism of traditional Africa was emphasized. Village life, based on inalienable land rights for all, community cooperation, and leaders being both responsible and accountable to their people, was portrayed as the typical form of social relationship on the continent. In this respect, Tom Mboya, a Kenyan nationalist, argued, the sharp class divisions that once existed in Europe have no place in African socialism and no parallel in African society. No class problems arose in traditional African society and none exist today amongst Africans. 6 other nationalist politicians agreed with Mboya. Nyerere, Senghor, and Sekou Touré all stressed that there was a common ownership of the means of production, as all had access to land, while African leaders served rather than exploited their people. Clearly, then, the bulk of Marx's work is not applicable to explaining post-colonial African politics. This, however, should come as no surprise. Marx died before the 20th century began and never sought to analyze social classes on the African continent. Yet, just because African conditions cannot be shoehorned into dominant European explanations of class, this is not to say that class and class conflict were, and are, absent in African states. Indeed, the next section of this chapter shows nationalist arguments of classlessness to be unfounded. It will show that social relationships determined by class, or, at least, by inequality, have been at the forefront of African politics since early times, and continue to play a major part in African politics today. And the African mode of production. The problem that many students have in understanding social relationships within African states arises because they have difficulty in distancing themselves from the capitalist mode of production. This, after all, is where Marx produced his best work, and it is also the area where most apprentice political scientists cut their teeth when learning about the class dimension to politics. It is a fact, however, that Africa still 87 remains to be fully penetrated by capitalism. Africanists therefore have to look beyond just this one, capitalist, mode of production. This is not to say that capitalism is totally absent on the African continent. It has penetrated and captured strategic sectors of all African economies. Yet today, many Africans still undertake the same economic activities that their forebears practiced for generations. Many peasant farmers, for example, only have limited contact with the capitalist market, as they own their means of production, land and basic farming tools. They are not beholden to a landlord class, as land is usually not individually owned but held in common in Africa. Consequently, peasants produce largely for themselves, avoiding the exploitation of a bourgeois class. In this sense, class relations on the continent are not only a product of the capitalist mode of production, but are also still influenced by pre-capitalist modes of production. African historians, especially in the 1960s and 1970s, spent a great deal of time trying to identify the nature of these pre-capitalist modes of production. This was undertaken to reveal more about the current social forces that were still operating in tandem alongside the initial penetrations of capitalism. The starting point for these historians were the supplementary writings that Karl Marx had penned considering modes of production other than capitalism. In Europe, for example, Marx argued, feudalism had preceded capitalism. Africanists, however, found little evidence of this type of class relationship ever existing in Africa. Feudalism was based on relationships between landlords who extracted a surplus from the serfs farming their land. In Ethiopia, something akin to feudalism existed, as an aristocracy did own land, but this was not the case in most of Africa. Each family within a community had an inalienable right to land, and without landlords feudalism cannot exist. Undaunted, historians of the continent sought to identify an alternative, unique African mode of production. Some Africanists, for example, pointed to tribute or lineage modes of production fostering class formation. In these societies, certain families received gifts and tribute as a result of their status. Consequently, these families came to form the ruling elites, holding positions of political power over their followers. Other historians highlighted external commerce as sources of surplus accumulation. Complex social formations were created in West Africa, for example, by trans-Saharan commerce and the slave trade. The surplus that this exchange generated created merchant classes, who then went on to translate this economic power into political power. Similarly, conquest could produce a surplus, and thus a ruling class. Instead of exploiting domestic societies, military raids against neighboring societies generated wealth that was then transformed into political power back at home. Presumably there are an infinite number of modes of production that have existed in African, and world, history. Different modes have been created by different local conditions. This, of course, makes class analysis much more complex. Gone is Marx's relatively simple model of two capitalist classes, bourgeoisie versus proletariat. Yet, this search for the African mode of production has been extremely useful for those interested in African politics. These scholars have shown that pre-colonial Africa did not abound with utopian classless societies. Historical African ruling elites were just as adept at exploiting the masses as their European contemporaries. What is more important, however, is that there is now a better understanding of pre-capitalist 88 modes of production themselves. This knowledge is extremely important, because it is these modes that are still interacting with the more modern capitalist mode on the continent today. Africa, in this respect, currently straddles both pre-capitalist and capitalist modes of production. Uneven development means that capitalism has a great deal of influence, but it is still yet to completely replace its predecessor. A great deal can therefore be explained about African politics by the interaction, or the articulation, between these two modes of production. African class formation is therefore a complex mixture of the traditional and modern. Notions of tribute, for example, are as much a reality as capitalist-induced wage labor. Similarly, Africa is still home to the spectacle of economically powerful urban business people, theoretically the owners of the means of production, returning home in their Mercedes-Benz to respect the authority of their village chief. As Marx put it, no social order is ever destroyed before all the productive forces for which it is sufficient have been developed, and new superior relations of production never replace older ones before the material conditions for their existence have matured within the framework of the old society. 7 African states today have highly complex class structures as they represent the articulation between pre-capitalist and capitalist modes of production, and, unfortunately for political analysts, complex class structures result in complex systems of class politics. A more flexible look at social class in Africa. Africanists have been left with the task of trying to analyze the intersection of modes of production. Much illuminating work has been produced on this issue. Yet, despite all this academic activity, basic questions still remain. What, for example, does all this Marxist theory actually reveal about the day-to-day realities of political interaction in post-colonial Africa? It is, no doubt, essential to know that African societies do not have simple class connects between a bourgeoisie class and a proletariat, but what exactly is the nature of class connect on the African continent? The answers to these questions are best sought, in the remainder of this chapter, by identifying common social groups found in African states, and then by addressing the consequences of the competition between these groups. In this respect, it is now time to move beyond rigid Marxist doctrine. Marx's ideas have to be adapted and built upon. It is certainly wise to use the foundations explored in the paragraphs above, but even Marxists concede that, given that classes are still forming in Africa, due to the transitory articulation between modes of production, class alliances and class consciousness are bound to be complex. Even more skeptical are the non-Marxists. Many consider grand European constructed models of class analysis to be more of a hindrance than a help in the African case. They seek other explanations of social interaction, and talk of elites and groups rather than classes. Whoever is correct, there is no doubt that Marx's unyielding economic determinism loses some of its precision in such a complicated social environment. A more exible conceptual framework is needed to identify African social groups. In a sense, something more descriptive and less dynamic than Marx's ideas works best under African conditions. 89. Unidentifiable social groups within African society. Under such conditions, Max Weber's notion of status as a determinant of social class is useful. This approach distances the scholar from myopic economics and associated modes of production. Instead, issues of power and social position come to the fore. Structural functionalist ideas of tying class definitions to occupation and income can also help. Indeed, anything concrete and empirically based is most welcome when trying to identify social groups within Africa's complex societies. Discussed below, and summarized in Table 5.1, are the continent's more recognizable social classes. At independence, broadly similar social groups could be found in most African states. At the top of the hierarchy was an elite of educated bureaucrats and professionals. These were the Africans who had benefited most from the days of colonial rule, and were set to prot yet again as those most closely associated with the institutions of the post-colonial state. Independent African states also often had a small merchant class of entrepreneurs who had found a niche within the capitalist market that, up to this point, had been dominated by the imperial authorities. Then there were the traditional leaders who had either weathered the storm of having their authority tempered by the colonial state, or had actually benefited from imperial rule. Further down the social hierarchy was usually a small proletariat working in the continent's mines, limited manufacturing industry or in its transport sector. The vast majority of Africans at independence, however, were peasants, whose central economic activity involved farming small holdings. Events that determined the nature of post-colonial African politics, in part, would be deemed by how these social groups interacted. This being the case, each of these classes needs to be investigated in greater depth. The peasantry. It is the peasantry, rather than a proletariat, which can be described as the masses in African societies. Tedershanen describes peasants as small agricultural producers, who, with the help of simple equipment and the labor of their families, produce mostly for their own consumption, direct or indirect, and for the fulfillment of obligations to holders of political and economic power. 8. The peasantry is thus a class of individuals whose main economic activity is providing their own subsistence from small-scale farming, whose social focus is that of the village community. African tradition and custom usually dictate that these people have free access to land. In this sense, they control their own means of production, and can therefore limit their need to interact with the capitalist market. Peasants, however, will become involved with this market to secure products that cannot be produced on their own small holdings: cooking oil, kerosene, consumer goods, and school fees, for example, or to meet the demands of political authority, taxation or tribute. Self-sufficiency certainly reduces this class's potential of being exploited by other classes, but since peasants make up the vast bulk of Africa's population, they are the main target for exploitation by those above them in the social hierarchy. Peasants 90 are particularly vulnerable because they are the individuals furthest away from the state. They have little access to government institutions and the power that these institutions bring. Yet, despite being the most exploited social group, their isolation and traditional beliefs make the African peasantry a rather conservative class. There is little evidence in the post-colonial period of peasants mobilizing, as a class, to challenge their oppressors. The liberation struggles against white minority rule in Mozambique and Zimbabwe may be the exception, but there certainly has not been a revolutionary peasant movement similar to those found in China or Vietnam during this same period. As Colin Lees observes, it really requires a rare combination of tyranny and misery to produce a peasant revolt, let alone a peasant revolution. 9. The most common way for the African peasantry to retaliate against its exploiters is simply to try to keep out of harm's way. As the peasantry controls its own basic means of production, through having access to land, it can withdraw from the capitalist market. If state-imposed taxes on income from labor, or on consumer goods, become too high, or a derisory price is being offered for cash crops grown for the market, then peasants simply disengage. They revert to basic subsistence farming, relying on their self-sufficiency to survive, or seek prots from informal economies instead. Indeed, as will be discussed in Chapter 10, the 1980s and 1990s saw mass peasant disengagement in many African countries, resulting in state structures coming close to collapse. There are, however, opportunities created by the capitalist mode of production. Peasants do often supplement their small-holding subsistence with external sources of revenue. Indeed, both colonial and post-colonial governments encouraged this, often forcing peasants out of their subsistence way of life. Taxes, for example, were imposed by state authorities to coerce peasant farmers into the capitalist market. To pay these taxes, peasants had to sell their labor as migrant workers, or use some of their land to grow cash crops. Where there was still resistance to entering the capitalist economy, further pressure was exerted. During colonial times in the Belgian Congo and Mozambique, for example, forced labor was introduced. Peasants were compelled to leave their small holdings for a period of time each year to undertake employment determined by the state. Post-colonial methods of creating a labor force were less harsh. Several states did, however, oblige smallholders to use a proportion of their land to produce cash crops for the market. In Marxist terms, peasants were being partially drawn out of their pre-capitalist mode of production, and being exposed to the modern economy of the capitalist mode of production. Indeed, it is in the interest of the ruling class to keep the peasantry trapped between the old and the new modes of production. This allows capitalists to pay migrant laborers wages below the level of reproduction. In other words, mine owners and farm managers rely on the fact that peasants are also producing for themselves back on their small holdings, farmed in their absence by their families. As workers have this additional source of subsistence, wages can be kept low. If they were a classical working class, with only their labor to sell, and no other means of production, higher wages would have been essential. This, however, was not the case. In the 1950s, African migrant workers were earning half the income of more permanent laborers in private industry, and a quarter of that of public service employees. 10A disparity. 91. Between the wages of this temporary labor force and their fully proletarianist colleagues still exists today. In sum, peasants can be deemed by their reliance on small-holding farming. Yet members of the family will often seek additional income and goods from the market by selling their labor and growing cash crops. Many peasants therefore have one foot in the traditional subsistence economy and one foot in the modern capitalist economy, forming what could be termed a peasantariat. 11. The proletariat. As it was seen above, the absence of a mass proletariat is the key difference between European and African class formations. Levels of industrialization in Africa simply cannot sustain a working class forming a majority of a state's population. Africa can, however, provide examples of isolated pockets of working class consciousness. Organized labor can be found with the miners of Zambia's copper belt, for instance, amid the dockers of Dar es Salaam, and among railway workers in Ghana, but this is not a common form of class expression. Indeed, these workers' privileged position makes them almost an aristocracy of labor, rather than a proletariat. They enjoy the security of relatively stable employment, and income levels above those of their peasant compatriots. These benefits make African proletarians less likely to challenge the status quo, as they are not to be found at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Only in South Africa, where the trade union movement played a major role in the GHT against apartheid, has a proletariat emerged that is in any way akin to the Marxist model. This was a result of an industrial revolution in South Africa, absent elsewhere on the continent. Yet, even here, many of the workers are still migrants, relying on their families back in the homelands to produce part of their subsistence. The commercial bourgeoisie. The African commercial bourgeoisie is the closest social group this continent has to offer by way of Marx's notion of a classical bourgeoisie. They are predominantly merchant groups that developed despite the trading constraints imposed by colonial and post-colonial governments. Capitalists involved in small-scale commercial farming and manufacturing industry can also be found on the continent, but, so far, these entrepreneurs are generally not so numerous as their merchant colleagues. These traders, small manufacturers, and farmers do indeed own their means of production, but have not yet developed into a dominant bourgeoisie. In this sense, many within this class could be described as petits bourgeois. They are only minor owners of productive property, whose exploitation of other classes is limited. Usually this exploitation amounts just to the markup they can place on commodities sold in their shops. Economic power is limited because most goods have to be obtained from foreign suppliers. 92. In many African states, this commercial bourgeoisie often has a large non-African ethnic contingent. Lebanese traders are prominent in West Africa, for example, while Asian merchants dominate East Africa. Elsewhere, a 1980 survey of Kisangani revealed that nearly half of the locally owned businesses in this Congo-Kinshasa town were run by Greeks and Asians. 12 in former settler societies, South Africa and Zimbabwe for example, the pattern is similar. The big commercial farms will be owned by Europeans, as will the larger industrial concerns. This is why Robert Mugabe's regime targeted white farmers as part of Zimbabwe's land redistribution program of 2000, discussed in more detail in Chapter 11. Throughout the continent, there are also numerous indigenous African entrepreneurs, notably larger-scale peasant farmers, but, even when added to their Asian and European colleagues, they do not constitute a bourgeoisie with enough economic power to be regarded as the dominant class. This commercial bourgeoisie may form part of a ruling class, but its relatively weak position ensures that scholars have to look further to find truly powerful groups within African societies. The bureaucratic bourgeoisie. Given that Africanists have to approach the concept of class with exibility, they would do well to take the advice of Max Weber. He stated, "Economically conditioned power is not, of course, identical with power as such. On the contrary, the emergence of economic power may be the consequence of power existing on other grounds." 13. This has been a theme taken up by neo-Marxists and liberals ever since Marx laid the foundations for the modern era of class analysis. Such scholars argue that Marx's work is too reductionist. As Nikos Poulantzas put it, classical Marxist analysis suffers from economism. The complete subordination of class formation to economic determinants obscures too many political factors that are also important. Indeed, Poulantzas went on to argue that these political factors could produce periods in history when the dominant economic class actually fails to control the state. The owners of the means of production are, therefore, not necessarily the ruling class. Instead, a political elite may be dominant. 14. Presumably the chances of this occurring are increased in more confused periods of articulation, when class formations are immature or decadent respectively, and are consequently less inertial. In the search for African ruling classes, then, it is wise still to lean heavily on Marx's work. After all, the dominant group will still use its position to exploit the masses, accumulating capital at their expense. The point is, however, that it may be that this ruling elite uses political strength, more than economic power, to achieve and maintain its position of dominance. In this respect, Stanislaw Ossowski considered not only the means of production as a defining feature of class, but also the means of consumption and the means of compulsion. 15. Richard Sklar built on Ossowski's work, applying it directly to African states. The ruling class on this continent, Sklar argues, is more usefully identified in relation to the political realm rather than to the economic realm. 16. The dominant elite is not necessarily the group that owns the means of production, but is more likely to 93. Be the group that controls the means of production. In other words, a politically advantaged class has the power to take economic surplus from wherever it ends it within the country. This class has little part in producing a surplus itself, but still has the ability to appropriate the capital generated for its own members' use. Not surprisingly, if political power is so important in identifying ruling classes in Africa, then this class is going to use the state itself as its main conduit of privilege. Indeed, as early as 1962, Dumont was talking of a bourgeoisie of a new type, that Karl Marx could hardly have foreseen, a bourgeoisie of the public service. 17. The African state became a tool for accumulation, offering possibilities of social mobility. Instead of the state merely being the executive committee of the bourgeoisie, assisting this class in its exploitation via private commercial activities, it is the state itself that becomes the central tool of accumulation for the bourgeoisie. Individuals in Africa, therefore, gain more power the closer they are associated with state institutions, and political power brings economic rewards. Hence the ruling class found in Africa is a political bureaucratic bourgeoisie, also termed a state, organizational or managerial bourgeoisie, not an economic, commercial, or industrial bourgeoisie. This bureaucratic bourgeoisie is predominantly an urban coalition consisting of ministers, party officials, members of parliament, bureaucrats, military officers, the managers of public industries and, indeed, anyone else who exploits their command over state institutions. As a class, this group has its historical roots within the colonial administration. As was seen in Chapter 2, an educated African elite was employed by the colonial service to act as junior administrators and professionals. As the group consolidated, this petit bourgeoisie of bureaucrats, doctors, and teachers formed the backbone of the nationalist movements that won Africa's independence. Their reward at liberation was accession into their former colonial masters' jobs. This bureaucratic bourgeoisie has proved very proficient in converting political power into economic gain. Not only do its members profit from their state salary, but also from the trappings of office, such as cars, expense accounts, education for children, health care, and access to cheap, even non-repayable, loans. Then there are the prebends, stipends of office, that state employment provides. These benefits include simple corruption, the pocketing of a proportion of the money handed over in payment for government services, such as export licenses, legalness, passports, or even the registration of births and deaths, indeed, anything that needs an official stamp or signature. Alternatively, there are opportunities for collecting commission for services rendered, a gift, maybe, for awarding a state contract to the right person. In many cases, bureaucrats make much more money from backhanders than they do from their official salaries. Indeed, state salaries are artificially low, as employees know that they can use their position of power as a springboard for accumulation. Association with state institutions has therefore become the key to a higher standard of living in post-colonial Africa. Ndivà Kofili Kale, for example, has calculated that the bureaucratic bourgeoisie makes up about 2% of Cameroon's population, yet it grosses a massive one-third of the state's national income. 18. With the state being at the heart of the bureaucratic bourgeoisie's power, The most common expression of class consciousness from this group relates to the defense of its command over state structures. This leads to conflicts between the bureaucratic bourgeoisie and other classes. The bureaucratic bourgeoisie may clash with the 94 commercial bourgeoisie, for instance. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Congo-Kinshasa/Zaire, the state neutralized the threat of an independent commercial bourgeoisie in one dramatic act. On November 30, 1973, President Mobutu Sese Seko nationalized nearly all of the private sector within this country, and confiscated all foreign-owned businesses. The control of these concerns then passed directly to the state and its clients. Indeed, all over Africa, the bureaucratic bourgeoisie attempted to keep as much economic activity as possible within the public sector where it could be controlled and utilized by the state elite, rather than give away power to a commercial bourgeoisie within the private sector. Just how this bureaucratic bourgeoisie has hampered Africa's development by siphoning off economic surplus for its own interests is discussed in Chapter 10. For now it is sufficient to note that the bureaucratic bourgeoisie is the group that has wielded most power in post-colonial African politics. Traditional leaders. The emergence of a bureaucratic bourgeoisie as the dominant group within African societies has not totally eclipsed sources of traditional authority. Old elites still have a role to play in the modern African state. Swaziland, for example, has retained a monarchy whose ancestors ruled this territory in pre-colonial times. Many other states have also seen traditional leaders use their historic authority as a springboard to occupy positions of power within modern political systems. These traditional leaders do not necessarily always refer to history. They may use custom to gain part of their authority, but to rely solely on the past would end these individuals rapidly sidelined. Just as chiefs and monarchs adapted to colonial rule, gaining what they could from imposed imperial administrative structures, the following generation modernized themselves to retain power within post-colonial societies. Many of the old aristocracy, for example, played prominent roles in the nationalist movements that ended European rule. Nelson Mandela, in this respect, was not only the leader of the African National Congress of South Africa, but he also hailed from a leading family in the Transkei. In the post-independence era, chiefs often became local party dignitaries, local members of parliament or heads of regional government. Many state presidents also have powerful family connections. In this manner there is a strong continuity of authority running from pre-colonial times, through the years of imperial rule, right into the modern era. Informal sector entrepreneurs. Another group found within African societies that does classical Marxist analysis is what can be termed informal sector entrepreneurs. These individuals make a living from petty trading, often straddling the line between legal and illegal activities. The closest category to this group that Marx wrote of was a lumpenproletariat. 19 He used this word to identify an underclass of society, thieves, prostitutes, vagabonds, beggars and the like, who were far from gaining class consciousness. 95. A lumpenproletariat is too inaccurate and insulting a term to use, but there is a large social group in most African societies that occupies this underclass position, especially if the continent's large mass of unemployed is added to this category. These people attempt to produce their subsistence from casual work and small-scale entrepreneurial activities. Urban women, for example, many of whom have rejected their rural yoke, can be found in African cities in occupations such as small wholesalers running markets, as beer brewers, or as vendors of food or handicrafts on the streets. 20 Such entrepreneurial activities frequently involve breaking the law. Street traders, for instance, rarely pay taxes or obtain the appropriate commercial licenses from the state. Indeed, with the growth of the informal sector generally in African countries, numerous smugglers, black market money changers and hawkers of all descriptions can also be added to this social category. Although lacking class consciousness and organization, due to their fragile and nefarious position, these individuals have played an important role in post-colonial political activity. These vulnerable people, especially in urban areas, often made up the foot soldiers of any bread riots directed against state authority. Allied to students and workers, these groups, in the bluntest of manners, can deliver considerable political clout. An international bourgeoisie. So far, this social survey has focused on the domestic arena. Peasants and a small proletariat are exploited by a bourgeoisie that largely derives its power through the mechanism of state institutions. Operating at the fringes of society are informal sector entrepreneurs, and also present is a commercial bourgeoisie, although this latter group is overshadowed by the bureaucrats, as they have failed to muster enough political power to compete with the ruling class. Together, the bureaucratic and commercial bourgeoisie can be termed a national bourgeoisie. Yet, the problem remains that neither of these groups owns the means of production to any great extent. As such ownership is paramount to Marxist class analysis, academics of this school have continued the search for Africa's true ruling class. Many consider they have found this dominant group by linking their analysis to theories of underdevelopment and dependency. This paradigm locates the real bourgeoisie outside Africa. Dependency theorists argue that it is the owners of international capital that form the true ruling class, not only in Africa, but across the globe. Transnational corporations and international financial institutions are hegemonic. In this respect, members of indigenous national bourgeoisies in the Third World are just agents or lackeys of this international bourgeoisie. They are merely collaborators, or compradors, to use the terminology of the dependency theorists. 21 Officials within African states, therefore, act as debt collectors for external agencies, receiving international backing and taking a minor share of the profits for their services. These compradors are in the business of facilitating foreign capital, often at the expense of the national interest. In other words, state officials will look after the needs both of international capital and of themselves before they consider what course 96 of action is suitable for their country. This line of reasoning explains why the national bourgeoisie holds power despite not actually owning the means of production. The true bourgeoisie operates from the Western capitalist countries, exploiting the masses of the Third World, while the local, national, bourgeoisie only occupies an intermediary position in this world economy. Compradors therefore gain their power from being agents of, rather than owners of, the means of production. This dependency school of thought dominated studies of class in Africa throughout the 1970s and 1980s, and still holds great sway today. In recent years, however, many Africanists have been seeking to revise this paradigm. They argue that dismissing the national bourgeoisie as a mere comprador class is too reductionist. A more subtle analysis of the continent's local dominant groups is required. Relating African states to worldwide theories of underdevelopment explains a great deal, but relegating Africa to just a footnote of the wider international political system diverts scholars from explaining African realities. What about political events generated by internal class conflict? What about the divisions within the national bourgeoisie, the battle between the commercial and the bureaucratic wings, for example? There is also a question about the actual level of autonomy these compradors enjoy. The reality is that, in the post-colonial period, peripheral states have selected different economic development strategies, groups within them have accumulated capital creating internal politics of inequality, governments have changed trading partners, and local leaders have selected different public policy options. There is a considerable degree of autonomy for locally dominant state elites to exercise. Indeed, the national bourgeoisie may even act against the interests of international capital. Several states in the post-colonial period, for example, have nationalized the assets of foreign companies operating within their territory. In this respect, African bourgeoisies are as keen as any other bourgeoisie to make a profit and protect their position of power. They are quite willing to tap into sources of international capital if this is beneficial, especially as sources of indigenous capital are limited, but they will also use their autonomy to protect their interests against international capital should this be possible and necessary. They may have to work within the constraints of the international economy, but this does not make the national bourgeoisie a passive, subservient, and powerless class. To think this is to profoundly misunderstand the national bourgeoisie's role within African politics. And the value of class analysis in explaining African politics. These, then, are the more obvious social groups that can be identified within African states. But how useful is class analysis under African conditions? To what degree do the preceding paragraphs really contribute to an explanation of African politics? For the political scientist whose knowledge is based mainly on studying Western societies, the above exercise is invaluable. Western formulated models of class, particularly Marxism, are almost as useful in how they fail to conceptualize African class formations as they are in providing an understanding of African politics. These models highlight the significant differences between Western classes and those found on the 97. 98. Table 5.1 Chapter Summary, African Social Groups. Social Group Characteristics. Peasants majority of the population, small agricultural producers, based in small rural communities producing largely for their own involved primarily in subsistence agriculture consumption, family is the main unit of production limited contact with the capitalist economy occupies an underdog position in society. Proletariat small proportion of the population, wage earners within capitalist landless rural laborers societies who rely on selling their urban laborers, industry, mining, transport, etc., labor. Informal sector entrepreneurs not permanently employed in formal economy, individuals making a living from often irregular/insecure work petty trading. Often involving often unlicensed/illegal activities, street vendors money changers/lenders, including foreign currency, smugglers petty thieves prostitutes. Petit bourgeoisie predominantly male, minor owners of productive self-employed artisans property whose exploitation of small farmers employing labor is limited, or the lower small traders ranks of the salaried state bureaucracy, teachers soldiers lower ranks of public service. Bourgeoisie, the ruling class. National bourgeoisie, predominantly male, the indigenous ruling class, a small proportion of the population. A. Commercial bourgeoisie, largely in the trading and agricultural sector, rather, the classical bourgeoisie as then manufacturing, deemed by Marx in his studies entrepreneurs of Western capitalist societies, business interests, commercial farmers, landowners. B. Bureaucratic bourgeoisie, largely urban, those who control rather than educated own the means of production, state decision makers exploiting their command over political class, MPs, ministers, party officials, etc., the institutions of the state to civil servants accumulate capital, military officers, public managers, e.g. in nationalist industries, professionals, public sector. See comprador bourgeoisie, any section of the national bourgeoisie which acts as an agent for the international bourgeoisie. African continent. It is not all negative, however. An adaptation of classical class theories does help to identify the main groups within African societies, and they also put these classes in a historic framework, pointing to the articulation between pre-capitalist and capitalist modes of production. Yet the fact remains that Africa is not willing to be shoehorned into the models most used by social scientists in the West. Class analysis is meant to simplify things. Academic work is easier if a society only has two classes, a competing bourgeoisie and proletariat. Of course, reality itself is never this simple, even in mature capitalist countries, but in Africa things remain complex even after conceptual shortcuts have been taken. The articulation between modes of production ensures this. Instead of two classes, the African masses are divided into peasants and a small group of proletarians, while the bourgeoisie comes in at least three parts: commercial, bureaucratic, and international, of which the dominant African branch is an administrative class that has its social base in the state itself, rather than civil society as Marx himself argued. And somewhere among this mix, a place has to be found for traditional leaders and informal sector entrepreneurs. Add notions of what Marxists call false consciousness, ethnic or religious loyalties, for example, and the picture gets even more confused. A point has to be reached where Africanists have made so many adaptations to classical models of class that the whole exercise should be abandoned and new ideas of social groups put forward. One such alternative approach is based on the fact that ruling groups are rarely homogeneous in Africa. The elite holding power is perhaps more usefully seen as a coalition of competing factions, rather than a single consolidated class. At the most basic level, for example, the national bourgeoisie is part commercial and part bureaucratic. Within the bureaucracy itself there are splits between the military and civilian wings. Factions mobilizing around ethnic identities and charismatic individuals are also prominent within African political systems. As a result, there is internal competition within the ruling group. Many state elites simply represent too many interests for the coalition to survive long. The various factions want different things, and hold little class solidarity with their allies. Consequently, many African governments are particularly vulnerable to shifting alliances within the ruling group. Witness the number of military coups d'état experienced by certain African states in the post-colonial period. 99. Table 5.1 continued. Social group characteristics. International bourgeoisie, the ultimate ruling class according to international capitalists based underdevelopment/dependency theorists in the North who exploit the transnational corporations' peripheral economies of Africa, international financial institutions and other areas of the South. Traditional rulers, clan heads, those whose authority is based chiefs mainly on tradition and custom, paramount chiefs, emirs, monarchs, etc. This reality of power is why some scholars talk of African politics being underwritten by a hegemonic drive. 22 No longer is class connect solely between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, or corresponding pre-capitalist and capitalist groups. It is more about groups and individuals cooperating and competing in order to capture the power of the state. Social alliances are not therefore based on class solidarity, but on the willingness to cooperate with strategic allies in order to receive more of the spoils associated with the state. Under these circumstances, social leaders will search each other out, to see if their corresponding factions can do business together. Jean-François Bayart, in this respect, talks of the assimilation of elites. 23 Powerful groups within society will respect each other's position, forming an uneasy ruling coalition, a hegemonic bloc. The members of this coalition, and their position within it, will constantly change, but all realize that to compete too hard would be to risk political turmoil and the possibility of losing access to the state altogether. Nobody wishes to give up this opportunity to accumulate, so the elites have to cooperate to some degree. Bayart therefore argues that classical class categorizations are misleading, as they artificially obscure the component parts of this hegemonic bloc. Links are forged between the different factions. Note, for example, how, once the bureaucratic bourgeoisie has accumulated wealth via its control over state structures, not all this wealth is spent on ostentatious consumption. Members of the bureaucratic bourgeoisie will also invest in commercial projects. They set up businesses and buy property, often using their position within the state to facilitate this. A bureaucrat, for example, may allocate himself or herself a plot of government land, usher through planning permission, and negotiate a loan from the state bank to build property for renting. Many state managers, in this respect, accumulate significant private commercial empires during their term of office. State assistance is also extended to the family, friends, and clients of the bureaucrats. Such entrepreneurial activity by state officials closes the gap between themselves and the members of the commercial bourgeoisie also found within the ruling hegemonic bloc. Links between other elites also form, between traditional leaders and the state executive, for example, or among trade union leaders and the Department of Labor. Indeed, the ruling coalition tends to co-opt the leaders of all the important factions within society. Hence the term assimilation of elites. As Bayart puts it, these are the people, after all, who drive the same Mercedes, drink the same champagne, smoke the same cigars and meet in the same VIP lounges at airports. 24 Having a similar level of power and the same desire to consolidate their hold on state institutions, it is not surprising that these leaders, even if they do not share cognate class backgrounds, join to form a hegemonic bloc. This is how as diverse a collection of leaders, such as business people, bureaucrats, soldiers, chiefs, trade union activists, ethnic brokers, and women's representatives, assimilate themselves into a state's ruling elite. 100. The above evidence confirms that social class is an important factor influencing the central theme of this book, the relationship between state and civil society. Scholars may differ on how to identify these groups, and also disagree on the nature of these social formations, but what is certain is that African societies cannot be described as classless. Inequality does exist. Unfortunately, class politics in Africa cannot be reduced to a simple competition between bourgeoisie and proletariat. This, of course, reduces the attractiveness of using class as an analytical tool. Yet the fact that the continent is host to numerous complex societies, harboring varied group dynamics, should come as no surprise. Even Europe no longer easily wreaks Marx's model of capitalist relations. Perseverance, however, does allow Africanists to identify various common social groups within African societies, and, as will be seen later in the book, the interaction between these groups has determined much of the continent's post-colonial political history. Indeed, it is still possible to apply a simplistic model to African social relations, avoiding the complications of Marxist analysis. Since independence, the continent has staged a battle between two separate parties. It is the age-old conflict between the haves and the have-nots which were referred to at the beginning of this chapter, in this case, between state and civil society. As the Ghanaians put it, Africa's post-colonial political environment has been dominated by a divide between the big men and the small men. 25 The big men, inevitably, are those individuals who have access to state institutions. Association with the state, after all, has been the key to social advancement on the continent in modern times. Once this access had been achieved, individuals commanded a share of the means of compulsion, bringing both opportunities for accumulation and political power. Class in Africa is therefore more to do with access to political power than with owning the economic means of production. The result has been the building of hegemonic coalitions across the continent, where leading members of society have been assimilated into state elites. It is these sometimes fragile hegemonic blocs that have been at the heart of African politics in the post-colonial period. Just how these big men have used their power, and engaged the small men within civil society, is the subject of the next chapter, addressing the issue of legitimacy. 101. And case study, Social Class in Botswana. Botswana is a landlocked country of just 1.7 million people located in southern Africa. Most of this territory is consumed by the Kalahari Desert, and, at independence, it was one of the poorest countries in the world. Yet, today, Botswana is often cited as Africa's miracle. 26 What this country has achieved in the post-colonial period is remarkable. From independence in 1966, Botswana has enjoyed sustained economic growth. Indeed, it 102 has been one of the world's fastest-growing economies during these years. Per capita gross national product, GNP, expanded from less than $100 in 1966 to over $7,500 by 2009. What is more, Botswana is the only mainland African state to have retained an unbroken record of liberal democracy since decolonization. The country's RST multi-party election was held in 1965, and similar polls have been repeated every 5 years since that date. This political stability is all the more striking when one considers Botswana's location for most of its existence on the doorstep of the potentially disruptive unions of apartheid South Africa. Initial post-colonial development strategies were based on cattle and the export of meat. This, after all, was Botswana's only significant commercial activity prior to independence. It has been diamonds, and to a lesser extent other minerals, however, that have become the key to Botswana's relative prosperity. As the former British protectorate of Bechuanaland, mining contributed nothing to Botswana's GNP. By contrast, in 2007, this sector of the economy accounted for over one-third of the national income. A state's politics, however, are influenced by factors beyond just macroeconomic indicators and regular elections. This case study seeks to introduce Botswana by analyzing another important political determinant, the issue of class. Like all societies, Botswana has been host to social groups competing for power. Ruling classes historically relied on their ownership of the main economic commodity, cattle, as its basis of power, as land, the more common European means of production, was held in common. Traditional elites in this part of Africa had been a cattle-owning class for centuries. This commodity provided the surplus wealth that underpinned their political authority. Even with the arrival of colonialism, traditional leaders managed to maintain their position as a ruling class. Following the path of indirect rule, British administrators relied on these leaders as intermediaries of government. Then, as Africa entered the era of decolonization, many members of this traditional cattle-owning elite went on to play a significant role in the nationalist movement. They consequently gained influence within the structures of the post-colonial state. As was the case with other African states, however, elites whose authority was rooted in tradition or commerce did not rule alone. It was a bureaucratic bourgeoisie that expanded most, both in size and power, during the post-colonial era. As the economy grew, so did the state apparatus managing it. New social provision, education and health, for example, also required a bigger bureaucracy. More individuals were being employed to run state institutions, which provided these officials themselves with opportunities to enhance their political power and economic wealth. Indeed, a trend developed where bureaucrats ran directly for political office, resulting, in time, with them taking over from the older generation of nationalist leaders. Civil servants thus crossed the divide and became politicians. In short, a bureaucratic bourgeoisie formed and came to dominate Botswanan politics, a fact determining that, despite the holding of free and competitive elections, only one party, the Botswana Democratic Party, BDP, has held office since independence. A thumbnail biography of Botswana's RST president illustrates the nature of this ruling elite. Seretse Khama led Botswana from independence in 1966 until his death in 103. 1980 he was a hereditary chief of the Bamangwato, and a direct descendant of Khama III, a national hero who had united the Tswana people and negotiated wisely with the European authorities in the 19th century. Seretse Khama was well educated. He studied in South Africa, and completed his schooling at Oxford University in the United Kingdom. Khama, in this sense, was fully in touch with European society, and would eventually marry a British woman. His hereditary and educational credentials brought him to the head of Botswana's nationalist movement, and he helped form the BDP in 1962. Khama was also a relatively wealthy individual, having purchased land in the new freehold areas of the country and farmed cattle. In this respect, Seretse Khama was almost an assimilation of elites or a hegemonic bloc by himself. He had strong links with traditional society, the modern political elite, the bureaucracy, and the commercial sector. Kama was a natural candidate for state president, as he could represent all the elites that came together to form the post-colonial ruling coalition. The Botswanan ruling elite, like many of its counterparts elsewhere on the continent, also sought to prosper through contacts with international capital. Dependency theorists would deem this group as a comprador class, acting as agents for foreign capitalists rather than serving their own people. The Botswanan government, indeed, went out of its way to encourage transnational corporations, TNCs, to mine the country's resources. De Beers, for example, developed the diamond mines that are at the heart of the country's economy, and with De Beers having been given a monopoly over the extraction of Botswana's diamonds, the government certainly opened itself up to charges that it was assisting acts of neocolonialism, merely overseeing the stripping of Botswana's assets by these TNCs. It cannot be denied, however, that foreign management of the mines, using foreign capital and foreign technology, produced vast sums of money available for public spending. Botswana, as a result, has comparatively good health, education, and welfare provision when compared with the rest of Africa. The government also cultivated a good relationship with international aid donors. Attracted by its stability and good human rights record, donors gave generously to Botswana in the post-colonial period. Class analysis, however, is not just about the haves within society. Outside the hegemonic bloc, the masses in Botswana, as they do all over Africa, bore the brunt of elite exploitation. Although class conflict is perhaps more muted in Botswana than elsewhere on the continent because of the democratic links between state and civil society, there is certainly still evidence of class relationships influencing political actions. With the structure of labor, for example, it is in an elite's interests to keep wage earners as migrant laborers, rather than encouraging them to develop into a more stable proletariat. A more permanent proletariat, after all, would render it easier to organize and challenge these elite interests. Bechuanaland was established as a protectorate in 1885, essentially to act as a vast labor reserve for South Africa. As occurred all over southern Africa, peasants were taxed and had their land rights curtailed in order to force them into the wage economy. For the majority, this meant seeking work in South African mines. By 1943, half of all Botswanan males aged 15 to 44 were supplementing production on their small holdings by working as miners for part of the year. 27 they were a peasantariat. Independence. 104. And the development of mining in Botswana itself, has seen the nationalization of this workforce. Yet peasants are still employed as migrant labor, not as a more skilled permanent workforce. In this way, the demands of modern capital are met, but the costs of labor are minimized. Reflecting its alliance with the domestic commercial bourgeoisie and the TNCs, the Botswanan government, the bureaucratic bourgeoisie, also tended to favor the interests of capital, rather than labor, in the post-colonial period. Labor organizations were tightly controlled to create a more advantageous environment for TNCs. In 1991, for example, 50,000 workers went on strike in Botswana. The government responded by dismissing 18,000 public employees, only agreeing to reinstate them on less favorable contracts. Botswana is also still to adopt several key standards drawn up by the International Labour Organization. 28. As well as its coalition partners, the Botswanan bureaucratic bourgeoisie is also adept at serving its own interests. In 1992–93, for example, 10% of Botswana's budget was spent on defense. In particular, vast sums of money were allocated to the building of a military air base outside Molopolole during the 1990s. Such non-productive defense investments, in terms of sustainable development, are questionable in such a fragile economy, especially since the demise of apartheid has removed any major military threat to Botswana. Instead of putting this capital into rural development, the bureaucratic bourgeoisie is spending money on itself. 29. The state contracts and state employment involved in the Molopolole Air Base, after all, create far more opportunities for patronage than would numerous small-scale community projects. Bureaucrats are thinking more of what public programs will bring for themselves in the short term, rather than economic development that would benefit the whole population in the long term. Given these examples, there is little doubt that there is inequality in Botswana, laying the foundations for class politics. Although the political elite have provided for their people more so than most African states, it is still a reality that not everybody has benefited equally from the country's impressive economic growth. Less than a quarter of the population, for example, is involved in the wage economy, while most do not own enough cattle to benefit from the decision to develop this industry. Indeed, arguments that Botswana has experienced economic growth, but without an accompanying income redistribution of the same magnitude, are backed by the fact that most Botswana cannot even produce their own subsistence. They rely on relatives in the urban areas to supplement their income. Statistics show that 40% of the population shares just 10% of the national wealth, while the top 20% own 61.5% of this sum. 30. There is no doubt, however, that the citizens of Botswana are better off than most Africans. Despite there being evidence of a ruling class that has used its political power to facilitate its own economic accumulation, the bureaucratic bourgeoisie has not consumed all of Botswana's wealth. Corruption, rent-seeking, and the general misappropriation of state resources for personal gain are simply not at the levels practiced elsewhere on the continent. Wealth has been distributed, to a degree, to the whole population. From scant social provision at independence, Botswana now has an extensive primary health care network, and most Botswana enjoy free schooling for a 10-year period. What and questions raised by this chapter. 1. To what extent can Karl Marx's model of class be applied to African societies? 2. Is there a pre-capitalist African mode of production? 3. How does the articulation between modes of production affect African class formations? 4. Can African classes be defined solely by the means of production, or do political and social considerations also play a prominent role? 5. Should the ruling elite in African states be termed a class, or is it more a coalition of elites forming an hegemonic bloc? African mode of production. A pre-capitalist mode of production sought by Marxists, akin to feudalism preceding capitalism in European societies. 105. Is more, the ruling elite did not resort to authoritarianism to protect their interests. They have successfully accommodated the peasantariat by maintaining a multi-party political system. It may be that just one party has been continually elected to office since independence, but this democratic longevity is unique in post-colonial Africa. Given its respect for human rights and democracy, and its efforts at providing public services, Botswana are content to continue to vote for the ruling BDP. Thus the bureaucratic bourgeoisie's position of power has been maintained. As Jack Parson put it, participatory politics and the ruling elite's not inconsiderable attention to the welfare of the masses, on a continent where these are usually conspicuously absent, have blunted the otherwise sharp edge of class politics in Botswana. 31. Territory, 582,000 square km. Population, 1.9 million. Colonial power, Britain. Independence, 1966. Major cities, Gaborone, capital. Ethnic groups, Botswana. Francistown. San Molpolo. Languages, Setswana. Urban population, 61.1% English. Life expectancy, 34 years. Adult literacy, 82%. Infant mortality, 48.2 deaths/1,000 inhabitants. Exports, diamonds. Religion, traditional vehicles and parts. Christian copper. Nickel. Currency, polo. Meat. GDP per capita, $7,755. Aristocracy of labor, where the proletariat is socially and economically relatively advantaged within society. Articulation between modes, a period when remnants of the passing mode of production still operate alongside new social relations generated by a more modern ascendant mode of production. Assimilation of elites, the formation of a ruling coalition consisting of leading representatives from the most powerful groups within society. Bourgeoisie, the ruling class in the capitalist era of history, whose power is based on their ownership of the means of production. Bureaucratic bourgeoisie, those who control rather than own the means of production, exploiting their command over the institutions of the state to generate power and privilege. Commercial bourgeoisie, the classical bourgeoisie, based on trade and manufacture, as deemed by Marx in his studies of Western capitalist societies. Comprador, any section of the national bourgeoisie which acts as an agent for the international bourgeoisie. Hegemonic bloc, a political coalition seeking the capture of state power. Informal sector entrepreneurs, individuals gaining their subsistence from, often illegal, petty trading and services. International bourgeoisie, international capitalists based in the north who exploit the peripheral economies of Africa, and other regions of the south. Means of production, the materials needed to produce human subsistence and economic surplus, land, machinery, etc. National bourgeoisie, the indigenous ruling class. Peasants, small agricultural producers, producing largely for their own subsistence. Petit bourgeoisie, minor owners of productive property whose exploitation of labor is limited. Proletariat, wage earners within capitalist societies who rely on selling their labor. Traditional rulers, those whose authority is based mainly on tradition and custom. And further reading. For anybody interested in a classical Marxist explanation of class formation and conflict, there is no better starting point than Marx and Engels' Communist Manifesto. With respect to social class, specifically in Africa, Crawford Young's look at how Africanists have tackled this issue would be a valuable read. Catherine Kokory-Vidrovich's work on the African mode of production was at the center of this particular debate in the 1970s, and her chapter in the book edited by Gutkind and Wallerstein is particularly useful. On the idea that political power, not only economic production, has an important role to play in African class analysis, see Richard Sklar's article. Similarly, Emanuel Wallerstein's paper puts African class formations into the context of the broader international economy. For a more recent look at how Africanists view class analysis, Chapters 6 and 7 of Jean-François Bayart's seminal book The State in Africa introduces the idea of the ruling class in Africa being an assimilation of elites, forming a hegemonic bloc. Catherine Boons. 106. Chapter in Migdal, Cohley, and Chiu's collection provides an excellent general discussion of the ideas raised in this chapter, while those readers wanting to know more about class politics in Botswana should turn to Parsons' article and Sameter's book. Bayart, Jean-François. The State in Africa, The Politics of the Belly. London, Longman, 1993. Boone, Catherine. States and Ruling Classes in Post-Colonial Africa. In Joel S. Migdal, Atul Cohley, and Vivian Chiu, eds. State Power and Social Forces, Domination and Transformation in the Third World. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1994. Kokary-Vidrovich, Catherine. The Political Economy of the African Peasantry and Modes of Production. In Peter C.W. Gutkind and Emanuel Wallerstein, eds. The Political Economy of Contemporary Africa. Beverly Hills, Sage, 1976. Marx, Karl, and Friedrich Engels. Communist Manifesto. London, Penguin, 1967. Parson, Jack. The Trajectory of Class and State-Independent Development, The Consequences of New Wealth for Botswana. In Nelson Kasser, ed. State and Class in Africa. London, Frank Cass, 1984. Sameter, Abdi Ismail. An African Miracle, State and Social Class Leadership and Colonial Legacy in Botswana Development. Portsmouth, Heinemann, 1999. Sklar, Richard. The Nature of Class Domination in Africa. Journal of Modern African Studies. 1979, 17, 4, 531-52. Wallerstein, Emmanuel. Class and Class Connect in Contemporary Africa. Canadian Journal of African Studies. 1973, 7, 3, 375-80. Young, M.C. Nationalism, Ethnicity, and Class in Africa, a Retrospective. Cahiers d'études africaines. 1986, 26, 3, 421-95. 108. Legitimacy. Neo-patrimonialism, Personal Rule and the Centralization of the African State. And Chapter Outline. Centralization of the African State 110, the One-Party State 112, the subordination of peripheral state institutions to the core executive 115, Personal Rule 117, the characteristics of Personal Rule 118, the search for legitimacy 120, Clientelism 121, State and Civil Society 122, Case Study, personal rule in Côte d'Ivoire. 124 questions raised by this chapter. 128 Glossary of key terms. 128 Further reading. 129 Notes and references. 130 Legitimacy should be at the heart of any government. Without it, coercive measures must be deployed to maintain authority, and it is far more productive to keep a society content by providing for its needs than it is for a self-interested ruling elite to seek compliance through violence. The social contract between the rulers and the ruled should therefore be one based on trust and respect, not on fear and coercion. As such, legitimacy can be deemed as a psychological relationship between the governed and their governors, which engenders a belief that the state's leaders and institutions have. 109. Chapter 6. A right to exercise political authority over a society. Legitimacy will convince, rather than force, citizens to obey the state. Max Weber identified three pure sources of legitimacy: traditional, charismatic, and legal rational authority. 1. Traditional legitimacy rests on a society's culture and history. Few subjects in medieval Europe, for example, questioned the right of monarchs to rule over them, given that hereditary succession, and the divine right of kings, was well established by this time. Most believed that this was how God chose to order the temporal world, and consequently subjects obeyed the head of state as tradition demanded. With charisma, Weber's second source of legitimacy, individuals choose to follow and obey simply because of their leader's personality or the ideals the leader imparts. Warlords, or religious teachers, for example, rely on charisma to generate legitimacy among their constituencies. It was legitimacy based on legal rational government, however, that was meant to underlie state authority in post-colonial Africa. This was to be provided by liberal democratic institutions left by the imperial powers. Legal rational government, in this respect, is government based on a social contract. Citizens obey the state because state institutions have been specially constituted to serve their interests. Governments rule on the citizens' behalf, formulating, executing and enforcing laws designed to advance the collective good. In doing this, those within the state officiate impersonally, putting society's interests above their own. A bureaucratic culture of public service overrules any ideas officials may harbor about using state institutions for their own private gain. In return for this beneficial and rational system of government, citizens are obliged to obey state laws. It is legal rational legitimacy that underpins the relationship between state and society in the current democracies of Western Europe and North America. Yet legal rational institutions did not prosper in Africa after independence. Liberal democracy was soon abandoned. At first glance, the continent's political institutions, such as parliaments and executives, may seem familiar, but a closer examination reveals these institutions to be very different from those found in the West. The facade of a legal rational bureaucracy may remain, but behind this facade lies a completely different political environment. As will be seen, personal rule superseded any notions of legal rationalism, and this was achieved by centralizing political activity. Power was removed from civil society and peripheral institutions of the state, and hoarded instead within the core executive, often with just one individual being dominant. And with legal rational legitimacy lost through this centralization of the state, alternative representative links had to be forged between state and society. Patronage, based on the distribution of state resources, became the main bond between the governors and the governed in post-colonial Africa. In short, the continent's leaders took the inherited modern states, adapted liberal democratic institutions to their own interests, and then patrimonialized the whole system. The current chapter is designed to explain further these two processes, the centralization of the African state and the accompanying neo-patrimonialization of government. And centralization of the African state representative, accountable and efficient government usually requires political power to be distributed across society. No one area should become hegemonic. Within the 110 state itself, for example, there should be a number of branches of government acting as checks and balances upon one another. Such a separation of powers deters a dangerous accumulation of authority within a single area of government. Similarly, power should also be dispersed between the state and civil society. State institutions should not come to monopolize the political process. Political parties must be able to compete fairly for control over the state, and interest groups should be able to influence the making of public policy. The absence of such pluralism risks the state becoming inverted, turning in on itself, and concentrating more on serving its own interests rather than those of the society it serves. Along with the separation of powers, and links between state and civil society, a representative state should also in the null analysis be accountable to ordinary people. Multi-party elections, involving a universal franchise, are perhaps the best way of assuring this accountability. These polls diminish the opportunities of state power being abused by either state officials alone, or in an exploitative alliance accommodating elites within civil society. Only if power is diffused evenly among these three elements of society, the state, civil society, and the electorate as a whole, can representation and accountability be guaranteed. In a centralist state, by contrast, there is a dangerous concentration of power. Dispersal is limited. A centralist state can be found where centrifugal forces have resulted in political power shifting away from those within civil society and peripheral state institutions. Instead, power accumulates in specific core areas, usually within the executive branch, and most often within the office of the president or prime minister. Individuals within the core executive seek to monopolize all formal political activity within society. The key to a centralist state maintaining this concentration of power is the limitation of opportunities for organized opposition. No rival source of power can be endorsed or tolerated by the political elite. Opposition political parties, for example, are often outlawed. Only the official party of the state is permitted to campaign, and even here the ruling elite usually tightly controls the one party. Indeed, the elite does not convey the protection of its political monopoly to neutralizing challenges through formal political channels. It also restricts opposition emanating from within civil society. Labor unions, professional groups, and other voluntary associations are commonly heavily influenced or co-opted by the government of a centralist state. Co-option usually involves civil society leaders being offered positions within the state structure, giving them a stake in the status quo. Potential sources of opposition thus become decapitated, as these social movements lose their leaders to the state elite. As they say in Cameroon, the mouth that eats does not speak. To voluntary associations that resist this pressure and continue to maintain their independence from the state will be harassed or banned out of existence. Nigeria's execution in 1995 of Ken Saro-Wiwa, and 8 other campaigners for Ogoni community rights, is a single brutal example among tens of thousands that demonstrate the lengths leaders will go to protect their monopoly of political power. Similarly, economic functions, which are largely located within civil society in the West, private sector activities such as the production, distribution, and sale of goods, are also dominated by government institutions in a centralist state. To leave these economic activities to the free market would risk empowering individuals operating. 111. Outside state institutions. It is almost as if the state, or at least those at its core, have no limit to their ambition over what they should control. When the centralization process is complete, no potential source of opposition remains, either inside or outside state structures. Ghana in the 1960s illustrates this phenomenon of state centralization well. In 1957, Kwame Nkrumah's Convention People's Party, CPP, won Ghana's multi-party independence elections, and formed a government under the inherited Westminster-style constitution. Although the CPP had won considerable electoral support, it faced organized opposition in several regions of the country. In particular, the Ashanti were seeking a degree of autonomy. Nkrumah refused to tolerate any such separatism. The CPP's first step, therefore, was to use its parliamentary majority to outlaw tribal-based organizations with the 1957 Avoidance of Discrimination Act. With this one piece of legislation an important conduit of civil society mobilization, ethnicity, was stayed. Regional assemblies were also proscribed. A year later, Parliament passed the Preventative Detention Act. This measure, suspending habeas corpus, was used to detain political dissidents who continued to oppose the CPP. Leading opposition members were intimidated, imprisoned, or forced into exile. Similarly, traditional leaders were stripped of their constitutional powers and sidelined into an advisory House of Chiefs. Next it was the turn of Ghana's independent system of justice. The judicial branch was circumvented by establishing special courts to hear political cases of treason and sedition. These trials were overseen by judges appointed directly by Nkrumah himself. Given all these measures, it was not surprising that when it came to the 1964 referendum asking the Ghanaian people whether they wanted a one-party state, there was no organized opposition left to campaign against this null act of centralization. The one-party state was approved by 2,773,920 votes to 2,452. Since the centralization of the state is such an important factor in understanding post-colonial African politics, the next 2 sections of this chapter concentrate on 2 common components of the process: the neutralization of party political opposition, with the establishment of a one-party state, and the manipulation of power within the state itself, where the core executive bypasses peripheral institutions such as parliaments, local government, and the judiciary. The one-party state. Moves towards the one-party state were not portrayed by the political elite as an exercise of naked power accumulation. African leaders put forward strong arguments justifying the centralization of the state. Kwame Nkrumah dismantled the multi-party system in Ghana because he declared the system to be socially divisive. Houphouët-Boigny did likewise in the Côte d'Ivoire on the grounds that no opposition actually existed. Sékou Touré opted for single-party structures because Guinea's socialist ideology demanded this, while Julius Nyerere favored the one-party state because he considered it the most appropriate way to build democracy in Tanzania. The vast majority of African countries underwent a process of centralization, and each leader had their own set of justifications for the constitutional amendments deployed. 112. At the time, these justifications rang true. Many Africans, and indeed many Africanists in the West, welcomed these changes. After all, they agreed, there was no reason why democracy in Africa had to mimic Western multi-party competition, especially considering that this pluralist form of democracy had no historical roots on the African continent. In terms of justification, most leaders cited unity as the main reason for curtailing multi-party activity. Given the alien nature of the colonial state in Africa, independent governments inherited ethnically divided societies, many with separatist tendencies. If these subnational forces had remained unchecked, it was argued, the authority of the national government, and the very integrity of the state itself, might have been threatened. In this sense, nationalist leaders insisted that African countries could not yet afford multi-party structures. Africans would mobilize along ethnic lines, and political competition of this nature would simply pull the nation apart. Instead, institutions fostering unity were required, and the institution that would contribute most to the nation-building project would be the single party. Just as George Washington had warned of the baneful effects of the spirit of party 200 years earlier in the United States, African nationalist leaders such as Nyerere similarly argued that multi-party systems could only bring misfortune during these vital early years of independence. 3. It also has to be remembered that the nationalist movements which imposed these one-party states enjoyed considerable support from the electorate. Most gained their initial legitimacy from liberating their countries from colonial rule, subsequently gaining landslide victories in the independence elections. Many of these countries were practically de facto one-party states anyway. Tanzania, for example, had just one, independent, opposition MP sitting in its parliament before the one-party state was created in 1965. Why should Tanzania, it was argued, suffer a Westminster-style multi-party constitution when its people had selected representatives from only one party? Would it not be better to have a political system that best reeked at African realities? Nationalist leaders were also quick to point out that there was no tradition of multi-party democracy in Africa. An adversarial political culture, it was argued, was alien to the continent. Nationalists considered it foolish to adopt political institutions that had largely evolved out of Europe's need to manage social inequality and class conflict. Africa was largely devoid of these social cleavages. Once again, it was proposed that African political institutions should reek African customs. Leaders, such as Senghor and Nyerere, invoked a romanticist interpretation of the past by describing how their forebears had traditionally met as communities, rather than as individual contestants, in order to make political decisions. Under a village tree, elders would talk over an idea until consensus was reached. Consensus was thus the key to African politics, not competition. It therefore followed that a one-party model was the best method of recreating this style of consensus politics within the inherited modern state. Economic arguments were also used to justify the one-party state. African presidents advocated, as a response to historical underdevelopment, strong leadership within the new independent states. This was the best way to precipitate economic development. Africa, in this respect, could not afford the short-termist policies and 113. Resource bargaining that multi-party competition encourages. Instead, prioritized strategic economic management was needed, provided by a one-party state. After all, at the time of African independence, was not the one-party state, Soviet Union one of the best models for modern economic development? Unity, lack of opposition, tradition, and the imperatives of economic development, then, were all put forward as justifications for the creation of the one-party state. Even today, many of these arguments deserve respect. Yet it has to be said that the one-party state's performance in Africa was poor. Justifications offered have not been confirmed by results. Even when it is taken into account that each single-party structure was unique, each functioning in a different political environment, several common causes can be found regarding this political experiment. This explains why, in the 1990s, popular pressure forced the vast majority of African states to abandon their one-party structures, as it will be seen in Chapter 11. The problem with the one-party state was that, in practice, this system reduced links between the state and civil society, and between governors and governed generally. The main function of a party in a political system is to act as an intermediary. Leaders use party institutions to remain in touch with the people, while civil society utilizes party structures in order to channel their demands through to the political elite. Where leaders consistently fail to respond to the demands of society, then legitimacy is lost. In the few decades of independence, as a consequence of the lack of open political competition, many politicians and bureaucrats took their privileged position for granted. Indeed, with no rival parties threatening to replace them, these elites abused their position within the state. The previous chapter, for example, showed how single-party structures encouraged corruption and the formation of an exploitative bureaucratic bourgeoisie. Multi-party competition could have potentially broken the monopoly of this ruling elite. New ideas and new personnel from civil society could have been introduced through competitive elections. Such nonviolent regime change, however, simply did not occur in post-colonial Africa. There were no peaceful channels of conflict resolution available to remove self-interested elites. Consequently, political succession, if there was any, was con to military coups d'état in the two decades of African independence. The arguments for one-party rule in Africa become even less convincing when it is considered how these parties actually fared in the post-colonial political environment. Instead of being key institutions at the heart of the nation-building project, binding state and civil society together, most of these organizations atrophied after independence. Following the general trend of the centralization of the state, the power that parties had enjoyed during the anti-colonial campaign diminished. This power was transferred from the party to the core executive, following the party leaders themselves as they took up their positions within the new independent state. In this respect, single parties rarely became central institutions of policy making and debate in post-colonial Africa. Members, instead, deferred to the leadership, allowing the party to degenerate. It was not just the power of parties, however, that was usurped by this political elite operating at the apex of the executive. African parliaments, local government, and judicial branches also became subordinate to the executive. 114. the subordination of peripheral state institutions to the core executive. Parliaments all around the world lost a degree of power to their executives in the 20th century. In post-colonial Africa, however, the power loss was extreme. Most of the continent's national assemblies became mere appendages to their executives during this period. The restriction of the Kenyan parliamentary unions proves an interesting illustration of this process. Between independence in 1963 and constitutional amendments that made Kenya a one-party state in 1982, there were relatively competitive elections for members of parliament. This was despite the fact that the Kenya African National Union, KANU, was the sole active political party for much of this period, making Kenya a de facto one-party state. KANU members would compete among themselves to have their name put forward as an official KANU candidate, and thus the uncontested MP for a particular constituency. Although KANU's executive committee had anal veto, and candidates had to swear allegiance to the party, its policies, and the president, any adult Kenyan was eligible to stand for election to parliament. These primary elections proved to be genuinely competitive. In the 1969 contest, for example, 77 incumbent MPs were defeated, including VE ministers and 14 assistant ministers. By comparison, fewer incumbents are removed in most U.S. elections. African one-party structures, however, simply did not offer the level of political choice that Western electorates enjoy. Even in the relatively few cases, such as 1960s Kenya and Tanzania, where elections were more open, African parliamentary candidates rarely stood on issues or policies. They failed to offer choice between political alternatives. This was not possible, after all, since political decision-making only took place in the higher echelons of the executive, and not in parliament. As Goran Haydn and Colin Lees remarked in their study of the 1969 Kenyan general election, it is very difficult to identify any policy decision or legislative act which is traceable to the electoral outcome. Certainly there was a greater degree of linkage where more open one-party elections were held, but even here civil society's influence on public policy was limited. Instead, voters were looking for lobbyists who could secure state resources for their constituency, cheaper fertilizers, new water supplies or employment opportunities, for example. The MP had to keep the resource tap turned on, and the life chances owing failure to win these resources would result in constituents voting for an alternative candidate in the next primary election, hence the large turnover of personnel in Kenya's 1969 poll. Linkage, however, was limited to the local accountability of MPs to their constituents, judged on this ability to secure resources. In this respect, African executives retained a monopoly over political decision-making within their societies. On the rare occasions that MPs did challenge the executive, they often found themselves in danger. As such, it was advisable for MPs to concentrate on local resource issues, rather than wider national or international affairs. One MP who did challenge the presidential elite was Kenya's J.M. Kariuki. After he died in suspicious circumstances in 1975, the Kenyan parliament went against the wishes of President Jomo Kenyatta by mounting its own investigation into the role of the security forces in Kariuki's death. Kenyatta responded by dismissing 115 those junior ministers who supported the investigation, while the ringleaders of this parliamentary revolt were promptly detained. Subsequently, the executive made sure the Kenyan parliament was never to exercise this level of independence again, and Kenyatta's successor, Daniel Arap Moi, confirmed this position when he altered the constitution and made Kenya a de jure one-party state in 1982. Beyond parliaments, of all the liberal democratic institutions that African states inherited after independence, local government structures were the most established. This was because a majority of the imperial powers favored indirect rule, and as part of the decolonization process most encouraged local democracy as a stepping stone to full self-determination. Often, colonial administrators would grant local autonomy to nationalists in order to delay giving full independence to the territory. After independence, however, the strength of local democracy on the continent declined precipitously. The problem with this form of governing was that it involved distributing political authority horizontally, rather than hierarchically. Given that in a centralist state leaders will not tolerate uncontrolled concentrations of political power outside core institutions, local government was doomed. Consequently, locally elected and accountable institutions were removed, substituted by officers and agencies directly controlled from the center. In this respect, local government was replaced by local administration. Issues such as education, health, road maintenance, and the collection of taxes were all now overseen by regional administrators who reported to, and took orders from, their superiors in the state capital. As a result, national rather than local initiatives came to dominate, while local communities had little influence over the policy-making decisions that most affected them. The executive, again, was in the driving seat. Just as parties, legislatures, and local government lost power to the executive in post-colonial Africa, so did the judicial branch of government. In legal rational states, although most courts do not have official policy-making roles, they are still powerful institutions. They gain their authority from their function of maintaining the rule of law. All within society, including the lawmakers themselves, have to respect the court's judgments. Even the judiciary, however, was sidelined by the Central East African state. In a political environment where executives were so powerful, laws became arbitrary. Politicians and bureaucrats felt disinclined to obey the Constitution if their private interests were threatened. Laws became less binding on those who ran the state, while those in civil society were still expected to conform. Indeed, some leaders blatantly took the law into their own hands, paying little heed at all to the statute book. Idi Amin's Uganda, Jean Bedel Bokassa's Central African Republic and Macias Nguema's Equatorial Guinea were extreme examples of this, with presidential operatives literally getting away with murder, but even in states where leaders were more constitutionally minded, the executive still tended to find ways to ensure that the judicial branch did not interfere with political matters. With this centralization of power in the hands of the core executive, in many senses independent African states had reverted to the hierarchical, centralist, and autocratic model of government found earlier under colonial rule. Government was controlled from the center, and civil society played little part in the formal political process. Yet post-colonial Africa was different from imperial rule in one vital respect: the continent. 116 was now governed by personal, rather than institutional, rule, combined with clientelism to retain legitimacy. It is to personal rule and clientelism that the chapter now turns. And personal rule. Colonialism brought legal rational institutional states to Africa. Within this form of political order, offices and institutions are established, based on legal authority, to carry out the functions of government. Civil society supports these institutions as they follow patterns of accepted rules. Both those in government, and those in wider society, know where they stand. Each side abides by clearly defined laws and practices, and the entire governing process gains predictability. In short, institutional norms take precedence over personal whims, and this is where legitimacy is generated. There is also a clear distinction between private and public roles within a legal rational system of government. It is illegal, or at least immoral, for the private interests of officials to interfere with their public duties. The public interest is paramount. In this respect, Max Weber declared this institutional legal rational model as the most efficient form of government. 7. Yet, as has been seen, post-colonial African states do not always follow this legal rational pattern. The rule of law is not always guaranteed, and many public officials use their position within the state to serve their own, and not just the public, interest. In this sense, African politics more often resemble the environment described in Machiavelli's The Prince rather than Montesquieu's spirit of the laws. This does not necessarily mean, however, that African societies are anarchic. Political order and legitimacy do still exist in Africa, they are just of a different type. Given this failure of legal rational institutions in post-colonial Africa, Africanists have attempted to explain the continent's politics in terms of personal rule. Patrimonialism is similar to personal rule. It is a form of political order where power is concentrated in the personal authority of one individual ruler. The leader gains this position from their status in society. He or she may be bound by traditions or customs, but there are no legal rational constraints on government. The leader is above the law, and indeed often makes the law by personal decree. In this respect, patrimonial leaders treat all political and administrative concerns of state as their own personal affairs. The state is their private property, and the act of ruling is, consequently, quite arbitrary. No system of government can be managed by just one person, however, but instead of building legal rational institutions to carry out the duties of the state, patrimonial leaders distribute offices as patronage among close relatives, friends, and clients. As a result, all these lesser officials have to demonstrate personal loyalty to the leader in order to maintain office. In this respect, clients are retainers tied to their benefactor, rather than salaried officials serving the government institutions in which they are employed. Loyalty to the leader brings rewards. Clients are free to exploit their position of authority, creating their own fiefdoms. Historical examples of patrimonialism include the monarchical and religious states of medieval and early modern Europe. 8. 117. It is true that many characteristics of patrimony can be readily identified in post-colonial Africa. Yet it cannot be said that these African regimes are purely patrimonial. Patrimony derives from tradition, and legal rational institutions will play no part in this form of political order. By contrast, legal rational institutions may have been weak in post-colonial Africa, but they did still exist and function, as any modern state requires. As this is the case, there is a fusion between patrimonialism and legal rational institutions on the continent. Private interests are pursued within a political structure that has a legal rational facade. In this sense, the modern African state is the domain of the president monarch rather than a purely patrimonial giver. Christopher Clapham is therefore correct when he suggests that the term neopatrimonialism is more accurate. 9. Robert Jackson and Karl Rosberg prefer to use a completely separate phrase, and talk of post-colonial Africa being dominated by personal rule. 10. The characteristics of personal rule. African personal rule can be characterized as authoritarian, arbitrary, ostentatious, and inefficient. It has produced fragile governments, even in states where presidential monarchs have reigned for decades. This personalized political system has also created administration that is based on factions, rather than institutions and officials working together. It is worth taking the time to look at the characteristics of personal rule a little more closely. The vast majority of African leaders in the period between independence and the democratic reforms of the 1990s achieved high office either by being in the vanguard of their country's nationalist movement, or by leading military coups. As such, many regarded themselves as the father of their nation, and such self-perception encouraged these leaders to act as if they were above the law. Authoritarianism is very much a characteristic of personal rule. To protect their own position, presidential monarchs frequently resorted to the coercive resources of the state. Individual challengers were intimidated by the security forces, or even assassinated, while group challenges were countered by bannings, harassment, election manipulation and the withholding of state resources from regions where dissidents drew their support. Personal rule also brought continuity to Africa's leadership. By contrast to legal rational systems, where leaders tend to change at regular intervals, more permanent big men have been a feature of the post-colonial period. Skillful politicians such as Tunisia's Bourguiba, Congo-Kinshasa's Mobutu, Malawi's Bunda, Côte d'Ivoire's Houphouët-Boigny, Zambia's Konda, Tanzania's Nyerere, Kenya's Kenyatta and Moi, Liberia's Tubman and Zimbabwe's Mugabe, the list goes on, were the key political instances within their respective countries during the few decades of independence. Only in the late 1980s and the 1990s, when old age and the arrival of multi-party elections began to take their toll on the big men, was this longevity of personal rule broken. Personal rule is also often ostentatious. In the West, attempts are made to distinguish between the individual and the office they hold. In Africa, no such effort was made. Presidential monarchs linked their private and public interests, and 118. Many sought to display the wealth they had accumulated as a result of high office. Consequently, African leaders operated in a world of private jets, motorcades, limousines, palatial residences and ceremony. In two more extreme cases, Felix Houphouët-Boigny made his home village of Yamoussoukro the capital of Côte d'Ivoire, building a $360 million cathedral in the process, while Jean-Bedel Bokassa spent $20 million on his own coronation as Emperor of the Central African Republic, bankrupting the state in the process. Symbols of the president are also important. As well as the leader's photograph, and a report of his movements, however inconsequential, appearing in the press on a regular basis, portraits will be displayed in prominent public places, as well as in private homes. T-shirts and posters will be produced featuring the image of the president, stadiums, schools, and hospitals will be named after him, never her, and All in all, nobody will be left in any doubt about who actually runs the country. Personal rule is also arbitrary. As Weber observed of patrimonial leaders, neo-patrimonial autocrats may also refuse to be bound by formal rules. Even those that they have made themselves. 11 The rule of law cannot be taken for granted in such political systems. Post-colonial African leaders ignored rules, bent rules, and made new rules to serve their own interests. The rules of the game were often changed overnight. In this manner, opposition forces, as well as the presidential monarch's own followers, were kept out of kilter, while the leader himself was free to satisfy his own personal whims. As a result, African politics were somewhat unpredictable. The whole of society was denied the security that alternative constitutional legal rational systems produced. Another characteristic of personal rule is that it encourages competition among intragovernmental factions. In their seminal study of personal power in Africa, Jackson and Rosberg describe how this system is a dynamic world of political will and action that is ordered less by institutions than by personal authorities and power, a world of stratagem and countermeasure, of action and reaction, but without the assured mediation and regulation of effective political institutions. Political power is capable of being checked and stalemated in Africa, as elsewhere, but less by institutions than by countervailing power. 12. This breeds a political environment of factionalism, schisms, purges and coups. Groups will jockey for position under the leader, offering support in return for resources and patronage, but if the leader is perceived to be weak, then these previously loyal lieutenants will not hesitate to challenge the president's authority. Many African states suffered when this personalized rivalry failed to be contained within the political system. Competition spilt over into instability and violence, and the military was often the beneficiary by staging a coup d'état. Even the longest-serving presidential monarch is vulnerable to this factional competition, should it get out of hand. Yet, it is often in the leader's interests to foster controlled factional rivalry. If they are distracted by competition, the lower political ranks cannot mount a challenge for the ultimate prize, the presidency itself. President Mobutu Sese Seko of Zaire. 119. Today's Democratic Republic of the Congo, DRC, was the master at seeing off potential competitors and managing his courtiers to his own ends. Richard Sandbrook wrote of Mobutu's reign. No potential challenger is permitted to gain a power base. Mobutu's officials know that their jobs depend solely on the president's discretion. Frequently, he rests cabinet ministers, often without explanation. He appoints loyal army officers and other faithfuls as provincial governors, but only to provinces outside their home areas. And he constantly reshuffles and purges his governors and high army command. Everyone is kept off balance. Everyone must vie for his patronage. Mobutu holds all the cards and the game is his. 13. It took 32 years before Mobutu was nally deposed. Above all, personal rule breeds inefficiency. As it was seen in Chapter 4 addressing ethnicity, African administrations tend to allocate resources on the basis of demand, not need. Personal rule contributes to this problem. Powerful factions will receive control over the lion's share of the state's resources, leaving less well-represented groups at a disadvantage. Similarly, public policy receives little feedback or scrutiny under a system of personal rule. there is little incentive to evaluate policy systematically in a country where success or failure is neither rewarded nor punished by an electorate. Indeed, nobody is in a position to challenge the presidential monarch's chosen policy anyway. To leave the null words of this assessment of personal rule to Jackson and Rosberg, the concept of governance as an activity of guiding the ship of state toward a specific destination, the assumption of modern rationalism and the policy sciences, ts poorly with much political experience in contemporary black African countries. In African countries, governance is more a matter of seamanship and less one of navigation, that is, staying aoit rather than going somewhere. 14. N. Even in a neo-patrimonial state led by personal rule, a degree of legitimacy has to be generated. Political authority cannot rest on coercion alone. Bokassa, Amin, and Masias Nguema came closest to achieving this, in the Central African Republic, Uganda, and Equatorial Guinea, respectively. They ruled by confiscation rather than conciliation, but even here the utility of violence had its limitations. 15. It was a case of diminishing returns. Violence is very effective in the short term, but over longer periods of time, coercion only stimulates opposition and counter-violence. Therefore the skillful personal ruler uses a combination of coercion and legitimacy in order to maintain government and social order. Yet how is this legitimacy generated? Weber's pure sources of legitimacy only tell part of the story. Legal rationalism is limited because of the neo-patrimonial nature of the state. Charisma is more of a factor, with Africans deferring to the big men and the ideologies of nationalism they preached, but, again, this alone did not 120. Produce enough support. In the null analysis, it was material provision that contributed most to legitimizing Africa's one-party states. Personal rulers relied on the distribution of state resources in order to buy legitimacy for their regimes. As long as patrons could nourish their followers, through the manipulation of public goods and institutions, then they were safe. It was rewards for clients, therefore, distributed through the mechanism of clientelism, that became the key substitute for the legitimacy lost after Africa's independent liberal democratic institutions were dismantled, and personal rule was installed. Clientelism. Christopher Clapham describes clientelism as a relation of exchange between unequal. 16. It is a mutually beneficial association between the powerful and the weak. A patron extends public office, a salary and access to the state, security, freedom from violence, and resources, such as wells, roads, and medical centers, to his or her clients. In return, the client offers support and deference that helps legitimize the patron's elevated position. In this respect, clientelism is a form of political contract. Clientelism has permeated African societies from top to bottom. It is not just a case of presidential monarchs exchanging patronage for support among their immediate lieutenants within the heart of the state. There is a whole chain of patron-client networks that spread out from this point. This web connects the president, through numerous links down the chain, to the lowly peasant. Each client uses the resources received from the patron above them to build their own patronage empire. Individuals therefore simultaneously act as a client of a superior, and as a patron to those below them. For example, the presidential monarch is the patron to his lieutenants, but the lieutenants use a proportion of this patronage to recruit clients of their own, from among middle-ranking bureaucrats. These middle-ranking state officials, in turn, have clients lower down the administrative hierarchy. The chain of clients and patrons extends all the way down to local patrons, who may have a particular village as their client base. In this respect, clientelist networks are vertical threads binding whole societies together which, in turn, create political stability and order. 17 Clientelism is particularly important in Africa as it provides political channels that are absent elsewhere in society. In an environment where personal rulers hold a monopoly on formal political activity, and all independent political associations are banned, client-patron networks do represent a limited form of political exchange. They help bring civil society back into the political arena, albeit to a small degree. Lesser patrons are tolerated by the elite, as the whole mechanism is reliant on the presidential monarch providing the largest input of state resources. It is the ultimate trickle-down system. The leader relies on the network to ensure that his patronage permeates through the whole of society. The more people who feel that they benefit from this political system, the more legitimacy and support the regime receives. Legitimacy founded on patronage, however, is fragile. Although clientelism avoids violence, and is mutually beneficial to the two parties concerned, it is nevertheless an asymmetric contract. The whole relationship is forged on the recognition and 121. Acceptance that there is inequality between the two parties. Patrons will retain as much wealth as possible for themselves, only passing on the resources they consider necessary to keep clients loyal. In post-colonial Africa, resource distribution was usually kept to a minimum. This was because there was no alternative political market where clients could maximize their rewards by selling their loyalty to the highest bidder. As a result, most Africans in the few decades of independence settled for trying to get what they could out of the existing patrons. The alternative path of contesting the status quo was too costly. Clients risked losing out entirely if they challenged their existing patrons.